Constantine XI Palaiologos ascended to the throne during the final years of the Byzantine Empire, which was by then reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few outlying territories. His reign was, of course, dominated by the final siege of Constantinople by the Ottoman Turks under Sultan Mehmed II. He faced overwhelming odds to defend the city, and despite these efforts, Constantinople ultimately fell on May 29, 1453, marking the end of the Byzantine Empire and the beginning of the Renaissance and the modern era in Europe. Constantine died in the final battle for the city, and his brave final stand has immortalized him as a heroic figure in Greek and Christian history, a death that symbolized the fall of a 1,000-year empire. Thus he is remembered as a symbol of resistance against the Ottomans, well earning him the title, the Last Emperor. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If so, it's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, well, you're going to really enjoy this one. A little bit longer than my usual videos, but we give credit where it's due to the subject matter. As always, if you like what I do, the best way to support the channel is by liking and subscribing, doing all that good stuff. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the video's description. You'll find where you want to go. Now, let us all get nice and relaxed, because as I said, this will be an extremely long video. Constantine XI Palaiologos was born on the 8th of February 1404 as the fourth son of Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos, who ruled over a disintegrating Byzantine Empire. His mother, Helena Dragas, was a member of the powerful House of Dragas and daughter of the Serbian ruler Constantine XI. Constantine, often referred to as Porphyrogenitos, or born in the purple, was born during his father's reign, a mark of his legitimacy as an heir to the throne. Purple being the royal color, by the way. Now, the Byzantine Empire had certainly seen better days. It was in decline, and well and truly so, having lost most of its fertile and populous regions in Anatolia to the Seljuk Turks since the 11th century. Although emperors like Alexios I and Manuel I Komnenos had temporarily reclaimed parts of Anatolia with the help of Western Crusaders, these gains were quite short-lived. The empire's situation worsened with the Fourth Crusade's sacking of Constantinople in 1204 and the subsequent establishment of the Latin Empire. The Palaiologos dynasty, starting with Michael VII, regained the city in 1261, but the empire, if it could be called so at this point, never fully recovered, especially after the Ottomans had taken most of Anatolia, Bulgaria, and even parts of Greece by the year 1405. By this time, the empire was significantly reduced, little more than the capital of Constantinople, some sections of the Peloponnese, and a few scattered Aegean islands. And it didn't help that they were also in a position where they had to pay tribute to the Ottomans. To preserve the few remaining territories, Emperor Manuel II assigned regions to his sons with the title of Despot. His eldest son, John, was designated co-emperor and successor. Theodore and Andronicus were made despots of the Morea and Thessaloniki, respectively. Constantine, along with his brothers Demetrios and Thomas, stayed in Constantinople due to the lack of land to grant them. Little is known about Constantine's early life, but he was noted for his skills in martial arts, horsemanship, and of course hunting. His character and actions are often described through the writings of George Sophronites, a historian who would later serve him. However, the accuracy of many accounts is questionable, as they were composed after his death, and often intended to eulogize his reign. It is known that he was competent in both military and administrative matters, and heeded the advice of his counselors on key state issues. After the Ottomans unsuccessfully besieged Constantinople in 1422, Manuel II suffered a stroke. It was all a little bit too much for him, it seems. John effectively took over the empire's governance. To prevent the Ottomans from capturing Thessaloniki, John ceded the city to Venice, who had a much larger navy, by the way. Venice and Genoa, the big naval powers of the time. Now, while John sought Western support in 1423, Manuel II, now disillusioned with hopes of Western aid, tried to dissuade him. John was impressed by Constantine's leadership during the siege, and left him as regent of Constantinople. Along with their father, Constantine negotiated a peace treaty with Sultan Murad II, temporarily halting further attacks. Upon Manuel's death in 1425, John the Eighth, Palaiologos, ascended the throne and granted Constantine a strategically important strip of land near Constantinople. It demonstrates the trust that both his father and his brother had in his leadership. John soon recalled Constantine from Mesembria and designated him as the successor to Theodore as despot of the Morea. Theodore initially expressed dissatisfaction with his role, but later settled. John assigned Constantine to the Morea in 1427 after a military campaign there. Despite threats from the Ottomans and Carlo I Tocco of Epirus, Constantine and John worked together to secure the region. In 1427, John VIII, accompanied by Constantine and George Sophronites, set out to confront Tocco. They captured Glarenza and other territories after defeating Tocco in the Battle of the Echinades. To cement peace, Tocco offered up his own niece, Maddalena Tocco, who was renamed Theodora, in marriage to Constantine, with her dowry including the recaptured territories. This union was celebrated in 1428, marking a strategic alliance that fortified the Byzantine presence in the region. His arrival in the Morea and his subsequent marriage added complexity to the region's governance, with his brother Theodore unwilling to relinquish his position as despot. The Morea, for the first time since its establishment in 1349, was governed by two members of the imperial family. Soon, their younger brother, Thomas, only 19 years old, was appointed as a third despot, effectively splitting the nominally undivided despotate into 3 smaller principalities. Theodore maintained exclusive control over Mistras, while he granted Constantine territories across the Morea, including the northern town of Aegio, fortresses in Laconia, and areas in Kalamata and Messenia. Constantine established his capital in Glarenza, a town he gained through his marriage. Thomas received lands in the north, and based himself in the castle of Calavrita. During his rule, Constantine was known for his bravery and energy, though he was generally cautious when it came to military campaigns. Shortly after being appointed, he joined his brothers in an attempt to capture Patras, a flourishing port ruled by its Catholic archbishop, Pandolf de Malatesta, who was actually Theodore's brother-in-law. Small world. The campaign, however, was unsuccessful, possibly due to Theodore's reluctance and Thomas's inexperience. In a secret meeting with George Soprantes and John in Mistras, Constantine resolved to make another attempt on Patras alone. If he failed, he planned to return to his old appanage by the Black Sea. On the 1st of March, 1429, Constantine and Soprantes, confident of support from Patras's Greek population, marched towards the city and laid siege on March the 20th. The siege turned into a protracted affair with intermittent skirmishes. At one point, Constantine narrowly escaped death when his horse was shot from underneath him, and Soprantes was captured by the city's defenders. He was released, however, on April 23rd, but he was barely in one piece. Apparently he was near death and very dirty. By May, the defenders, seeing the futility of continued resistance and the absence of reinforcements, decided they had to open the negotiations. They agreed that if Malatesta did not return by the end of the month, Patras would surrender. Constantine withdrew, and on June the 1st he re-entered the city. Since the archbishop had not returned, the city leaders met with Constantine in the Cathedral of St. Andrew on June the 4th, and accepted him as their new lord. The archbishop's castle held out for another year, but they eventually surrendered. Constantine's capture of Patras was viewed as an affront by the Pope, the Venetians, and the Ottomans. To mitigate potential threats, Constantine sent ambassadors out to all 3, with Soprantes going to negotiate with Turahan, the Ottoman governor of Thessaly. Although Soprantes managed to avert a Turkish military response, the deposed archbishop returned with a mercenary army of Catalans. However, the Catalans were more interested in plunder than in restoring Malatesta, and seized Glarenza instead. Constantine had to buy back the town for 6,000 Venetian ducats, and eventually ordered its destruction to prevent it from falling into the hands of pirates. While during this chaotic period, Constantine faced personal tragedy. when his wife, Theodora, passed away in the November of 1429. Initially he buried her in Clarenza, but later moved her remains to Mistras. By July of 1430, the surrender of the archbishop's castle meant that Patras was fully under Byzantine control after 225 years of foreign rule. And in November, Siphrantes was appointed as the city's governor. By the early 1430s, Constantine and his brother Thomas had nearly reclaimed all of the Peloponnese for Byzantium, a significant recovery since the unpleasantries of the Fourth Crusade. Thomas secured the principality of Achaia by marrying Catherine Zachariah, the final prince's daughter and heir. Upon Centurione's death in 1432, Thomas inherited all of his territories. The only parts of the Peloponnese still under foreign rule were some port towns held by Venice, but they were pretty small. However, the success of the Byzantine brothers in the Morea raised a few eyebrows, Ottoman eyebrows, especially the eyebrows of Sultan Murad II. In 1431, under his orders, Turhan sent his troops to demolish the Hexamilian Wall, a reminder to the despots of their vassal status under the Ottoman Sultan. In March 1432, Constantine, aiming to be closer to Mistras, renegotiated territories with his brother Thomas. This agreement, presumably approved by Theodore and Emperor John VIII, saw Thomas ceding the fortress of Calavrita to Constantine, who then made it his new capital. And in return, Constantine gave Thomas control of the region of Elis, which Thomas established as his new base. This exchange was part of the ongoing adjustments among the brothers to manage their respective territories effectively. Well, as time passed, relationships among the three brothers began to show some cracks. The issue of succession was a significant point of contention. Emperor John VIII had no sons, making it likely that one of his brothers would succeed him, while John's preferred successor was Constantine. This choice was accepted by Thomas, but met with resentment from Theodore, the older brother. In 1435, believing that John intended to appoint Constantine as co-emperor, Theodore traveled to Constantinople to express his objections. The disagreement between Constantine and Theodore escalated, threatening to lead to civil strife. The potential for conflict was diffused towards the end of 1536, when the future patriarch Gregory Mamas mediated a reconciliation between the brothers. It was agreed that Constantine would return to Constantinople, while Theodore and Thomas would remain in the Morea. And this resolution was quite timely, as Emperor John needed Constantine in the capital. He was planning to travel to Italy, you see, for the Council of Ferrara, to discuss the union of the Eastern and Western churches. Good luck with that. Well, John's departure from Italy in November was part of a broader strategy to secure aid for Byzantium by advocating for the unification of the churches, a move that was unpopular in the empire, as it implied religious submission to the papacy. John's delegation was quite substantial, including Patriarch Joseph II of Constantinople and other significant ecclesiastical figures. He even brought his younger brother Demetrios along, who had shown signs of opposition to the church union and potential rebellious tendencies. Better keep him under close watch, just in case. In Constantinople, Constantine was not completely without support. He was joined by prominent figures like Demetrios Pantelleikos Kantakouzenos, long name, I know, and the statesman Loukas Notaras, while Helena and George Soprantes provided close personal counsel. During John's absence, Constantine managed the affairs of the capital, maintaining peace with the Ottomans, who did not breach the established truce. The only significant concern arose in early 1439, when Constantine, anticipating an Ottoman offensive, requested the promised warships from the Pope to defend Constantinople. However, this threat did not materialize, as Sultan Murad II focused his campaign on Serbia. In 1439, the council in Florence declared the reunification of the churches, a decision that was met with hostility and resentment in Constantinople upon John's return in February 1440. The populace viewed the union as a betrayal of their faith, and feared it would provoke Ottoman suspicion. Constantine shared John's pragmatic view on the union. Both brothers believed that sacrificing the independence of their church could justify a Western crusade, and this, well, it just might save Constantinople. Despite being relieved of his duties as regent upon John's return, Constantine remained in the capital throughout the rest of 1440. He likely stayed to find a suitable wife, having been a widower over a decade since the tragedy of the death of Theodora. His choice landed on Caterina Gutilusio, the daughter of Dorino Gutilusio, the Genoese lord of the island of Lesbos. George Soprantes was dispatched to Lesbos in December of 1440 to arrange the details of the marriage. By late 1441, Constantine, accompanied by Soprantes and Loukas Notaras, sailed to Lesbos and married Caterina in August. He left Lesbos in September, leaving Caterina with her father to travel to the Morea. Upon his return, he noted that his brothers, Theodore and Thomas, had governed the Morea effectively in his absence. Believing he could better serve the empire's interests closer to the capital, he considered switching places with his younger brother Demetrios, who governed around Mesembria in Thrace. Constantine then proposed that he regain in his Black Sea appanage, while Demetrios would take over his holdings in the Morea. He sent Soprantes to discuss this proposal with both Demetrios and Murad II, the Ottoman Sultan, who had a say in such appointments. By 1442, Demetrios had shown no interest in new appointments, and was instead eyeing the imperial throne. He had made a deal with Murad and raised an army, positioning himself as the champion of those opposing the union of the churches, and then declared war on John. When Sophrantes reached Demetrios to propose Constantine's offer, Demetrios was already preparing to march on Constantinople. The threat he posed was significant enough that Constantine was summoned back from the Morea by John to oversee the city's defences. In April of 1442, as Demetrios and the Ottomans began their attack, Constantine left the Morea. He met his wife at Lesbos, and together they sailed to Lemnos, where they were trapped for months by an Ottoman blockade. Though Venice did send ships to assist, Caterina, his new wife, fell ill and passed away in August on Lemnos. Constantine did not reach Constantinople until the month of November, by which time the Ottoman threat had already been repelled, and Demetrios, he was locked up, albeit briefly. Well, in March of 1443, Sophrantes was appointed governor of Selymbria in Constantine's name. From there he kept a watchful eye on Demetrios. In November, Constantine handed over control of Selymbria to Theodore, who had abandoned his role as despot of the Morea, leaving Constantine and Thomas as the sole despots, and giving Constantine control of the Mistras, the prosperous capital of the despotate. With Theodore and Demetrios out of the picture, Constantine and Thomas switched their efforts to strengthening the Morea, which had become the cultural center of the Byzantine world. They envisioned the Morea as a safe and nearly self-sufficient principality. The philosopher Gemistrus Plato, in Constantine's service, suggested that Mistras and the Morea could become the new Sparta, a centralized and strong Hellenic kingdom. One of their major projects was the reconstruction of the Hexamilian Wall, destroyed by the Turks in 1431. By March 1444, the wall was indeed fully restored, to the impression of many, including the Venetian lords who had declined to fund the project, thinking it was impossible. Well, we sure showed them. The restoration was costly, and required significant manpower, of course. Some Morat landowners fled to Venetian territories to actually avoid financing the project, kind of like a tax evasion sort of thing, while others actually rebelled before being compelled through military means to pay their share. Constantine sought to win the loyalty of local landowners by granting them lands and privileges, and staged local athletic games where young Morats competed for prizes. In the summer of 1444, possibly encouraged by news of a crusade launched from Hungary in the previous year, Constantine invaded the Latin Duchy of Athens, at that time a vassal of the Ottomans. He was in contact with Cardinal Julian Cesarini, a leader of the crusade, who was informed of Constantine's intentions to strike at the Ottomans from the south. Constantine swiftly captured Athens and Thebes, forcing Duke Nerio II Accaglioli to pay tribute to him instead of the Ottomans. The recapture of Athens was celebrated, with one of Constantine's counselors comparing him to the ancient Athenian general Themistocles. Now, despite the crusading army being destroyed by Murad II At the Battle of Varna in November 1444, Constantine continued on in his campaign, supported by Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy, who supported him by sending 300 soldiers. Constantine raided central Greece and the Pindus Mountains in Thessaly, where he was once again welcomed as a liberator. One of his governors seized the town of Lidoriki from the Ottomans, which was renamed Constantinopolis in his honor. Murad II was beginning to get more than a little tired of Constantine's successes. Thus, he marched on Morea in 1446, with an army of possibly up to 60,000 men. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Constantine refused to surrender his gains and prepared for battle. The Ottomans quickly took control of Thessaly. Constantine and Thomas rallied at the Hexamilian Wall. Despite their efforts and the wall's strength, Murad brought cannons with him, and that was a big problem. Well, I'm sure you can see how it ended up. By December the 10th, the wall was breached. Most defenders were either killed or captured, and Constantine and Thomas escaped, albeit barely. Murad's general Turahan was sent to take Mistras and devastate Constantine's land, while Murad led forces in the north. Although Turahan failed to take Mistras, Murad did not aim to conquer the Morea, but rather to instill terror, make an example, living memory of terrible things so that no one would stand up to the Ottomans again. The devastated and depopulated peninsula was thus left in ruins. Constantine and Thomas, well, they were in no position to negotiate. The writing was on the wall. They accepted Murad as their lord, paid him tribute, and promised never to restore the Hexamilian Wall again. Theodore, who had previously been the despot of Morea, passed away in the June of 1448, and later that year, on October 31st, Emperor John VIII Palaiologos also died in Constantinople. Among the surviving Palaiologoi brothers, Constantine was notably the most popular, both in Morea and the capital. John VIII's preferred successor was indeed Constantine, and this choice was strongly supported by their mother, Helena Dragas, who also favored him for the crown. As news of John VIII's death spread, both Thomas and Demetrios rushed back to Constantinople, reaching the capital before Constantine could leave the Morea. Despite many in the capital favoring Demetrios due to his anti-unionist stance, Helena used her authority as regent to stall Demetrios' attempt to seize the throne until Constantine's arrival. Thomas accepted Constantine's appointment without contention, and Demetrios, though initially overruled, eventually proclaimed Constantine as the new emperor. Shortly afterwards, George Soprantes informed Sultan Murad of the succession, and the Sultan also accepted Constantine's appointment on December 6, 1448. With the succession issue resolved peacefully, Helena sent two envoys, Manuel Palaiologos Largos and Alexios Philanthropenos Laskaris, to the Morea to officially proclaim Constantine as emperor, and, of course, to escort him to the capital. Thomas came along for the journey. Constantine was proclaimed Emperor of the Romans in a modest civil ceremony at Mistras on January the 6th, 1449. Instead of the traditional crown, Constantine may have placed a pilos, which is another type of imperial headgear, on his head by his own hands. This local ceremony in Mistras was notably unconventional, as emperors were typically crowned in the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. However, there were historical precedents for such local ceremonies, and like his predecessors, Constantine chose not to have the traditional coronation ceremony in Constantinople upon his arrival. This was partly because both he and the Patriarch of Constantinople, Gregory III Mamas, were supporters of the union of churches, and a formal coronation by Gregory might have incited rebellion among the anti-unionists in the capital. Constantine considered his proclamation at Mistras sufficient for his imperial coronation, and believed it granted him all the constitutional rights of an emperor. In his earliest known imperial document, a Chrysobull from February 1449, he referred to himself as Constantine Palaiologos, in Christ true emperor and autocrat of the Romans. He arrived in Constantinople on the 12th of March 1449, traveling there aboard a Catalan ship. Having served as regent twice and ruled numerous fiefs throughout the empire, Constantine was well prepared for his role as an emperor. By the time he ascended the throne, Constantine was significantly diminished. Rather, Constantinople was significantly diminished from its former glory. The city had not fully recovered from devastating circumstances of the First Crusade in 1204, and yes, they were so devastating that even 200 years later they had not recovered. The 15th century Constantinople was almost like a rural network of population centers, with many churches and palaces, including the former imperial palace, completely abandoned and in disrepair. The Palaiologoi emperors used the Palace of the Blachernae as their main residence, located closer to the city's walls than the former Grand Palace. The population of Constantinople had also significantly decreased due to Latin occupation, civil wars in the 14th century, and recurring outbreaks of the Black Death. By the time Constantine became emperor, the city's population was around 50,000, a stark contrast to its peak in earlier centuries. Shortly after arriving in Constantinople as emperor, his immediate concern was the threat from the Ottomans. Within 2 weeks, he sought to secure the empire by negotiating a truce with Sultan Murad II. He dispatched Andronikos Lagares as an ambassador, who successfully arranged a truce that included not only the capital, but also his brothers in the Morea, aiming to protect that province from further Ottoman incursions. To neutralize his brother Demetrios, who harbored ambitions for the throne and was a source of potential instability, Constantine appointed him as despot of the Morea. This move allowed Demetrios to rule alongside Thomas, dividing the despotate between them. Demetrius took over the former capital, Mistras, and the southern and eastern parts of the Morea, while Thomas controlled the northwest and Corinthia, with his residence alternating between Patras and Leontari. Back in the capital, Constantine faced significant opposition from anti-Unionists, who rejected the authority of the Unionist Patriarch Gregory III. Although Constantine was not a zealous supporter of the union of the churches, he saw it as essential for the empire's survival. However, the Unionists and anti-Unionists found the emperor's pragmatic approach to be unconvincing, prioritizing spiritual integrity over the possibility of Western aid that may not even come. Another pressing issue for Constantine was the continuation of the imperial line, as neither he nor his brothers had male heirs at the time. In February 1449, he sent Manuel de Chipatos to Italy to negotiate with Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples for military aid against the Ottomans, and also to arrange a marriage with Beatrice of Coimbra, Alfonso's niece. However, the alliance did not materialize. In October of 1449, Constantine sent George Soprantes to explore potential brides in the Empire of Trebizond and the Kingdom of Georgia, although this mission also proved to be fruitless. Diplomacy is not easy. Well, upon learning of the death of Murad, Soprantes and Constantine considered a strategic marriage to Murad's widow, Mara Brankovic, to deter the new Sultan, Mehmed II, from attacking Constantinople. However, Mara had no interest in remarrying, having vowed to live a life of celibacy. Soprantes then suggested a Georgian bride for Constantine, but rising tensions with the Ottomans prevented him from pursuing this alliance any further. No time for dating, I suppose. Well, the death of Helena Dragas in March of 1450 was a significant loss for Constantine, as it would be for anyone whose mother passes away. She was deeply respected, and her passing left Constantine without a clear advisor to rely on. At court, Andronikos Palaiologos Kantokozenos, the Megas Domestikos, often disagreed with Constantine, especially over the choice of a Georgian princess as a bride instead of a princess from Trebizond. Locus Notaros, the Megas Doox, and a close friend of Constantine, believed that Constantinople's formidable defenses, would buy enough time for Western aid to arrive. George Soprantos, now promoted to the title of First Lord of the Imperial Wardrobe, was cautious about antagonizing Mehmed II, and advocated for more discreet appeals to Western aid. Well, Constantine quickly sent envoys to the new Sultan Mehmed as a truce, and Mehmed assured the Byzantine envoys of his peaceful intentions, but Constantine remained skeptical about the Sultan's reliability. As he prepared for a potential conflict, he sought alliances, particularly with Venice, which operated a large commercial colony in Constantinople. However, after Constantine raised taxes on Venetian imports to boost the imperial treasury, the Venetians threatened to move their trade elsewhere, and they even signed a treaty with Mehmed in 1451. Constantine attempted to counter this by offering trade incentives to the Republic of Ragusa, though they could provide very little military support. The broader European response to the Ottoman threat was seemingly muted, with most Western kingdoms preoccupied with their own conflicts. The recent succession of the young Mehmed lulled Europeans into a false sense of security. To the papacy, enforcing the union of the churches was a lot more critical than responding to the Ottoman threat. In the August of 1451, Constantine's ambassador, Andronikos Bryennios Leontaris, arrived in Rome, but Pope Nicholas V responded with an ultimatum. Further military aid would only come if the union achieved at Florence was fully accepted at Constantinople. This, of course, placed Constantine in a very difficult position, as enforcing the union risked inciting riots in the capital. Cardinal Isidore of Kiev was sent by the Pope to help enforce the union, but arrived only in October 1452, and at this time Constantinople was already facing significant threats from Mehmed. In an effort to secure the Byzantine Empire against the growing Ottoman threat, one of Constantine's initial acts as emperor was to utilize the presence of Oran Celebi, the great-grandson of the Ottoman Sultan Bayezid I, and a potential rival claimant to the Sultanate. Oran lived as a hostage in Constantinople, and Mehmed had previously agreed to pay annually for his keep. In 1451, Constantine sent a message to Sultan Mehmed, asserting that the payment for Oran's upkeep was insufficient, and hinting that, without increasing the payment, Oran might be released to possibly ignite a Ottoman civil war. This strategy of using Ottoman princes as hostages to create political leverage had been employed by Constantine's father, Manuel II, but it was fraught with risks. Mehmed's Grand Vizier, Halil Pasha, was shocked by the Byzantine threat and considered it a sign of desperation and foolishness. Halil, who had been a mediator ensuring peaceful relations due to his long-term connections with the Byzantines, lost his temper with the Byzantine messengers, vehemently dismissing their threats and warning that the new sultan would not be as lenient as his predecessors. Well, we actually have a source that was chronicling what was actually said at the time. So, in the words of Halil Pasha, it goes a little bit like this. You stupid Greeks, I have had enough of your devious ways. The late Sultan was a lenient and conscientious friend to you. The present Sultan is not of the same mind. If Constantine eludes his bold and impetuous grasp, it will only be because God continues to overlook your cunning and wicked schemes. You are fools to think you can frighten us with your fantasies, and that when the ink on our recent treaty is barely even dry. We are not children without strength or reason. If you think you can start something, then do so. If you want to proclaim Oran as Sultan in Thrace, go ahead. If you want to bring the Hungarians across the Danube, then let them come. If you want to recover the places which you lost long since, try it. But know this, you will make no headway in any of these things. All that you will achieve is to lose what little you still have. Pretty brutal, isn't it? Now, obviously, this was not a wise decision from Constantine, but hindsight is a beautiful thing. The blunder of this significantly weakened Constantine's position. Mehmed considered the threat regarding Oran to be a breach of their 1449 truce, and revoked the small concessions he had granted the Byzantines. The threat gave Mehmed the justification he sought to focus all his efforts on capturing Constantinople, a goal he had harbored since his ascendancy to the Sultanate. Thus, he saw the conquest of Constantinople as vital for the survival of the Ottoman state, ensuring it could not serve as a base for potential crusades, or even fall into the hands of a more formidable adversary than the Byzantines. Inspired by figures like Achilles and Alexander the Great, Mehmed was driven not only by strategic considerations, but also by a fascination with classical and medieval history, wanting to write himself into his own heroic story. Well, I suppose you're the hero or the villain. It depends on whose perspective the story's being told from. In the spring of 1452, Mehmed began constructing the Rumeli Hisari fortress on the western side of the Bosphorus Strait. That's the gap of water that separates the two sides of Constantinople. Now, directly opposite the already existing fort, the Analodohu Hisari. This allowed Mehmed to control sea traffic and effectively blockade Constantinople by both land and sea. Constantine was alarmed by this aggressive move, and citing a precedent set during his grandfather's reign, protested the construction, reminding Mehmed that they had a peace treaty, and he better honor it. Don't be so rude. Well, Mehmed's intentions became increasingly clear, and panic began to ensue in Constantinople. Constantine tried to manage the situation by declaring war on Mehmed after the Ottomans' aggressive actions, but quickly rescinded this declaration, realizing the futility of the gesture. The construction of the Rumeli Hisari was completed by August 1452, serving both as a blockade and a staging area for the planned conquest. Constantine, acknowledging this immediate threat, began urgently to prepare for a siege, focusing on repairing and reinforcing the formidable Theodosian walls of Constantinople. He placed Manuel Palaiologos Lagros in charge of these vital repairs, which were completed later in 1452. Understanding the desperate need for allies, Constantine sent numerous pleas for military aid. To Venice, he stressed that without immediate support, Constantinople would fall. While the Venetians did express sympathy, their own conflicts in Italy limited their ability to provide military support, though they did offer to send armor and gunpowder. The sinking of a Venetian trading ship by the Ottomans, though, changed Venice's stance, placing them at war with Mehmed as well. Now, it wasn't just the Venetians. Constantine also reached out to other potential allies. Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples was promised the island of Lemnos for his support. John Hunyadi of Hungary was promised Mesembria or Selimbria. the Genoese on Chios were offered other incentives for their military assistance. The ambassador to Pope Nicholas V, Biernarius Leontaris, delivered a letter in 1451 outlining the challenges of implementing the union of the churches and proposing a new council to address these issues on fairer ground. However, Nicholas's response was uncompromising, demanding full acceptance of the union achieved at Florence and the reinstatement of the Unionist Patriarch Gregory III. By late 1452, as the situation grew increasingly dire, Constantine continued to fortify Constantinople and appeal in all directions for assistance, but the responses that he did get were limited and largely non-committal. The city itself was on the brink, with Mehmed poised to fulfill his ambition of conquering the last remnant of the Roman Empire, setting the stage for one of history's most dramatic sieges. Constantine's diplomatic efforts intensified as the threat from the Ottomans loomed larger. Understanding the critical nature of his situation, he sent numerous appeals out for assistance, particularly focusing on Pope Nicholas V, whose support was conditional on the full acceptance of the union of the churches and recognition of his spiritual authority over Constantinople. Well, despite the Pope's sympathetic stance, he made it very clear that the papacy alone couldn't significantly counter the Ottomans. They were far too strong, and he insisted on a collective response from Western Europe, mirroring Venice's position that promised only to help if other European powers also helped too. On October the 26th, 1452, Nicholas V's legate, Isidore of Kiev, arrived in Constantinople, alongside the Latin Archbishop of Mytilene, Leonard of Chios, bringing a modest force of 200 Neapolitan archers. While this force was not substantial enough to turn the tide of the impending conflict, their presence was more than a military statement. It was a symbol of potential larger Western support, and a direct attempt to solidify the union of the churches. Their arrival, however, stirred significant unrest among the city's staunch anti-unionists. Theodore Agalianos, a lawyer and vocal anti-unionist, encapsulated the sentiment of many in Constantinople, viewing the union as a cause of great strife and a precursor to the empire's mounting troubles. He criticized the union for scattering the faithful, and believed it was the root of Byzantine misfortunes. Constantine faced a severe backlash for his overtures towards the union. Lucas Notaras, trying to quell the unrest, reasoned with the assembly of nobles that the Catholic visit was well-intentioned, and the accompanying soldiers might indicate forthcoming aid. This did manage to convince many that temporary spiritual concessions could be a price worth paying for their survival, fostering a hope that perhaps more substantial help was on the way. Despite this, once it became more than clear that no further aid was going to come, riots and chaos broke out in the streets of Constantinople. Leonard of Chios advised Constantinople to adopt a firmer stance against the anti-unionists by arresting their leaders. But Constantine, fearing that such actions would martyr the opposition leaders and exacerbate tensions, opted instead for dialogue. He invited the leaders of the synaxes to the palace, asking them to document their objections to the union achieved at Florence. This approach, however, did very little to mitigate the broader crisis, especially as another Venetian ship was sunk by Ottoman fire from the new Rumeli Hisari castle, exacerbating fears and rallying the city around a common threat. As the forces of Sultan Mehmed tightened their grip around Constantinople, Emperor Constantine faced the daunting reality of defending his city against this seemingly impossible odds. The Ottomans, determined to capture the city, bombarded Constantinople's formidable land walls while planning to infiltrate its weaker sea defenses. Constantine, foreseeing this, had laid a massive chain across the Golden Horn, effectively blocking the Ottoman fleet's entry. This defensive measure held firm initially, preventing the fleet from aiding the land assault directly. However, the siege's tide began to change with the arrival of crucial reinforcements. A few days after the siege commenced, the massive chain was temporarily lifted to allow 3 Genoese ships from the papacy and a large supply vessel from Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples to enter the city on April 20. Their successful breach of the Ottoman naval blockade under the hostile gaze of Mehmed significantly boosted the morale of Constantinople's defenders. The Ottoman admiral Süleyman Baltoglu, under direct and frantic commands from Mehmed, failed to stop these ships, marking a significant, albeit brief, victory for the Constantinople side. Well, despite the morale boost, Mehmed was relentlessly in his strategy to conquer Constantinople. By April 23rd, to the defenders' dismay, they witnessed the Ottoman fleet being dragged across land on a series of tracks behind Galata. This ingenious move by Mehmed circumvented the chain and allowed the Ottoman ships to enter the Golden Horn. Attempts by the Venetians to counter this maneuver by attacking the Ottoman ships were unsuccessful. As the siege wore on, the strain on Constantinople's defenders grew. The sea walls, known to be weaker than the land fortifications, now also needed to be manned. Food shortages also began to take their toll. Prices began to soar, leading to starvation among the poor. Constantine ordered that the funds be collected from churches, monasteries, and private residents to buy food for the destitute. Precious metals from church treasuries were thus melted down, with Constantine promising to repay the clergy if the city withstood the siege. The Ottoman bombardment eventually created a breach in the outer walls, exposing the inner defenses and heightening Constantine's anxiety. He desperately sent messages to Mehmed, offering any form of tribute to end the siege. But Mehmed left him on red, and his resolve was firm. Mehmed responded with a stark ultimatum. Either Constantine surrendered the city for generous terms, including territories for his brother, or face complete destruction and death for himself and his nobles. Constantine, the Roman emperor, the very last of that line, bound by duty and honor, could not conceive of surrendering Constantinople, and dismissed Mehmed's offer. He had resolved to fight to the end. As hope dwindled, rumors of a Venetian fleet coming to relieve the city provided a glimmer of hope. However, when a Venetian ship scouting the blockade returned with no news of an approaching relief force, despair set in among the city's defenders. Some of Constantine's counselors and companions pleaded with him to escape and establish a government in exile, possibly in the Morea. Constantine refused, unwilling to abandon his city and be remembered as the emperor who fled. His resolve was to stand with Constantinople. He had declared, and I quote, "God forbid that I should live as an emperor without an empire. As my city falls, I will fall with it." In his final message to Mehmed, Constantine expressed the collective resolve of Constantinople's citizens to die free rather than live under Ottoman subjugation, stating in his letter, "As to surrendering the city to you, it is not for me to decide or for anyone else of its citizens, for all of us have reached the mutual decision to die of our own free will, without any regard for our lives." As the siege entered its final days, internal strife among the defenders began to surface, with Venetians and Genoese bickering amongst each other, forcing Constantine to remind them of the greater enemy at the gates. The emperor, placing his faith in divine will, prepared for the inevitable assault, ready to face the end with his city, embodying the spirit of a ruler steadfast in the face of overwhelming odds. In the dark early hours of May 29th, 1453, the final assault on Constantinople began. Mehmed's forces had meticulously prepared for this moment, their numbers overwhelming. Despite the unrelenting siege and the dwindling hope, Constantine remained with the men, resolute in his decision to stand with them against the encroaching Ottomans. And as the siege wore on and on, the city of Constantinople was beset by ominous signs. On the 22nd of May, before the final day, a lunar eclipse cast a great shadow over the city, fulfilling a prophecy that the city would fall when the moon waned. Constantine, in an effort to bolster the morale of his beleaguered forces, ordered the revered icon of the Virgin Mary to be carried through the streets in procession. However, this effort was thwarted first by the icon slipping from its frame, and then by a sudden shift in the weather to rain and then hail. The following days were cloaked in a thick fog, adding to the sense of the impending doom. On the night of May 26, as Mehmed prepared the troops for the onslaught, strange lights were observed illuminating the dome of the Hagia Sophia, interpreted by both the Ottomans and the Byzantines as a divine symbol. To the former, a harbinger of victory, and for the latter, a sign of their doom. The Byzantine emperor led his solemn procession along the city walls, icons and relics in hand, as both Orthodox and Catholic defenders joined together in prayer, a rare show of unity fostered by their shared peril. And on this night, before the final assault, The city was a tableau of desperate hope and prayer. The Hagia Sophia opened its doors to all, with Emperor Constantine himself present, praying and seeking forgiveness, just like any other member of the public. He then made his rounds, inspecting the defences and saying his farewells, aware that these would be his final hours. Dawn broke on May 29th. The Ottoman cannons ceased their bombardment, and silence fell, a brief, eerie calm before the storm of the final assault. The defenders, stretched thin and exhausted, fought valiantly under the command of the Genoese commander, Giovanni Giustiniani. But as the sun rose, Giustiniani himself was gravely wounded, and his withdrawal marked the beginning of the end. The Ottomans exploited a small, unguarded position, postern gate, the Kerker Porta, to flood into the city. Panic ensued among the defenders as they saw the Ottoman banner rise over the walls. And with that, the city was overrun. The once mighty walls that had withstood sieges for over 1,000 years finally fell. Emperor Constantine, seeing the collapse of his city's defences, refused the calls to flee. His last stand was among his soldiers. There was no distinction between emperor and soldier in those final moments. According to later accounts, his final words as he charged back into the fight were poignant, yelling at the Ottomans while charging at them, screaming, "The city is fallen, and I am still alive." His body was later found among the others, and though there was confusion and conflicting reports about his exact fate, the consensus among historians is that he did indeed die fighting. His head was severed and presented to Mehmed II, a grim trophy of the conquest. Thus, the fall of Constantinople marked the end of an era and the end of an emperor. The last remnants of the Roman Empire vanished into history. Mehmed entered the city, not only as a conqueror, but as a successor to the Roman legacy, styling himself Caesar in addition to Sultan. The city he conquered would become the heart of his empire, renamed Istanbul, and serve as a bridge between continents and cultures for centuries to come. Constantine's legacy endures as a symbol of resistance and dignity, the last emperor to stand in defense of his people and his city and Christendom against impossible odds. His death marked not just the fall of the city, but the end of the Byzantine Empire, leaving a profound legacy on both Eastern and Western history. Well, I hope you didn't cry too hard. I suppose it's all, well, if you are a European descent person, I suppose it's all a little bit too much to think about. Well, all in the past now, as we can say, though it is hard to be detached sometimes. It's sad. Justinian I. You may also know him as Justinian the Great, and for good reason. He was the Byzantine Emperor from 527 to 565 AD. He's best known for his ambitious program to reconquer the western half of the historical Roman Empire. His comprehensive compilation of Roman law, known as the Corpus Juris Civilis, which laid the foundation for modern civil law, and of course his extensive public works, including the reconstruction of the Hagia Sophia, which set architectural standards for centuries. It was under his rule that the Byzantine Empire reached its greatest territorial extent, briefly reuniting the eastern and western halves of the empire. But his was a reign that was also marked by internal challenges, including the Nico riots, a devastating plague, and ongoing conflicts with Persians in the east. If you want to learn about Justinian, well, you have clicked on the right video. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're returning, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe tells YouTube that you want more people to see the video, and fingers crossed, it will push them in the right direction. Now, with that out of the way, I would like you to get relaxed, and let's begin our biography of Justinian I. Justinian was born in Taurisium, Dardania, probably around 482. He was a native speaker of Latin, and possibly the last Roman emperor to be so. He came from a peasant family, believed to be of either Illyro-Roman or Thraco-Roman origin. The name Eustianus, which he adopted later, indicates his adoption by his uncle Justin. During his reign, he founded Justiniana I near his birthplace. His mother was Vigilantia, the sister of Justin, who was a commander of the imperial guard unit, the Exhibitors, before becoming emperor. Justin adopted Justinian, brought him to Constantinople, and ensured he received a good education in jurisprudence, theology, and of course, Roman history. Thus, Justinian served as a candidatus, one of 40 men selected from the Scholae Platinae to serve as the emperor's personal bodyguard. The chronicler John Malaise, who was alive during Justinian's reign, describes him as a short, fair-skinned, curly-haired, round-faced, and handsome man. Another contemporary historian, Procopius, offers a different sort of opinion of him, and he compares Justinian's appearance to that of the tyrannical emperor Domitian, though this is most likely a slander. When Emperor Anastasius died in 518, Justin was proclaimed the new emperor, with significant help from Justinian, who displayed great ambition, and it is claimed that he acted as virtual regent long before Justin officially made him associate emperor, though there is no conclusive evidence for this. As Justin's mental faculties declined, Justinian became the de facto ruler, following the assassination of the general Vitalian in 520, which was orchestrated by Justinian and Justin. Justinian was appointed consul and commander of the army of the East. He remained a close confidant of Justin's, and in 525 was granted the titles of nobilismus and Caesar, indicating his status as heir apparent. He was thus crowned co-emperor on April 1st of 527, and became the sole ruler after Justin's death on August the 1st, 527. What a way to climb the ladder, don't you think? Well, as ruler, Justinian was known for his tireless work ethic, and he even had the nickname the Emperor Who Never Sleeps. He was reportedly approachable and quite friendly. Around 525, he married Theodora, a former actress who was significantly younger than him, though Procopius suggests that she was a former lady of the night, as we'll put it in that way. Well, previously, Justinian could not have married her due to her social class, but this was made possible by a law that was passed by Emperor Justin I that lifted restrictions on marriages to ex-actresses. Well, either way, it caused a little bit of a scandal, plenty of raised eyebrows. But despite all of that, Theodora became highly influential in the politics of the empire. In fact, you can often see her in artistic depictions standing right next to Justinian. Well, Justinian's team included the talented legal advisor Tribonian, the diplomat Peter the Patrician, finance ministers John the Cappadocian and Peter Barasimes, and generals Belisarius and Narses. His reign marked a defining moment in the history of jurisprudence with his comprehensive overhaul of all Roman laws. This was an endeavor that up to this point had never been undertaken. His reforms culminated in the creation of the aforementioned Corpus Juris Civilis, which is comprised of the Codex Justinianus, the Digesta or Pandacte, the Institutiones, and the Novellae. The process began when Justinian appointed the Quaestor Tribonian to oversee this monumental task. The first version of the Codex Justinianus, which codified imperial constitutions dating back to the 2nd century, was completed and issued on April the 7th, 529, with a final version appearing in 534. This was followed by the Digesta in 533, which was a compilation of older legal texts, and the Institutiones, which served as a legal textbook for students. The Novellae, consisting of new laws enacted during Justinian's reign, hence the name, supplemented this collection, and were published in Greek, reflecting the predominant language of the Eastern Empire. The Corpus Juris Civilis not only forms the basis of Latin jurisprudence, including ecclesiastical canon law, but also offers historians deep insights into the concerns and the activities of the late Roman Empire. This collection compiled various legal sources such as laws, senatorial consults, imperial decrees, case laws, and interpretations by jurists. Tribonian's work ensured the survival and continuation of Roman law, which later became the foundation of Byzantine law in the Basilica, composed by Basil I and Leo VI the Wise. Now, the Justiniac Code was introduced to Italy after the region's conquest by the Pragmatic Sanction of 554, and from there it spread to Western Europe in the 12th century. This legal code formed the basis of many continental European legal systems, which were then exported to the Americas and beyond during the later Age of Discovery. It has also influenced legal practices in Eastern Europe, including Russia, where it was adapted into Slavic editions. Justinian also implemented significant social and moral reforms. He even enacted laws to protect S-workers from exploitation and women being forced into S-work, with severe penalties for men who did the wrong thing. His policies ensured that women accused of serious crimes were guarded by other women to prevent abuse. Widows also received back their dowries, and husbands could not incur significant debt without their wife's consent, confirmed twice. Pretty progressive, huh? Well, the emperor's legislation displayed a heightened concern for the welfare of children, especially those born out of wedlock or neglected. Laws were passed to protect children from the repercussions of parental remarriage or abandonment, ensuring that they did not have to resort to begging. In addition to his legal reforms, he made significant contributions to the welfare of his subjects. He discontinued the regular appointment of consuls in 541 to streamline administration. In Constantinople, he established hospitals offering free medical care and maintained public baths that were free for all residents. Furthermore, 20 state bakeries provided bread to the needy, completely free, encapsulating the emperor's dedication to social welfare and ensuring that no resident of the empire went hungry. Justinian's early reign was marked by decisive but some unpopular choices in his advisors, which led to significant unrest. In the January of 532, tensions culminated in the Nika riots, where supporters from competing chariot racing factions united against him. The rioters demanded the dismissal of Tribonian and 2 other ministers, and sought to replace Justinian with Hypatius, a nephew of the late Emperor Anastasius. As the chaos unfolded in Constantinople, Justinian contemplated fleeing by sea, but was persuaded by his wife Theodora, who chose to stay and face the crisis rather than retreating. Well, in a decisive move, Justinian ordered generals Belisarius and Mundus to suppress the riots by any means necessary. And the necessary means, of course, were a little harsh. Now, according to Procopius, approximately 30,000 civilians were killed right in the middle of the hippodrome, highlighting the brutal response to restore order. The insistence of Theodora was crucial in this decision, and it led to the execution of Anastasius's nephews, which Justinian initially resisted. The aftermath of the riots provided Justinian with an opportunity to reconstruct and beautify Constantinople, most notably through the rebuilding of the Hagia Sophia. This architectural marvel became a symbol of his reign and a testament to Byzantine engineering prowess, and it's still there today in the modern city of Istanbul, albeit it's a little bit of a different city now. Justinian's reign is also noted for his ambitious military campaigns aimed at restoring the old boundaries of the Roman Empire back to the glory days, it seems. But he never personally led his troops. However, he celebrated the military achievements under his rule, especially those accomplished by his general, the great Belisarius. These campaigns significantly expanded Byzantine influence and recovered territories around the western Mediterranean that had been lost in the 5th century. Justinian saw these reconquests as a divine duty to restore Roman imperial boundaries. Additionally, Justinian's tenure was marked by ongoing hostilities with the Sassanid Empire, which he inherited from his uncle. The Iberian War, as it was known, saw fluctuating fortunes. In 530, Byzantine forces won battles at Dara and Satala, but suffered a defeat at Callinicum in 531. Efforts to forge alliances with the Aksamites of Ethiopia and the Himyarites of Yemen were also unsuccessful. But the death of the Persian king Kavad I in the September of 531 allowed Justinian to negotiate what was called an eternal peace with Kavad's successor, Khosrau I in 532. And this wasn't cheap. In fact, it cost Justinian 11,000 pounds of gold. The treaty did, however, secure the eastern frontier, enabling him to focus on the west, where he aimed to reclaim regions lost to Germanic kingdoms established in the former Western Roman Empire. In his campaign to reclaim these former territories, Justinian targeted the Vandal kingdom in North Africa, after an appeal from the deposed Vandal king Hilderic. Hilderic had been overthrown and imprisoned by his cousin Gelimer in 530. Hilderic had maintained favorable relations with Justinian as well as the North African Catholic clergy, which prompted his appeal for assistance. So, Justinian demanded that Gelimer restore Hilderic to the throne. But Gelimer's dismissive response provoked Justinian to action. He swiftly concluded that peace with the Sasanian Empire to negotiate on this conflict in particular. In 533, the Byzantine general Belisarius was dispatched with a fleet of 92 dromons and 500 transport ships, carrying approximately 15,000 men, along with some additional barbarian troops. They landed at Caput Vada, which is around modern-day Ras Kabodia in Tunisia, and caught the Vandals completely unprepared and by surprise. Well, the great Belisarius achieved victories rapidly, decisively defeating the Vandals at Ad Decimum on September the 14th, 533, and later at Tricamarum in December, leading to the capture of Carthage, certainly bringing back the old glory days of Rome. Well, Gelimer, he fled to Mount Papua in Numidia, but he ended up surrendering in the spring of the following year. He was then brought to Constantinople to be paraded around and jeered at when he was displayed in a triumph. As a result of this campaign, Justinian also regained control over the Mediterranean islands of Sardinia, Corsica, and the Balearic Islands, as well as the strategic point of Septem Fratres, near modern Mons Calpe, later known as Gibraltar. The war, however, had devastating effects on the population of the region. Procopius, the contemporary historian, noted that the conflict depopulated Africa to such an extent one might travel for days on end without encountering a single person. He estimated about 5 million people had died, whether due to famine, the war itself, or pestilence. Either way, the result is the same. Well, following the victory, an African prefecture was established, with its center in, guess where, Carthage. This was in the April of 534. But in the following 15 years, the stability in the region was beginning to break down, though it was tenuous from the beginning, marred by conflicts with the Moors and military mutinies. Full pacification was not achieved until much later in 548, after which the region enjoyed relative peace and prosperity, at least compared to before. Now, talking about prosperity, let's do some accounting. You know before how we were going on about 11,000 pounds of gold being quite expensive, certainly a grand sum to hand over to the Persians. Well, the entire campaign to recover Africa cost the Byzantine Empire approximately 100,000 pounds of gold. I certainly hope it was worth it. Well, the death of the young Ostrogothic king, Athalaric, on October the 2nd, 534, and the subsequent power struggles in Ostrogothic Italy presented Justinian with another opportunity for expansion, or, as he saw it, simply taking back what was rightfully his. Theodahad, seizing power, imprisoned Queen Amalasuintha, the daughter of Theodoric and mother to Athalaric, on the island of Martana in Lake Bolsena, where she was eventually assassinated in 535. In response to this, Belisarius was dispatched with 7,500 men to intervene, beginning his campaign by invading Sicily in 535, then advancing further into Italy, where they captured Naples and subsequently Rome on the 9th of December, 536. During this period, Theodahad was overthrown by the Ostrogothic army, which elected Viticus as their new leader. Well, Viticus jumped straight into action and mustered a large force, ready to besiege Rome, and he did, from February 537 to March of 538. But ultimately, he failed to retake the city. Tensions between the Byzantine generals Belisarius and Narses emerged, complicating the military campaign. Despite initial successes, including the capture of Milan, the city was soon lost and devastated by the Ostrogoths. Justinian rather sheepishly recalled Narses in the year 539. By 540, the military tide had turned in favor of the Byzantines, allowing Belisarius to march to the Ostrogothic capital, Ravenna. It was there the Ostrogoths offered him the title of Western Roman Emperor, an offer that Belisarius pretended to accept. He entered the city in May of 540 and secured it for the empire. Subsequently, he was recalled by Justinian and returned to Constantinople with the captured Viticus and his wife Matasuntha. The recall of Belisarius was necessitated by renewed aggression from the Persian Empire. That's right, the Eternal Peace had a somewhat ironic name, as it didn't really last for too long. Oh, and there are no refunds on that 11,000 pounds of gold. The Persian king, Khosrow, invaded Roman territory in 540, sacking cities such as Beroea and Antioch, and demanding tribute. The Persian offensive, of course, redirected Byzantine military efforts from Italy to the Eastern Front. Belisarius returned to the Eastern campaigns in 541, achieving some initial successes. However, he was recalled again to Constantinople in 542, amidst some rather nasty court rumors circulating about his apparent disloyalty. Well, unfortunately, not much time to discuss this, as a major plague outbreak and a rebellion within Persia curtailed Khosrow's campaigns, a lucky break for the Byzantines. But plagues spread. Justinian seized this opportunity to instruct his eastern forces to invade Persian Armenia, but the Byzantines were defeated at Anglon by a much smaller Persian force, by the way. Thus, in 545, a truce was negotiated for the southern Roman-Persian frontier, although conflicts continued in the north of Lazica. The Lazic War continued to drag on, with the Lazic king eventually siding with the Byzantines. Justinian's efforts in Lazica included replacing his generals to improve the military situation. Finally, after years of warfare, a 50 years peace was established in 562, with Persia agreeing to abandon Lazica in exchange for annual tribute from the Romans. Yeah, I wouldn't have trusted him. The peace agreement marked a temporary cessation of hostilities on the eastern frontier. Yeah, temporary, spoiler alert. Well, it did allow Justinian to refocus his attention on internal empire building and legal reforms, though. One must keep themselves busy, and he always was. As we've said, the emperor who never sleeps. That's Justinian. Well, during this period, the military focus shifted eastward. But in Italy itself, the situation had really deteriorated. Following the deaths of the Ostrogothic kings, Ildibad and Eraric, in 541, under the leadership of King Totila, the Ostrogoths quickly regained territory. After their victory at Faenza in 542, they reconquered most of southern Italy, and soon controlled pretty much all of the Italian peninsula. Well, better call Belisarius, who returned to Italy in late 544. But it wasn't easy. He was hampered by a lack of troops, along with a lack of supplies, making very little progress and ultimately being relieved of command in 548. Well, despite all of these challenges, he did manage to defeat a Gothic fleet of around 200 ships. During this tumultuous period, Rome changed hands multiple times. It was captured and depopulated by the Goths in December of 546, then reclaimed the next year by the Byzantines in 547, and again 3 years later in the January of 550, seized again by the Goths. Totila also extended his campaigns to Sicily and the Greek coastlines. Ultimately, Justinian sent a sizable force of about 35,000 men under the command of Narses, who reached Ravenna in June of 552. This force managed to decisively defeat the Ostrogoths at the Battle of Bustagalorum in the Apennines within a month, where Totila was killed. Rest in peace, Totila. A subsequent victory at Mons Lactarius in October 552 effectively ended the Ostrogothic resistance. By 554, after repelling a major Frankish invasion at Casilinum, Italy was firmly under Byzantine control, although further efforts were needed to subdue the remaining Gothic strongholds. It was more or less mission accomplished. Italy was then garrisoned with 16,000 men. The protracted conflict cost the empire approximately, and you can love this, 300,000 pounds of gold. While Procopius also estimated that 15 million Goths perished during this war, but that's probably and pretty much definitely an overestimation. Well, in addition to these military endeavors, Justinian's forces established a foothold in Visigothic Hispania, when the usurper Athanagild sought assistance against King Agila I. In 552, Justinian dispatched 2,000 men under the command of Liberius, capturing Cartagena and other southeastern cities, founding the province of Spania. This marked the zenith of Byzantine territorial expansion, though the alliance with the Athanagild deteriorated after he secured his kingship. Now, back in the Balkans, Justinian faced incursions from Turkic and Slavic peoples. Defensive strategies and diplomacy were his main responses, except in 559, when a significant threat led by Zabrogan reached the outskirts of Constantinople. The city was spared a siege, thanks to the timely intervention of the veteran general Belisarius, sweeping in to save the day. Well, all in all, Justinian's ambitious projects to restore the Roman Empire achieved somewhat mixed results. The early successes in the 530s gave way to a prolonged and devastating conflict with the Goths, which brought great hardship to Italy, though its long-term impacts were less severe than often believed. Despite significant opposition, the conquests in Africa and parts of Hispania eliminated major naval threats, and when Justinian finally died in 555, the empire had reached its greatest territorial extent since the fall of the Western Roman Empire, and that's a pretty good achievement. However, the empire was overextended, and Justinian's policies often neglected the new realities of the 6th century politics in Europe, leading to vulnerabilities. The later years of his reign show that even Constantinople was not immune to barbarian threats from the north. Justinian viewed the orthodoxy of his empire as threatened by divergent religious currents, particularly monophysitism, which had substantial followings in the eastern provinces like Syria and Egypt. While in essence monophysitism advocated that Christ had one divine nature, rather than a dual nature combining divine and human elements, a view that was condemned as heretical by the Council of Chalcedon in 451. Previous emperors, however, such as Zeno and Anastasius, had been tolerant of monophysitism, which of course caused more than a little friction with the bishops of Rome. Justinian reversed these policies, affirming the Chalcedonian doctrine and condemning the monophysites. He attempted to enforce religious unity by promoting doctrinal compromises. It was through these efforts that he saw a rather general failure of policy, and it pleased no one. Both conflicting parties, both were still angry with each other and never really reached an agreement. Toward the end of his life, however, Justinian actually found himself leaning towards the monophysite doctrine, but he died before he could enact any relevant legislation. Now, Empress Theodora, his wife, sympathized with the monophysites and reportedly engaged in pro-monophysite intrigues in court. In his reign, Justinian's control extended to ecclesiastical matters, reflecting a rather despotic approach. He issued laws concerning Christ's core doctrines right at the start of his reign, and threatened penalties for heresy, later aiming to prevent such disturbances by legal means. He solidified the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed as the Church's sole symbol, and gave legal force to the canons of the four ecumenical councils. His era saw the affirmation that nothing in the Church could happen against the emperor's will, a stance evident when he supported the banishment of the Patriarch Athamas with secular enforcement. His rule also focused on protecting the Church's integrity and extending monasticism. He ensured that monks could inherit property and receive annual gifts from the imperial treasury or taxed provinces, and protected monastic estates from lay confiscation. His ecclesiastical policies also led to significant architectural contributions, most notably the reconstruction of the Hagia Sophia, which became a central symbol of Eastern Orthodoxy, and was of course lavishly decorated with mosaics and a gilded dome, funded by £20,000 of gold. Justinian's efforts to manage church affairs extended beyond internal policy, however. He ended the Accession schism that had divided the Eastern Empire and Rome by rejecting the previous emperor's policies that undermined the Council of Chalcedon. His influence even reached into papal elections, notably supporting Vigilius over Silverius. The unity restored between East and West did, however, not resolve the ongoing disputes in the eastern provinces. Justinian's fluctuating policies, which swung between persecution of non-Chalcedonian bishops and monks and attempts at theological compromise, aimed to integrate monophysites into the Chalcedonian framework, but were largely unsuccessful. These efforts, combined with Theodora's unreserved support for the Miaphysites, culminated in the controversial condemnation of the three chapters, leading to a temporary schism in the West and continued dissatisfaction among the monophysites in the East. Justinian's religious policy was closely tied to his belief that the unity of the empire had to have a unity of faith, specifically the Orthodox Chalcedonian Christian faith. Other faiths didn't count. He perceived any deviation from this orthodoxy as simply a threat to imperial stability, leading to vigorous enforcement of laws against paganism and other non-Christian religions. The Codex Justianus included statutes aimed at the complete eradication of paganism, which were, of course, strictly applied, affecting even the highest ranking of individuals. His reign sadly marked the closure of the Neoplatonic Academy in Athens in 529, ending the last vestige of pagan academia. However, other educational institutions in Constantinople, Antioch, and Alexandria continued unharmed under his rule. His efforts, of course, extended beyond pagans, influencing various groups across the empire. John of Ephesus reported large-scale conversions of pagans in Asia Minor, though the accuracy of these claims is debatable. Christian missions were also directed towards groups like the Heruli, the Huns, the Abasci, and the Tazani in Caucasia. Thus the emperor worked to eradicate any lingering pagan practices in remote areas, such as the worship of Amun at Awagila and other Egyptian gods and goddesses at Philae. But of course, it wasn't just pagans. Jews had faced increased restrictions under Justinian, with curtailments on their civil rights and their religious privileges too. There was also an interference in synagogue affairs, with pushes to replace Hebrew scriptural texts with the Greek Septuagint in Constantinople's synagogues. Samaritans and Manichaeans faced severe repercussions for resisting conversion to Christianity. The Samaritans frequently rebelled against these pressures, leading to cycles of violence between them and the Christian communities. Justinian's edicts against the Samaritans were as harsh as the other ones. Well, they claimed to quell their insurrections through brute force, and quell they did. Manichaeans suffered through inquisitions and executions, reflecting the emperor's staunch stance against religious dissent. While throughout his reign he remained a fervent supporter of the Christian Church, using his power to solidify orthodoxy across the empire, often at the expense of religious and cultural diversity, but I doubt he really cared much about that. His policies, while aiming to unify and strengthen his realms through a single religious framework, also led to significant strife and divisions. Justinian was also renowned for his extensive building projects, which were well documented by historians like Procopius. Now we have mentioned his most significant construction, the Hagia Sophia, originally a basilica that was actually destroyed during the Nika riots. This monumental project was supervised by the architects Isidore of Miletus and Anthemius of Tralles, and was completed in the year 537. Upon its completion, Justinian famously proclaimed, "Solomon, I have outdone thee," highlighting the ambition to surpass the architectural achievements of ancient rulers. He was referring to Solomon's temple. The Hagia Sophia was reconsecrated in 562 after further enhancements by Isidore the Younger, solidifying its status as the epicenter of Eastern Christianity, with its grand dome and elaborate mosaics. Another significant religious construction during his reign included the Church of the Holy Apostles, which was extensively rebuilt, and the Church of the Saints Sergius and Bacchus, also known as the Little Hagia Sophia, completed between 532 and 536. These projects not only served religious purposes, but they acted as a kind of symbol of imperial authority and a show of piety. Justinian's contributions to Constantinople's infrastructure included luxurious embellishments to the Great Palace of Constantinople, where excavations have uncovered high-quality mosaics from his era. A notable secular monument was the bronze statue erected in 543 in the Augusteum, depicting Justinian on horseback in military regalia. Beyond the capital, Justinian fortified the empire's borders with new fortifications in Africa and the East, and improved urban infrastructure to bolster defense and public welfare. Notable projects included the advanced arch dam at Dara, the Sangarius Bridge in Bithynia, which served the critical military supply route, and significant urban reconstruction projects in cities devastated by wars or natural disasters. Earthquakes were kind of common. Justinian also founded the city of Justiniana I near his birthplace, aiming to make it the new administrative and religious hub of Illyricum. The initiative was part of his broader goal to consolidate and centralize imperial control. Despite his focus on grand construction projects, his reign saw a decline in some centers of learning, such as the Neoplatonic Academy in Athens and the law school of Berytus. Nonetheless, his era was one marked by the flourishing of Byzantine culture, with historians like Procopius, yes, and also poets such as Paul the Silentiary and Romanus the Melodist, making significant contributions to their fields. Justinian's reign marked a pivotal era in the economic foundation of the Byzantine Empire, heavily reliant on agriculture, while also benefiting significantly from long-distance trade. This trade network extended as far away as Cornwall, that's right, in the modern-day United Kingdom, where tin was exchanged for Roman wheat. The efficient movement of goods, particularly grain from Alexandria to Constantinople, was enhanced by Justinian's construction of a large granary on Tenedos, facilitating storage and onward transport to the capital. Another crucial economic sector was the silk trade. Initially dependent on imports processed within the empire, Justinian aimed to localize silk production. In 541, he secured a monopoly for imperial factories in the production of silk goods. Efforts to establish a new trade route for silk, independent of Persian intermediaries, included attempts to engage the Abyssinians as trade mediators. However, these attempts were unfortunately largely unsuccessful due to Persian dominance in Indian markets. The breakthrough came in the early 550s, when two monks successfully managed to smuggle silkworm eggs from Central Asia to Constantinople, enabling the empire to produce its own silk. Justinian also capitalized on the natural resources that were available, setting up gold and silver mining operations across various regions, including the Balkans, Anatolia, Armenia, Cyprus, Egypt, and even, to the south of Egypt, the Kingdom of Nubia. Now, in terms of finances, Justinian inherited a substantial treasury surplus from his predecessors, which he aimed to augment through more efficient tax collection and anti-corruption measures. Administrative reforms included enhancing the powers of prefectural and provincial leaders, while reducing the vicarieties of the dioceses, streamlining the empire's bureaucratic structure. These changes, while yes increasing tax revenue, also impacted traditional provincial life by undermining the autonomy of the town councils. The economic prosperity under Justinian was good, sure, but it had its own challenges. The empire, of course, faced setbacks such as the devastating plague from 541 to 43, which significantly reduced the population, thus creating labor shortages and potentially leading to wage increases. The same thing happened after the Black Plague in Europe and culminated in the peasants' revolt that Wat Tyler organized, but that's a video for another day. 2 videos. Well, this reliance as well on barbarian troops in the military, that was of course emblematic of these manpower shortages. Additionally, the ongoing wars in Italy and against the Persians strained the empire's resources, leading to fairly justified criticisms of Justinian's decision to curtail the government-run postal service, limiting it to a single route of military relevance only. During the 530s, the Christian Roman Empire experienced a series of severe climatic disturbances that caused widespread despair, leading many to feel as if divine favor had been withdrawn. The atmosphere was laden with noxious fumes, and the sun, though visible, failed to provide adequate warmth, leading to dramatically colder weather, severely impacting agricultural production across Europe and the Middle East. This unusual climatic phenomenon, recorded in 535 to 36, of course resulted in a devastating famine that was unprecedented in its scope and impact. The contemporary historian Procopius documented these events, describing the sun as dim and lacking brightness, akin to an eclipse, with its light feeble and lacking its usual clarity. The description from his account of the Vandalic War underscores the dramatic and unsettling nature of the environmental changes observed during this period. Certainly would have freaked a lot of people out with the old world superstitions, that's for sure. While the exact causes of these catastrophic events remain a subject of debate, there's a few theories though. One, of course, being triggered by a massive volcanic eruption, with potential candidates including the Rabaul Caldera, Lake Ilopango, Krakatoa, or even a volcano in Iceland, according to recent studies. These eruptions would have, of course, released vast quantities of ash and sulfur into the stratosphere, reducing solar radiation and leading to a significant drop in global temperatures. Of course, the situation worsened significantly in 542 when the Eastern Roman Empire was struck with the plague, a plague that was so synonymous with the era that it is now called the Plague of Justinian. Don't blame it on him, though. It's just a name. Now, this outbreak of bubonic plague, rivaled only by the Black Death of the 14th century, caused the deaths of millions. Remarkably, Justinian himself actually contracted the plague, but he survived, a testament to the indiscriminate nature of the disease, which affected all levels of society. But, conveniently, the top boss gets to live. Well, the actual death toll and the plague's overall impact, of course, are another subject of debate, with some questioning the traditional estimates of the fatalities. I mean, when we're talking in millions, especially when we have Procopius throwing out numbers of death tolls in wars up to 15 million people, well, raises a few eyebrows again, doesn't it? Adding to the calamities of Justinian's reign, in the July of 551, the eastern Mediterranean was hit by a massive earthquake that was centered near Beirut, which also generated a devastating tsunami. The combined effects of the earthquake and tsunami were, of course, as you would expect, catastrophic, with total fatalities, according to the estimates, possibly exceeding 30,000. In fact, the tremors from this seismic event were felt as far away as Antioch and Alexandria. Well, even though Justinian was struck by the plague in the 540s and managed to recover, tragically, his wife Theodora died in 548, at a relatively young age. She had probably died from cancer. That's not proven, but that is probably how she went. Justinian, who survived her by nearly 20 years, had a profound interest in these theological matters throughout his life, and the closer he got to the end of it, the more and more he became devoted to religion in his later years. Of course, the more his death got closer, the more he actively participated in debates on Christian doctrine, and garnered a deep engagement with religious issues of all kinds. Justinian eventually did pass away on the 14th of November 565, leaving no children. He was succeeded by Justin II, who was the son of his sister Vigilantia. Justinian II was then married to Sophia, who was the niece of Theodora, thus maintaining a familial connection to the previous emperor. Justinian's final resting place was a specially constructed mausoleum in the Church of the Holy Apostles. Unfortunately, his tomb was desecrated and robbed during the pillage of Constantinople in 1204 by the forces of the Fourth Crusade, a rather tragic end to the legacy of one of Byzantium's most significant rulers. Well, thank you very much for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed the video for today. If you've made it this far, well done. I'm sure you've learned a lot about Justinian. And wherever Justinian is now, I'm sure he's very happy that you've been enlightened about his reign. Since its inception in the 7th century, Christianity and Islam have been at odds. In the century after Muhammad's death in 632, Islamic forces seized territories including Jerusalem, the Levant, North Africa, and a large portion of the Iberian Peninsula. areas that were previously dominated by Christianity. By the 11th century, the Christian forces had begun reclaiming parts of Iberia through the Reconquista, though their connection to the Holy Land was weakening. The Fatimid dynasty, rulers of North Africa and large regions of Western Asia, including Jerusalem and Damascus, had kept a relatively peaceful relationship with Western powers. However, in 1073, the Seljuk dynasty took Jerusalem from the Fatimids, marking a shift to a less accommodating stance towards Christian pilgrims. The plight of the pilgrims and the call for aid from Byzantium rang out in the heartland of Europe, and the embers of a new kind of war were ignited. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you here again. If you'd like to support the channel, perhaps follow the links to the Patreon. Otherwise, a like, comment and subscribe goes a long way. And now, without further ado, let's talk about the First Crusade. This is part of a larger series on the Crusades in general, which I will get to, and we'll be going into quite a great amount of detail, so make sure you're relaxed. The onset of the First Crusade was a direct countermeasure against the Islamic encroachments by the Fatimids and the Seljuks into previously Christian territories and parts of the Byzantine Empire, which was around modern-day Turkey. The idea of making a pilgrimage to Jerusalem had gained traction in Western Europe as an act of penance. Despite the Seljuks' tenuous grip on Jerusalem, eventually ceding it back to the Fatimids, reports from returning pilgrims highlighted the mistreatment of Christians under their rule. This period also saw the Byzantine Empire's plea for military aid align with the growing readiness among the European Western nobility to heed the call to arms under papal leadership. During the 11th century, Europe experienced a significant population surge due to advances in technology and agriculture that boosted trade and economic prosperity. The Catholic Church ascended to a position of unparalleled influence over Western society, which was structured around the systems of manorialism and feudalism, with knights and nobles providing military service to their superiors in exchange for land use rights. Between 1050 and 1080, the Church sought to expand its authority through the Gregorian Reform, leading to friction with Eastern Christianity over the concept of papal primacy. This tension culminated in 1054 with the mutual excommunication of Pope Leo IX and Patriarch Michael Cyrillarius, precipitating the East-West Schism. Concurrently, Christian societies had long accepted the use of violence for communal defense, a stance that evolved into a theological justification for holy wars, especially after the Crusade became entwined with Roman citizenship, requiring citizens to defend the empire. The fragmentation of the Carolingian Empire also gave rise to a class of warriors in Western Europe, leading to increased violence and efforts by the papacy to control it. This era also saw popes like Alexander II and Gregory VII formalizing systems for mobilizing military resources, including campaigns in the Iberian Peninsula and Norman conquests. Despite Gregory VII's failed attempt to organize a military expedition to aid Byzantium against the Seljuks, the foundation for the Crusader ideology was already laid at this time, asserting that fighting for just causes could absolve sins. Well, back in the Iberian Peninsula, Christian kingdoms like Leon, Navarre, and Catalonia, despite lacking a unified identity, capitalized on the Caliphate of Cordoba's collapse to make territorial gains, leading to the Reconquista's early stages. Meanwhile, the Italo-Normans captured significant territories in southern Italy and Sicily from the Byzantines and North African Arabs, often clashing with the papacy, but ultimately launching their conquests under the papal banner, setting the stage for future crusades and conflicts that would define the era. Now, from its inception, the Byzantine Empire stood as a kind of a beacon of prosperity, but also with a good amount of cultural richness and military might. And by the reign of Basil II in 1025, the empire had expanded its borders to their zenith, securing territories as far east as Iran, along with Bulgaria and significant portions of southern Italy, while also curbing the issue of Mediterranean piracy. Well, despite facing rivals on all fronts, from the Normans in Italy to the Seljuk Turks in the east, the empire adeptly navigated these challenges, often employing mercenaries from the very factions they contested. Money talks. At the same time, the Islamic world was carving out its own expansive narrative, and had been doing so since the 7th century, with the entry of the Turkic peoples into the Middle East, marking a pivotal phase of Arab-Turkic entanglement. The Seljuk Turks, originally from Transoxania and newly converted to Islam, dramatically reshaped Western Asia by the 12th century through their conquests. Their Sunni allegiance, that's one of the branches of Islam if you don't know, Sunni and Shia, brought them into conflict with the Shia Fatimid Caliphate, the further stirring of the political cauldron. The cultural and administrative contrast between the nomadic Seljuks and their sedentary subjects further exacerbated tensions within the empire, a strain that was highlighted by the capture of Romanos IV Diogenes at Manzikert in 1071, a defeat that hastened Seljuk expansion and indirectly prompted the First Crusade's call to arms. But we're just getting started. The early 12th century witnessed a fracturing of power in the Middle East, precipitated by the demise of the Seljuk and Fatimid leaders, leaving a fragmented landscape ill-prepared for the First Crusade's onslaught. This period of turmoil saw the emergence of figures like Kilij Arslan and Tutush I, whose rivalries further splintered the Islamic realm. Amidst the disarray, the Fatimids recaptured Jerusalem from the Seljuks, shortly before the emergence of the Crusaders. Now, the spiritual foundations for the First Crusade were more or less laid during the Council of Piacenza and the subsequent Council of Clermont in 1095, under the auspices of Pope Urban II. He's an important character, so we'll talk about him in a bit more detail. It was these two gatherings, the Council of Piacenza and Council of Clermont, that catalyzed the mobilization of Western Europe toward the Holy Land. Byzantine Emperor Alexius Komnenos, facing the Seljuk threat, sought assistance from Urban at Piacenza, igniting a favorable response from the Pope, and indeed most of Western Europe was not aware of the issues that the Byzantines were facing. They were a long, long way from the frontier. It's one thing to fight barbarians. It's another thing to fight the might of the newly forged Islamic empires. Well, back to Pope Urban. His motives intertwined with aspirations to mend the East-West schism, albeit on his terms, and restore unity under papal leadership, leveraging the Byzantine plea as a bridge towards ecclesiastical reunification. In mid-1095, Urban shifted his focus towards France, his native land, by the way, and rallied a great deal of support for the Crusade. The climax of his campaign was the Council of Clermont, when he delivered a stirring sermon to the assembled French nobility and clergy, a speech that has survived in various iterations through the accounts and contemporaries crusaders alike. And yes, I'm going to read the whole thing. It's a little bit long, but I think it's important. So let's listen to it. This is the speech of Urban II at the Council of Clermont, 1095. Most beloved brethren, urged by necessity, I, Urban, by the permission of God, Chief Bishop, and Prelate over the whole world, have come into these parts as an ambassador with a divine admonition to you, the servants of God. I hope to find you as faithful and as zealous in the service of God as I had supposed you to be. But if there is in you any deformity or crookedness contrary to God's law, with divine help, I will do my best to remove it. For God has put you as stewards over his family to minister to it. Happy indeed will you be if he finds you faithful in your stewardship. You are called shepherds. See that you do not act as hirelings, but be true shepherds, with your crooks always in your hands. Do not go to sleep, but guard on all sides the flock committed to you. For if through your carelessness or negligence a wolf carries away one of your sheep, you will surely lose the reward laid up for you with God. And after you have been bitterly scourged with remorse for your faults, you will be fiercely overwhelmed in hell, the abode of death. For according to the gospel, you are the salt of the earth. But if you fall short in your duty, how, it may be asked, can the earth be salted? Oh, how great the need of salting! It is indeed necessary for you to correct with the salt of wisdom this foolish people which is so devoted to the pleasures of this world, lest the Lord, when he may wish to speak to them, find them putrefied by their sins, unsalted and stinking. For if he shall find worms, that is, sins in them. Because you have been negligent in your duty, he will command them as worthless to be thrown into the abyss of unclean things. And because you cannot restore to him his great loss, he will surely condemn you and drive you from his loving presence. But the man who applies his salt should be prudent, provident, modest, learned, peaceable, watchful, pious, equitable, just, and pure. For how can the ignorant teach others? How can the licentious make others modest? And how can the impure make others pure? If anyone hates peace, how can he make others peaceable? Or if anyone has soiled his hands with baseness, how can he cleanse the impurities of another? We read also that if blind lead the blind, both will fall into a ditch. But first, correct yourselves, in order that, free from blame, you may be able to correct those who are subject to you. If you wish to be friends of God, gladly do the things which you know will please him. You must especially let all matters that pertain to the Church be controlled by the law of the Church. And be careful that simony does not take root among you, lest both those who buy and those who sell be beaten with the scourges of the Lord through narrow streets and driven into the place of destruction and confusion. Keep the Church and the clergy in all its grades entirely free from secular power. See that the tithes that belong to God are faithfully paid from all that produce of the land. Let them not be sold or withheld. If anyone seizes a bishop, let him be treated as an outlaw. If anyone robs monks or clergymen, nuns or their servants, or pilgrims or merchants, let him be the anathema. For thus it happened to the rich man in the gospel. He was not punished because he had stolen the goods of another, but because he had not used well the things that were his own. You have seen, for a long time, the great disorder in the world caused by these crimes. It is so bad in some of your provinces, I am told, and you are weak in the administration of justice, that one can hardly go along the road by day or night without being attacked by robbers, and whether at home or abroad, one is in danger of being despoiled either by force or fraud. Therefore, it is necessary to reenact the truce, as it is commonly called, which was proclaimed a long time ago by our holy fathers. I exhort and demand that you, each, try hard to have this truce kept in your diocese, and if anyone shall be led by his cupidity or arrogance to break this truce, by the authority of God, and with the sanction of this council, he shall be anathemized. After these and various other matters have been attended to, all who were present, clergy and people, gave thanks to God and agreed to the Pope's proposition. They all faithfully promised to keep the decrees. Then the Pope said that in another part of the world, Christianity was suffering from a state of affairs that was even worse than the one he just mentioned. He continues, although, O sons of God, you have promised more firmly than ever to keep the peace among yourselves and preserve the rights of the Church, there remains still an important work for you to do. Freshly quickened by the divine correction, you must apply the strength of your righteousness to another matter which concerns you as well as God. For your brethren, who live in the East, are in urgent need of your help. You must hasten to give them aid, which has been promised to them. For as the most of you have heard, the Turks and the Arabs have attacked them, and have conquered the territory of Romania, as far as the shore of the Mediterranean, and even the Hellespont, which is called the Arm of St. George. They have occupied more and more of the lands of those Christians, and have overcome them in 7 battles. They have killed and captured many, and have destroyed the churches and devastated the empire. If you permit them to continue thus for a while with impunity, the faithful of God will be much more widely attacked by them. It is on this account I, or rather the Lord, beseech you as Christ's heralds to publish this everywhere and persuade all people of whatever rank, foot soldiers and knights, poor and rich, to carry aid promptly to those Christians, and to destroy this vile race from the lands of our friends. I say this to those who are present. It meant also for those who are absent. Moreover, Christ commands it. All who die by the way, whether by land or sea, or in battle against the pagans, shall have immediate remission of sins. This I grant through the power of God, with which I am invested. Oh, what a disgrace if such a despised and base race, which worships demons, should conquer a people which has the faith of omnipotent God, and is made glorious with the name of Christ. With what reproaches will the Lord overwhelm us, if you do not aid those who, with us, profess the Christian religion? Let those who have been accustomed unjustly to wage private warfare against the faithful now go against the infidels, and end with victory this war which should have begun long ago. Let those who for a long time have been robbers now become knights. Let those who have been fighting against their brothers and relatives now fight in a proper way against the barbarians. Let those who have been serving as mercenaries for small pay now obtain the eternal reward. Let those who have been wearing themselves out in both body and soul now work for a double honor. Behold, on this side will be the sorrowful and poor, on that side the rich, on this side the enemies of the Lord, on that his friends. Let those who do not put off the journey, but rent their lands and collect money for their expenses, and as soon as the winter is over and the spring comes, let him eagerly set out on the way with God as their guide. Pretty good speech, don't you think? Now, though the historical record of Urban's exact words is fragmented and reconstructed post facto, the essence of his appeal focused on the restoration of peace, support for the beleaguered Christians in the East, and the articulation of a holy war as a pilgrimage with its ultimate aim, perhaps implicitly, of reaching Jerusalem. Now that rallying cry that was not translated within the text, Deus lo vult, or just Deus vult, God wills it, allegedly emerged from the fervent response of Urban's audience, encapsulating the Crusade's divine sanction in the collective imagination of Christendom. Well, contrary to the common image of French nobility leading the initial charge towards Jerusalem, it was actually a rather eclectic mix of peasants and lesser nobles who first heeded the call to the Holy Land. Inspired by Pope Urban's proclamation, they embarked on their pilgrimage months ahead of the scheduled departure. It seems they could not wait to go. Well, they rallied behind the fervent yet unofficial preacher Peter the Hermit, whose compelling oratory ignited a widespread zeal, drawing together a diverse group that, despite popular belief, included not only unskilled peasants, but also seasoned knights like Walter Sans-Avoir, who led a contingent of his very own. This enthusiastic but undisciplined ensemble encountered numerous challenges long before they reached the enemy lines, engaging in unplanned skirmishes and requisitioning resources as they traversed friendly territories. Now, Walter's group, that Walter Sans-Avoir, made their way through Belgrade, modern-day Serbia, and Zemun to Constantinople with relative ease, while Peter's contingent, marching independently, clashed with the Hungarians and faced more than a few logistical challenges at Nish. Finally, united in Constantinople, Peter and Walter's forces, bolstered by an additional crusaders from across Europe, rather smaller groups comparatively, prepared for the next leg of their journey. Despite the fragmentation of another group from Bohemia and Saxony on the Hungarian border. Well, in their quest for supplies, the bands led by Peter the Hermit and Walter Sans-Avoir resorted to plundering the outskirts of Constantinople. Well, this wasn't taken very kindly by the local people, of course, and Alexios, Emperor of Constantinople, decided to expedite their passage across the Bosphorus as quickly as possible. Now, once on the other side, their somewhat lack of discipline led them to disperse and continue their pillaging, eventually encountering the seasoned Seljuk forces near Nicaea, where they suffered a devastating loss. The siege of Zerigordon and the Battle of Civitot saw significant defeats for the Crusaders, with key figures like Walter falling in combat, while Peter, who was conveniently absent during the confrontation, regrouped with the remnants for a subsequent crusading effort. Off to a very good start, it seems. Well, at the same time, the fervor surrounding the First Crusade's call sparked quite a bit of violence in Europe itself, notably in the Rhineland, as there were massacres against Jewish communities. Figures such as Emiko of Flonheim and other crusade enthusiasts targeted the Jewish population in a series of very brutal attacks, driven by a mix of religious zealotry and greed. It didn't help that the Jews were the only ones practicing usury, that is, lending money at interest. I'm sure a lot of people wanted to go the quicker route of repaying their loans. Now, despite the Church's official stance against such violence, the massacres unfolded with more horrific consequences for the Jewish populations, particularly in Worms, Mainz, and Speyer. King Koloman of Hungary found his realm in the path of a tumultuous crusade, facing and defeating two marauding bands that disrupted the peace of his kingdom. The aftermath saw the dispersal of Emmeker's followers, with some integrating back into the larger official crusading force. Now, the general mobilization for the First Crusade was an endeavor of unprecedented scale, with participation estimates ranging from 70 to 100,000 individuals from across Western Europe. This call to arms, deeply rooted in strategic planning and discussions with prominent leaders like Adhemar of Lepoy and Raymond IV, Count of Toulouse, quickly garnered significant support among the nobility, particularly from southern France, where the call rang out for crusade the most loud. The crusading message spread far and wide, and the response was overwhelming, surpassing Pope Urban's original expectations, and it drew a diverse crowd far beyond the warrior elite, which had its own problems. Of course, many of these people had no idea how to fight, and they were not very disciplined, hence the mass amounts of looting and disorganization. Well, Urban's campaign faced challenges in managing this response, particularly in his efforts to restrict participation to those who were capable of enduring the rigors of such an undertaking. It's a long way to travel from France to the Holy Land and even further afield. But despite all of these intentions, the ranks swelled, predominantly with peasants, embodying a new wave of religious fervor and personal commitment to the cause. In fact, one must remember that back in those days, for the most part, if you went to war, you had to bring your own armor. People were rushing out, selling whatever they had, so they could buy a sword and perhaps a leather tunic, as that was the main go for most people if they weren't just wearing some cloth armor, which barely counts as armor at all. Either way, they were getting on the bandwagon. Now, unraveling this multitude of motivations driving the Crusaders gives us an even more complex challenge, as the historical records primarily focus on the nobility, as they always do, and those tales are often narrated through the lens of ecclesiastical writers. Well, it's widely accepted that a profound sense of personal devotion played a significant role for many, ranging from the humblest foot soldier to the highest-ranking noble. Urban II's rallying cry was heard by everybody, and that of course included key figures from the French aristocracy. Thus, the movement was bolstered by such leaders as Godfrey of Bouillon and Bohemond of Taranto, alongside their kin and comrades, each bringing their own aspirations and personal convictions to the cause. Everybody had an agenda. Now, the journey to Constantinople saw the crusading forces take diverging paths. Godfrey opted for the overland route through the Balkans, while Raymond of Toulouse and his Provençals hugged the Illyrian coast before turning eastward. Bohemond and Tancred, with their Norman contingent, sailed to Durazzo and proceeded overland. Upon their arrival, they were in dire need for provisions, and they anticipated support from Alexios. However, Alexios, weary about the prior encounters with the People's Crusade, and cautious of Norman leaders like Bohemond, known for previous incursions into Byzantine land, greeted them with a mixture of preparedness and suspicion, managing to narrowly avoid the earlier issues that had marred their passage. Fortunately, this time, there wasn't as much looting. But the story's not over yet. There'll be plenty more looting later on, friends. Now, contrary to the Crusaders' expectations of Alexios assuming command, after all, this was his idea, the Emperor focused on facilitating their swift passage into Asia Minor, tying assistance to the pledges of fealty and return of any reclaimed lands to Byzantine control. Of course, that's a little unfair, isn't it? You can't expect everybody to do the heavy lifting and then just give you all the rewards. Well, this condition led to tense moments and near conflict within the walls of Constantinople itself, with most leaders, save for Raymond of Toulouse, who agreed to a non-aggression pact, reluctantly swearing allegiance to Alexios. Well, with the oaths secured, Alexios provided strategic counsel for implementing confrontations with the Seljuks, marking a crucial moment of cooperation and quite a bit of compromise between the Byzantine Empire and the crusading forces. Now, this is where things really begin to heat up. In the early months of 1097, the Crusader armies advanced into Asia Minor, their ranks bolstered by the remnants of Peter the Hermit's force. They were also accompanied by the Byzantine generals Manuel Botemitz and Tatikos, underscoring Emperor Alexios' commitment to the Crusade's success. Their initial target was set, and it was Nicaea, the erstwhile Byzantine city, now serving as the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum's capital under Kilij Arslan. Now, Arslan was preoccupied with conflicts in central Anatolia, and, underestimating the strength of the Crusaders, probably because of what happened before, left his treasury and his family vulnerable. Thus, the siege of Nicaea began on the 14th of May, 1097. Hearing about this, Kilij Arslan definitely hastened his return. But, despite his efforts, on the 16th of May, a mere 2 days later, the Seljuk Sultan's counterattack faltered against the substantial Crusader forces. This did, however, lead to significant casualties on both sides. The Crusader armies initially struggled to fully encircle Nicaea, hampered by the city's strategic positioning on Lake Iznik, which allowed for continued provisioning. The situation shifted once again dramatically with the innovative overland transport of Crusader ships to the lake, prompting the Turkish garrison's surrender on the 18th of June of the same year, 1097. Now, in the aftermath of the victory at Nicaea, the Franks were a little bit disappointed, because they had issued a directive against looting, which everybody was rather looking forward to doing some, well, a good afternoon's worth of looting after the battle. Is that not the reward for conquest. However, Alexios's financial compensations did ease these tensions, and despite later chronicles suggesting strained relations, contemporaneous accounts like that of Stephen of Blois to his wife Adela indicate a spirit of collaboration and goodwill between the Greeks and Franks at this juncture. Well, by late June, the Crusaders advanced deeper into Anatolia, flanked by Byzantine forces led by Tatikios, with aspirations that Emperor Alexios would dispatch additional Byzantine reinforcements. To enhance maneuverability, the Crusader army split into two factions, the Normans and the French, planning a reunion at Dorylaeum. However, on the 1st of July, Kilij Arslan ambushed the advanced Norman group. Despite a significant numerical disadvantage, the Normans formed a defensive circle to protect their non-combatants, and urgently signaled for assistance from the French contingent. The battle continued with the arrival of the French forces. Godfrey of Bouillon managed to penetrate the Turkish encirclement, while the venerable legate Adhemar initiated a decisive rear assault. Surprised by the swift French support and resilience of the Normans, Arslan's forces withdrew, thwarting his plans to annihilate the Norman contingent. This victory at Dorylaeum ensured an unchallenged passage through Anatolia for the Crusaders, albeit through a scorched earth led by Arslan's strategic retreat, exacerbating the Crusaders' struggle with the harsh summer conditions, scarcity of food and water. Oh, and if you don't know what a scorched earth policy is, effectively if you are retreating, you don't want to leave behind you nice farmland and berries to pick off trees and all the rest. You want to leave everything burned and nothing for the enemy army to eat. Well, that certainly makes chasing you a lot more difficult. Well, despite occasional support, and I mean occasional support from local Christians, the Crusaders often had to resort to looting for sustenance, and this underscores the expedition's precarious logistics. Once again, a long way from home. Along with this, leadership disputes persisted among the Crusader chiefs, yet none possessed the authority to claim command, solidifying Adhemar's role as a kind of spiritual compass of the First Crusade. Venturing beyond the Silesian gates, Baldwin and Tancred embarked on divergent paths towards the lands of Armenia, fueled by Baldwin's ambition to carve out his own dominion within the Holy Land. And it's not Baldwin IV, by the way, before you ask. Now relying on local Armenian support, notably from the adventurous Bagrat, they separated their forces after leaving Heraclea on the 15th of September. Tancred's swift arrival at Tarsus saw him coaxing the Seljuk defenders to accept his banner atop the citadel, only for Baldwin to follow suit the subsequent next day, gaining control over key defensive positions. Well, despite being completely outnumbered, Tancred opted against conflict over the city. The situation began to escalate when Norman reinforcements were barred entry by Baldwin, leading to their slaughter by the Turks, a tragedy for which Baldwin's troops held him responsible, resulting in a retaliatory massacre of the Seljuk garrison. In the aftermath, Baldwin secured the loyalty of Gunemer of Bologna, a pirate who sailed up to Tarsus, by enlisting his crew for the city's defenses, furthering his campaign's ambitions. Meanwhile, Tancred had claimed Mamistra, only for tensions to flare upon Baldwin's arrival, driven by Norman desires for retribution over Tarsus. This discord saw Baldwin departing for Marash, yet Bagrat's persuasion led him to campaign through Armenian-populated areas, culminating in the capture of strategic fortresses by the year's end, with Bagrat appointed as Ravendel's governor. In the early part of 1098, Baldwin was beckoned to Edessa by Lord Thoros, seeking aid against Seljuk encroachments. Baldwin's departure to Edessa was marked by the detention and interrogation of Bagrat, who was suspected of Seljuk collusion, and a harried journey beset by Balduk of Samosata's forces. Baldwin's entry into Edessa heralded a pivotal alliance, as Thoros conferred upon him a co-regency, solidified by military reinforcements from Edessa. This coalition enabled Baldwin to finally confront Balduk, securing a strategic foothold near Samosata, amidst regional power dynamics profoundly influenced by Baldwin's burgeoning leadership and evolving Crusader presence. While not long after Baldwin's victorious return, the tranquility of Edessa was shattered by a conspiracy among the local aristocracy, seemingly with Baldwin's tacit approval. Very sneaky. This led, as it always does, to a violent uprising, forcing Thoros to seek sanctuary within the city's walls. Baldwin, now seen as Thoros's heir, vowed protection. However, on the 9th of March, when insurgents stormed the citadel, taking the lives of Thoros and his spouse, Baldwin's intervention was notably absent. It's funny how that works. Sure, it's just a coincidence. The following dawn witnessed Baldwin's elevation to Count of Edessa by the citizenry, marking the inception of the Crusader states. Now, the Byzantine Empire, having relinquished Edessa to Seljuk control years earlier, voiced zero opposition to Baldwin's new title, not a single objection. This strategic victory not only fortified Baldwin's position, but also ensured vital resources for the Crusaders' campaign towards Antioch, acting as a bulwark against Seljuk advances and securing essential supplies. Back in Edessa, Baldwin's governance was characterized by shrewd diplomacy and strategic matrimonial alliances, marrying Arda of Armenia, thereby solidifying his position and fostering integration with the local populace. His acquisition of Samosata through negotiations with Balduk marked a pioneering, peaceful accord between the Crusader and Muslim leaderships, showcasing Baldwin's adeptness in both warfare but also diplomacy. That being said, Balduk was in no position to bargain. Now, this whole narrative of Edessa is further enriched by figures such as Belek Ghazi, the Artukid Emir. Emir is a word for prince in Arabic, with familial ties to Seljuk governance, who initially aligned with Baldwin. However, the siege of Saruj, Baldwin's strategic demands, and the subsequent execution of Balduk underscore this precarious balance of power. The defense of Edessa against Kerboga's formidable siege later on highlighted Baldwin's resilient leadership, inadvertently aiding the Crusaders' pivotal triumph at Antioch, and setting a precedent for the enduring legacy of the Crusader states in the Levant. The crusading forces, now with Baldwin and Tancred, and a good dose of confidence, advanced towards Antioch, a city renowned for its formidable defenses, but also its strategic position. All in all, it was incredibly important. They had to have it. Stephen of Blois, in correspondence, depicted Antioch as an immensely fortified and seemingly unconquerable city. In October 1097, the Crusaders laid siege, hoping for Antioch's surrender through coercion, or perhaps, if they were really lucky, internal betrayal, a method that had seen the city's allegiance switch between the Byzantines and the Seljuks previously. Well, despite their efforts, the vastness of Antioch allowed it to remain partially supplied, prolonging the Crusaders' endeavor and labeling the siege of Antioch as notably significant in the history of sieges itself. Now, this prolonged siege was so very special. It stretched over 8 months. I mean, if you thought lockdown was bad, well, this was just as bad, truly. And it saw the Crusaders grappling with starvation, attributed by Adhemar to their sinfulness. Yes, that's right. He had told them that it was all their fault, and they should just imagine the food. Well, this led to strict fasts, prayers, and for some reason they decided to kick out all of the women. No girls allowed. Adhemar, I think, perhaps had some issues of his own. But that's speculation. Well, because of this, desertions became common, including that of Stephen of Blois. Relief did come through foraging and aid from allies, notably via supplies from Cilicia and Edessa, and the newly seized ports of Latakia and Saint Simeon, alongside a crucial English fleet bearing provisions in March. And it wasn't just that. The Muslim world's fragmented state further played to the Crusaders' advantage, missing a pivotal opportunity to oust the besiegers with united forces. Now, the infighting on both sides was bad, but sometimes it was worse on the other side, and you could capitalize on that. Now, Kerboga's ambitious coalition aimed to expand his dominance to the Mediterranean, but was delayed at Sarouj, crucially affecting the siege's outcome. Bohemon's negotiation with an Armenian commander of Antioch's defenses led to a clandestine entry on the 2nd of June, allowing the Crusaders to take the city in a violent sack, indiscriminately killing Muslims and Christians alike amidst the chaos. It was just an uncontrolled bloodbath. A sack of a city is never a good time. Well, upon Kerboga's approach on the 4th of June, his substantial force encircled the Crusaders, initiating a relentless assault for several days starting with the 10th of June. With the situation dire, Bohemond and Adhemar sealed the city's exits to prevent a collapse from within. Shifting strategies, Kerboga aimed to starve them into submission, which is, by the way, how most sieges went. While the discovery of the Holy Lance by Peter Bartholomew, claimed to have been revealed in a divine vision, offered a fleeting morale boost, though its true impact is debated, given the 2-week gap before the decisive confrontation, and, come on, the Holy Lance? Well, as long as you believe it, I suppose it has as much power as you want it to. Well, as surrender negotiations failed on the 24th of June, the Crusaders, against all odds, sallied forth on the 28th of June, surprisingly maintaining cohesion against a comparatively disorganized Muslim assault. And this resulted in a significant victory for the outnumbered Crusaders, with the Muslim forces ultimately retreating in disarray and confusion. The Christians had won the day. Good job, boys. Now Stephen of Blois, upon witnessing Antioch's rather grim circumstance, effectively abandoned the cause, informing Emperor Alexios of their seemingly impending doom, which contributed to a narrative of abandonment by Alexios, used by Bohemond to justify his claim over Antioch. This contention led to internal disputes among the Crusaders, delayed by their differing origins and personal ambitions, further complicated by a devastating plague that claimed Adhemar, among others. Yeah, but honestly, Adhemar was no big loss. The year's end saw the Crusaders, desperate and diminished, resorting to cannibalism after the siege at Marat al-Numan, an act which was unrecorded by contemporary Muslim sources. Don't hear about that very much, don't you? Well, despite leadership conflicts and the whole eating each other thing, the march towards Jerusalem resumed in early 1099, with Bohemond remaining in Antioch, thus founding the First Crusader state. As the Crusader forces advanced along the Mediterranean coast towards Jerusalem, they encountered comparatively minimal resistance. Local rulers chose negotiation over conflict, supplying the Crusaders rather than engaging in battle. The Crusader army's hierarchy saw changes too. Robert Curthose and Tancred pledged their allegiance to Raymond IV of Toulouse, attracted by his wealth and the promise of compensation. In contrast, Godfrey of Bouillon bolstered his brother's achievements in Edessa, declined Raymond's overtures. January saw Raymond lead a procession towards Jerusalem, a symbolic march aimed at demonstrating piety and determination, with Robert and Tancred and their armies in tow. Raymond's ambition extended beyond Jerusalem, by the way. He eyed Tripoli for the establishment of a domain to rival Bohemond's Antioch. This led to the protracted siege of Arca in February 1099. Meanwhile, Godfrey and allies, including Robert of Flanders and the recently independent Tancred, converged on Arca, reinforcing the siege. The Crusades' leadership faced a good deal of turmoil, particularly after the divisive ordeal by fire concerning the Holy Lance, which severely dented Raymond's credibility. Wasn't so holy after all, Well, failing to capture Arca, the Crusaders rejected a Fatimid proposal for a peaceful pilgrimage and continued to push on towards the holy city of Jerusalem. The Fatimid governor, aware of the impending threat, took drastic measures to hinder the Crusader advance. Yet the Crusaders' march continued unabated, receiving support from Tripoli's emir and reaching abandoned Ramallah. Upon sighting Jerusalem, the culmination of their long and arduous journey, the Crusaders were overwhelmed with emotion. They'd gotten to the holy city. Their campaign, marked by faith, ambition, and strife, now faced its ultimate test at the holy city's gates. Upon reaching Jerusalem, the Crusaders were met with a surprisingly desolate landscape, devoid of any essential supplies, and always under the looming threat of Fatimid retaliation. The option to lay siege, similar to their strategy at Antioch, was deemed to be unfeasible due to their depleted numbers and resources. Well, consequently, they opted for a direct assault on the city. At this juncture, the Crusader forces had dwindled to an estimated 12,000, including only 1,500 cavalry. Remember, they set off with about 100,000? Well, they certainly dwindled away, didn't they? Well, this desperate situation necessitated a decisive move for Jerusalem's capture. They had to get in, otherwise they would simply be starving to death outside the city's walls, or just going back to eating each other. Now the cohesion among these varied contingents was at a nadir, with Godfrey and Tancred positioning to the city's north and Raymond to the south, and at this point their unity was quite fragmented, evident in the Provençal's troops' absence from the initial attack on the 13th of June. This first attempt, more exploratory than forceful, ended in failure as they breached the outer, but not the inner wall. In response to this setback, the leaders held a meeting, concluding that a united, forceful assault was imperative. The arrival of the Genoese mariners, led by Guglielmo Imbraccio, sorry about butchering that one, at Jaffa on the 17th of June, proved fortuitous, bringing not only skilled engineers, but also critical supplies, including the timber that was needed for siege machinery. The Crusaders' spirits were further uplifted by Peter Desiderius's vision, which likened their forthcoming victory to the biblical conquest of Jericho, prescribing a fast followed by a barefoot procession around Jerusalem's walls. The sight of this most likely would have provoked quite an interesting reaction from the guards looking down upon them. Now, complying, the Crusaders observed a fast on the 8th of July and encircled the city walls, slowly walking around them, culminating in their march on the Mount of Olives, with a sermon from Peter the Hermit as the main event of the day. This act of unity was timely, as news of an advancing Fatimid army from Egypt reached them, underscoring the urgency of their mission to breach Jerusalem's defenses. The ultimate assault commenced on the 13th of July, with Raymond's forces targeting the southern gate and others the northern wall. Initial efforts by the Provençals at the south gate struggled, but those attacking the north gradually got through, and the city's defenses eroded. Well, by the 15th of July, 2 days later, a concerted effort enabled the Crusaders to breach the inner northern rampart, causing a collapse in the defenders' resolve and opening the city to the invaders. The entry into Jerusalem was marked by widespread killing, contrasting sharply with the Crusaders' spiritual zeal. And despite varying historical interpretations of the scale of the massacre, contemporary accounts are pretty much all agreeing that it was a rather brutal one. The massacre also extended all the way to the Temple Mount, where defenders were ruthlessly killed until Tancred's invention spared those in Al-Aqsa Mosque. The southern defenders, learning of the breach, fled, and Raymond's forces entered the city under an agreement with the garrison commander for safe passage. Well, regardless of this, the bloodshed persisted, targeting both Jews and Muslims equally, with the former perishing in a synagogue where they were all forced and put into, and, well, then the Crusaders lit it on fire. Not a good way to go. Well, despite the horror, many city inhabitants managed to survive, sometimes through escape or perhaps by ransom. Others, reportedly, managed to say, wait, don't kill me. Here's a bag of gold. Let me go. Works sometimes. Well, the city's Eastern Christian residents had previously been expelled, so they weren't around to see all of this, and very lucky that they weren't, because they may have been confused. Of course, they may have been killed along with everybody else. I mean, how different would they really have looked? I'm sure God would not have liked that one, wouldn't he? Now, the 22nd of July. On this day, a pivotal meeting took place within the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, aimed at deciding the leadership and governance of Jerusalem. The absence of a clear ecclesiastical authority, due to the recent death of the Greek patriarch, left a void for secular governance, a concept that was actually supported by quite many people. Now, Raymond of Toulouse, despite being a leading figure in the Crusades since 1098, saw his influence gradually wane away, particularly after his unsuccessful siege at Arca and his failed efforts to carve out a territory for himself. He was still somewhat trying to get over the embarrassment, but everybody else knew. It's very hard to forget. His refusal of the crown, citing that only Christ was worthy to be king, could have been a strategy to encourage others to decline the role. Yet Godfrey of Bouillon was quite undeterred. "Give me that crown," he said, likely bolstered by his commanding Lorrainian army and his noble lineage. Of course, the nobility was only noble because that was a right handed down from God, correct? Well, consequently, Godfrey was chosen as the ruler, adopting the title Advocatus Sancti Sepulchri, or Defender of the Holy Sepulchre. This election also managed to rather ruffle some feathers, especially Raymond's, who made a brief but futile attempt to take the Tower of David, before simply giving up and leaving the city with his tail between his legs. Now, it was around this time that the visionary behind the First Crusade, Pope Urban II, actually passed away. Indeed, he passed away on July 29th, 1099, but at this time he was unaware of Jerusalem's fall to the Crusaders. His successor, Pope Paschal II, would lead the Church for nearly 2 decades following these monumental events. And of course, Jerusalem. Well, that city's fate would continue to oscillate back and forth. Held by the Kingdom of Jerusalem until 1291, but briefly falling under Muslim control after Saladin's victory at the Battle of Hattin in 1187. But of course, that's for the next video on the Crusades. Now, in the heat of August 1099, the Fatimid vizier Al-Afdal Shahanshah orchestrated a landing at Ascalon with a formidable contingent of 20,000 troops from North Africa. In response, Geoffrey and Raymond led a considerably smaller force of 1,200 knights and 9,000 infantry to confront the Fatimids on August 9th at the Battle of Ascalon. Despite facing a 2-to-1 numerical disadvantage, the Crusaders decided on a surprise attack at dawn, a very cheeky one, catching the overly confident and ill-prepared Fatimid army completely off guard, and massacring a good deal of them. A very staggering and strategic victory. However, it wasn't all good news. Internal conflicts between Godfrey and Raymond squandered a pivotal chance to capture that city, as disagreements over leadership prevented the city's garrison from capitulating to Raymond, whom they deemed more trustworthy. This significant triumph didn't translate into any real territorial gain at all, and Ascalon simply remained under Muslim control, posing an ongoing military challenge to the newly formed Crusader kingdom. Following their vows, a significant portion of the Crusaders deemed their pilgrimage fulfilled and opted to return to their homelands, leaving behind a mere 300 knights and 2,000 infantry to safeguard Palestine. Godfrey's ascendancy to Jerusalem's leadership was chiefly supported by the knights from Lorraine, who, upon his demise after just a year, opposed the Papal League Dagobert of Pisa's intent to transform Jerusalem into a theocracy. Instead, they championed Baldwin to become the inaugural Latin king of Jerusalem. Bohemond, well, he set off back to Europe, aiming to confront the Byzantines from Italy, yet he suffered a defeat in 1108 at Dyrrhachium. Raymond? Well, he died, and following his death, his successors, with aid from Genoa, succeeded in seizing Tripoli in 1109. Now these brand shiny new Crusader states, the county of Edessa and the Principality of Antioch, showcased rather fluctuating alliances. They jointly faced defeat at the Battle of Haran in 1104, Yet Antioch was the one that asserted dominance, even obstructing Baldwin II of Jerusalem's return post-capture at the battle. This era marked the Franks' deep entrenchment into Near Eastern politics, leading to frequent conflicts between Muslims and Christians. Antioch's ambitions for expansion were dramatically halted, following a devastating loss to the Turks at the Battle of Ager Sanguinus. This crusade left behind mixed legacies across Europe. Those who turned back before reaching Jerusalem, as well as those who never departed Europe, faced ridicule and threats of excommunication upon the Crusade's triumphant conclusion. Conversely, survivors who reached Jerusalem were hailed as heroes, with Robert II of Flanders earning the moniker Hiero Solimantinus for his feats. The subsequent Crusade of 1101 saw the return of figures such as Stephen of Blois and Hugh of Vermandois, who had previously retreated, though this force faced near destruction in Asia Minor, and its remnants bolstered the Jerusalem kingdom upon arrival. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, if the Crusade was so good, how come they didn't make a sequel? Well, they certainly did. And you know, as I said at the start of the video, this is part of a larger series on the Crusades in general. That's right, there's more than one. The Portuguese Inquisition, established in 1536 by King João III to enforce Catholic orthodoxy, notably targeting new Christians or conversos suspected of secretly practicing Judaism, leading to severe penalties, of course including execution. This tribunal, which extended its influence all the way to Portugal's colonies in South America, was also tasked with rooting out heresy, blasphemy, and other religious offenses, using torture and public autos de fe to punish the accused. Lasting until 1821, the Portuguese Inquisition was one of the longest-running inquisitions, leaving behind a legacy of fear, repression, and a significant impact on the intellectual expression within the Portuguese Empire. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back for more, it's great to have you back here with me once again. As always, the best way to support the channel is to like and subscribe, and if you want to go above and beyond, you will find the means to do so in the description. Now, let's all get nice and comfortable for a very deep dive into the Portuguese Inquisition. Well, let's start with the history first. We'll give a general outline of how things kicked off in the early days, and then we will go into some rather gory details, as I'm sure that's why you're all here. In 1478, Pope Sixtus IV issued a papal bull titled Exigit Sincere Devotionis Affectus, a document that essentially sanctioned the introduction of the Inquisition into Castile. This development triggered a significant exodus of Jews, and those deemed heretics who sought refuge in neighboring Portugal. In Portugal, the Jewish and Moorish populations, being Muslims, had previously enjoyed a period of relative peace and freedom, at least in the eyes of the law Jews lived in self-governing neighborhoods, known as Judarias, where they freely practiced their faith, protected by laws that recognized and guaranteed their religious freedoms. And similarly, the same can be said for the Muslims in Portugal, who experienced a degree of legal protection that allowed them to practice Islam without any real fear of persecution. However, this period of religious tolerance deteriorated after the establishment of the Inquisition in Castile. The Portuguese monarchy, influenced by external pressures and internal politics, began to take a harder line against non-Christians. On December the 5th, 1496, influenced by a clause in his marriage contract with Princess Isabel of Spain, King Manuel I of Portugal issued a decree that forced all of the Jews in the kingdom to make a very impossible choice: either convert to Christianity or get out of my country. Well, the king's expectations of mass voluntary conversions were not met. He did not like this. It led him to take drastic measures by closing all Portuguese ports, except for Lisbon, the capital, to prevent the Jewish population from fleeing. By April 1497, the situation escalated when King Manuel ordered the forcible removal of all Jewish children under the age of 14 from families that had opted to leave rather than convert. These children were distributed across Portuguese cities and towns and raised as Christians at the state's expense. The exact number of children who eventually reunited with their biological families, well, that remains undocumented, and therefore unknown. Perhaps we will never know. In the October of the same year, 1497, the remaining Jews who had not managed to flee were forcibly baptized, heads shoved under the water, leading to the emergence of a brand new demographic, the so-called New Christians, also called conversos. These individuals were nominally Christian. In the eyes of the law and all the documentation, well, in paper they were certainly Christians. However, they continued to practice Judaism in secret. Now, it's important to remember that some of them, I'm sure, were actually converting to Christianity with a genuine concern of taking up Christian customs. Perhaps the majority of them were practicing Judaism in private, but it's very hard to have this number. But what we do know for sure is that these conversions were generally seen as not very legitimate. It was kind of a bridge for those first-generation Jews to kind of make a gesture of goodwill towards their Christian rulers. But the majority of people would look at them as second-class citizens. It wasn't like you could just get baptized and as soon as your head came out of the water you were equal to everybody else. No, there were historical issues. The integration of these new Christians, these conversos, into Portuguese society was progressing when, on April the 9th, 1506, a devastating event unfolded in Lisbon. A large mob had gathered, driven by a superstition and blame for a recent drought and plague, attacked and killed around 2,000 of these new Christians. Apparently they had suspected them of worshipping the old ways in private, and therefore inviting the wrath of God. Well, this event, known as the Massacre of 1506, prompted King Manuel to act. Couldn't really ignore a massacre right on the streets of the capital. In the aftermath, he punished the perpetrators and restored many of the rights that Jews had before 1497. The ones who were already dead, well, it didn't matter to them, but the ones who managed to survive, I'm sure they were very grateful. He granted the new Christians the privilege, of practicing their religion without question, and the freedom to leave Portugal if they wished. Despite these conciliatory measures, King Manuel, later in August 1515, sought to establish an inquisition in Portugal, modelled on the Castilian example. He wrote to his ambassador in Rome to petition for this cause. Pope Clement VII initially granted permission for the Inquisition in December of 1531, but under conditions that Manuel found to be unacceptable. In a reversal, Pope Clement suspended the Inquisition in April of 1535, ordered a general pardon for those accused of Judaism, and mandated the release of prisoners and the restitution of confiscated properties. His decisions were influenced by a report emphasizing the need for persuasion and gentleness in converting non-Christians, in line with Christ's teachings. The report criticized the inquisitorial courts for their abuses, and rather bravely described the inquisitors as, and I quote, more akin to ministers of Satan rather than servants of Christ. That's a 1-star review, isn't it? Well, the death of Pope Clement VII stalled the implementation of the Bull of Pardon. His successor, Paul III, after a few initial hesitations, did put the pardon into effect. Meanwhile, King John III of Portugal, who succeeded Manuel, continued to push for the establishment of the Inquisition, leveraging his familial ties with Charles V to achieve this goal. After prolonged negotiations between the Portuguese crown and the various popes, the Portuguese Inquisition was formally established on the 23rd of May 1536 by Pope Paul III. This Inquisition was marked by its stringent censorship of literature, which began first order of business by banning the Bible in any language other than Latin. The primary targets of the Portuguese Inquisition was, of course, these conversos, who were individuals who had converted from Judaism to Catholicism. Remember, it had to be Catholicism. There was a strong suspicion that many of them were still practicing Judaism in secret, despite being massacred in earlier times for having that suspicion. Well, this group notably included many Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal following Spain's own decree, forcing them to either convert or get the hell out of my country. From 1540 to 1575, It is estimated that around 40,000 people were prosecuted by the Portuguese Inquisition. But you must remember, most of these prosecutions, if found guilty, simply resulted in a penance, a kind of apology note to God and the Church. Only around 5% of them resulted in actual execution, and many of those executions were burning of effigies. The numbers also include people who had died in prison, lengthy sentences while they would gather evidence, or it would be so lengthy because they were struggling to find the evidence. Well, I'm sure we can all imagine that a medieval Portuguese prison would not have the best chance of survival. But it wasn't just Jews. Other groups were also persecuted. Well, conversos. Though these other groups were persecuted to a lesser extent. These included African practitioners of traditional African religions, and Vodun, who were brought to Portugal through the Atlantic slave trade from Portuguese colonies. The Inquisition also targeted the Romani community, including around 800,000 Sinti and Roma, who were deported from the Portuguese Empire during this period. Now, unlike the Spanish Inquisition, which operated under the strict control of the monarchy, the Portuguese Inquisition maintained a significant degree of independence from both the Portuguese crown and the papacy. The organization was led by a Grand Inquisitor, also called a General Inquisitor, a position appointed by the Pope, but chosen by the king, usually from within the royal family. The first Grand Inquisitor of the Portuguese Inquisition was Diogo da Silva, the personal confessor of King John III and Bishop of Ceuta. He was succeeded by Cardinal Henry, King John III's brother, who later ascended to the throne himself. The Inquisition operated several courts throughout Portugal, located in major cities, such as Lisbon, Coimbra, and Evora, and for a brief time operated in other cities like Porto, Tomar, and Lamego. But the majority of the activity was of course going on in Lisbon. If you want excitement, you've got to go to the capital, of course. About 90% of the Portuguese Inquisition's activities within Portugal were centered around here. Of course, there was the Goa Inquisition, the colonial arm in India, but I've already made a video on that, which I'm sure you have already watched. Well, the Portuguese Inquisition conducted its first auto de fe, kind of like a public trial, in 1540, focusing primarily on rooting out those who had converted from Judaism, and to a lesser extent other faiths, but were expected of not adhering to the Catholic orthodoxy. Over time, the Inquisition extended its reach beyond the borders of Portugal to include more of its colonial possessions. And it wasn't just Goa. It meant that territories such as Cape Verde and Brazil also came under scrutiny of the Inquisition, which continued to investigate and prosecute cases of supposed deviations from the Orthodox Catholic practices all the way until 1821, although things like executions and all the rest became increasingly uncommon as time went along. the public after a while found them to be a little bit distasteful. While under the reign of King John III, the Inquisition extended its reach far beyond its original religious mandates, influencing nearly every aspect of Portuguese life, political, cultural, and social. The Inquisition's courts began to censor books, and also took on cases involving divination, witchcraft, and bigamy, reflecting its deepening intrusion into the public and private lives of normal people. Now, during the 1500s, many of the new Christians from Portugal, and also crypto-Muslims, who secretly practiced their original religion despite outwardly converting to Catholicism, migrated to Goa, and will quickly just go through the Goa Inquisition because it's important within the context of the broader Portuguese apparatus. This migration was largely prompted by this harsh scrutiny and persecution that they faced back in Portugal. So, many of them thought they would take a boat elsewhere and try their luck. After all, India is a long way from Portugal. How long is the arm of the Inquisition? Well, they were about to find out. These groups were seen as a security threat of sorts to Portuguese authorities, who were wary of Jews due to their perceived propensity to ally with Muslims against Christian rulers in Iberia, especially that horrible incident with the gates at Toledo, where they opened up the gates for the invaders. Very hard to forget that one. Well, the establishment of the Goa Inquisition in 1560, requested by the Jesuit missionary Francis Xavier in a letter to King John III, dated May 16, 1546, aimed to address these false conversions. From 1560 to 1623, the Goa Inquisition convicted 1,582 individuals, with 45% of these convictions related to offenses tied to Judaism and Islam. The Goa Inquisition also targeted Hindus. After all, they were in India, particularly those who were either non-converts or were suspected of insincerely converting to Catholicism. It prosecuted non-convert Hindus for public observance of Hindu rituals, and those who interfered with the conversion of sincere Hindus to Catholicism. The auto-da-fe statistics from Goa between 1560 and 1821 indicate that 57 individuals were executed in the flesh, and 64 in effigy for being relapsed heretics, and some for engaging in sodomy. Well, in addition to religious minorities, the Inquisition targeted local Christian traditions and movements that were deemed unorthodox. One significant tradition was the Feast of the Cult of the Empire of the Holy Spirit, a millenarian and national celebration that dated back to the mid-13th century. This feast had spread throughout mainland Portugal and into the Atlantic islands and other parts of the Portuguese Empire by the 14th century. By the 1540s, the Inquisition heavily surveilled and prohibited this tradition, especially as it had faded from mainland Portugal and India. This tradition was practiced by non-religious officials and popular brotherhoods, seeing some restoration in the later half of the 20th century in certain Portuguese municipalities. However, many of the ancient rituals had been significantly altered, or sadly lost. Now, why exactly was it so problematic, if we may use that word, for the Inquisition? Well, you see, the Feast of the Empire of the Holy Spirit was celebrated at Pentecost, by the way, prophesied a future Third Age governed directly by the Holy Spirit. This age was envisioned as a monastic or fraternal governance, where the Catholic Church's hierarchy and the need for the church intermediaries at all would be obsolete. Well, and infidels would unite with Christians by their own free will. Well, you can see how the church viewed this as a bit of an issue. Up until the 16th century, this was the primary annual celebration in many of Portugal's major cities, including Lisbon, Porto, and Coimbra, hosting multiple celebrations. The Church and the Inquisition, however, were of course intolerant of a tradition that was entirely popular, lacked clergy mediation, and anticipated an age that effectively rendered them all jobless. Thus the cult of the Holy Spirit, despite facing significant suppression by the Portuguese Inquisition, found refuge and survived quite well. Where? Well, they had to go all the way to the Azores Islands. Here it thrived under the protective umbrella of the Order of Christ, away from the effective reach of the Inquisition, although local church authorities frequently reported its practices. Beyond the Azores, the cult also took root in various regions of Brazil between the 16th and 18th centuries, and remains celebrated in all Brazilian states, except for 2 of them, today. It also persists among the Portuguese settlers in North America, especially within the communities of Azorean descent in Canada and the United States. Well, enough about that. Let's move on. Among the notable individuals affected by the Inquisition's reach was one Rosa Egyptiana, an Afro-Brazilian religious mystic and formerly an enslaved woman of the night. I can't use that actual word because YouTube do not like it. She was imprisoned by the Inquisition in both Rio de Janeiro and Lisbon, eventually dying while working in the kitchen of the Lisbon Inquisition, preparing meals for the very people who had imprisoned her. Remarkably, Egyptiana was the author of Brazil's first book written by a black woman, which detailed her religious visions and prophecies. The Inquisition also intermediately targeted movements and beliefs such as Sebastianism and the concept of the Fifth Empire, both viewed as unorthodox and, of course, potentially heretical. The persecution of Sebastianists was particularly intense during the Philippine dynasty, although it continued beyond this period. The targeting by the Inquisition was selective. Some familiares, or associates of the Holy Office themselves, held Sebastianist beliefs, but they were expressing them in hushed tones. King Sebastian faced financial troubles in 1577, leading him to permit the free departure of the conversos, and also to prohibit the Inquisition from confiscating property at least for a decade, in exchange for a substantial sum of money. King John IV took a bold step in 1649 by banning the confiscation of property by the Inquisition, and it was rumored that he was actually excommunicated by Rome for this act, though the excommunication was never officially proclaimed, possibly because the king had passed away before it could be implemented. This law remained in effect until around 1656, following the death of the king. Between 1674 and 1681, the Inquisition was suspended for a few years in Portugal. During this period, autos de fe were halted, and inquisitors were instructed not to impose sentences that involved handing over individuals to secular justice for execution, confiscation of property, or sentencing to the perpetual galleys. This suspension was largely due to the efforts of Father Antonio Vieira in Rome, who worked tirelessly to end the Inquisition in Portugal and its broader empire. Known as the Apostle of Brazil, Vieira prepared a comprehensive 200-page report on the Portuguese Inquisition for the Pope. Following a judicial inquiry, Pope Innocent XI suspended the Inquisition for 5 years, marking a significant pause in its operations. I'm sure there were plenty of people celebrating that news, and lamenting the eventual reversal in 1681. Antonio Vieira was a figure of significant compassion and influence within the Portuguese court, particularly during the reign of King John IV. Known for his deep sympathy for the conversos, he persistently advocated for the abolishment of the punitive measures and discriminatory practices that separated the new Christians from old Christians. His advocacy did not sit well with many of his contemporaries, by the way, who did not share the same sympathies. It made him a lot of enemies, especially within the Inquisition itself, and those enemies did not hesitate to target him for his views. Vieira's writings passionately defended the oppressed and criticized the Inquisition's practices. His works were thus condemned by the Inquisition as, and I quote, rash, scandalous, erroneous, savoring of heresy, and well adapted to pervert the ignorant. Consequently, he faced 3 years of incarceration, and was subjected to a penance in the audience chamber of Coimbra on December the 23rd, 1667. Vieira's time in the unwholesome prisons, as he called them, of the Inquisition, where conditions were deplorable, further intensified his empathy for its victims. He described the dire circumstances where 5 prisoners were often cramped into a tiny cell, with inadequate light and minimum hygiene, denied any spiritual consolation. Well, eventually he was released, and he found safety in Rome, where he continued to advocate for those oppressed by the Inquisition. He described the Portuguese Holy Office as a tribunal that served only to deprive men of their fortunes, their honor, and their lives, while unable to discriminate between guilt and innocence. I mean, it's hard to argue with that critique. It's pretty spot on. He condemned the entire institution, despite its claims of piety, saying that it engaged in acts of cruelty and injustice, that were unworthy of rational beings. The Pombaline reforms, initiated by Sebastião José de Carvalho e Melo, the Marquis of Pombal, in 1773 to 1774, marked a significant shift in this oppressive landscape. The reforms ended the statutes of purity of blood, which had long discriminated against the new Christians and Jews who had converted to Christianity to escape persecution by the Portuguese Inquisition. Despite his declared opposition to the Inquisition's methods, which he described as against humanity and Christian principles, the Marquis of Pombal's relationship with the Inquisition was complex and sometimes contradictory. He utilized the Inquisition for personal and political ends, such as the elimination of Father Gabriel Malagrida, a Jesuit whom he denounced to the Inquisition. His actions against the Tavoras family also highlighted its readiness to employ inhumane methods when it suited his purposes, and also criticized the methods of others, once again when it suited his purpose. His brother, Paulo, led the Inquisition from 1760 until 1770, during which time the Marquis sought to transform the Inquisition from an ecclesiastical court into a royal one. Well, despite these changes, the persecution of heretics and those with high spirits continued under his rule. Well, it didn't all last forever. The Inquisition finally came to an end in 1821, quite a long career, don't you think, when it was officially abolished by the General Extraordinary and Constituent Assembly of the Portuguese nation. This marked the conclusion of an era that had deeply impacted the cultural, social, and religious fabric of Portugal and its colonies. Thus, the legacy of those figures like Antonio Vieira, who fought for justice and empathy amid the widespread persecution, continued to resonate as Portugal moved into a new phase of its history. But we're not done yet. We still need to talk about all of the interesting details, don't we? The procedures, the tortures, and the burnings. After all, that's why you're here, isn't it? So then, what's the procedure? Well, you see, the process of the Inquisition, just like the Spanish Inquisition, would typically start with the publication of an Edict of Grace, which announced a period during which individuals in a particular locality could voluntarily confess to heresy. This period was the Inquisition's primary method for identifying those who were suspected of heretical practices. Basically, they would show up, and a lot of people, I assume, would be a little bit scared and didn't want to get dobbed in by their neighbors, so they effectively put their own hand up and said, "Hey, listen, I think I might be a little bit misguided." This is why most of the punishments were effectively penances, a slap on the wrist. Of course, many people, out of fear that friends or neighbors might denounce them later, were simply all too willing to confess. Even if they hadn't really done anything wrong, it's better that they come forward rather than somebody else accuse them. It created a climate of fear, of course, which led to a cascade of denunciations as the terror of the Inquisition spurred people to denounce themselves and others in order to avoid the harshest of penalties. Those who did confess within this grace period, which was typically around 30 days, could be reintegrated into the church without facing severe penance. Generally, those who came forward during the grace period could avoid the death penalty or life imprisonment, and were spared the confiscation of their property. However, they were required to denounce others who had not come forward, meaning that merely confessing to heresy of your own was insufficient. Failure to report someone else's heresy resulted in excommunication and subsequent prosecution as a promoter of heresy. If a denouncer implicated others, those individuals were also summoned by the Inquisition. Of course, the burden of proof was on the accused, not the accuser. Denunciations were often motivated purely by personal vendettas, business rivalries, or just petty family disputes. The death penalty, enacted not by the Inquisition authorities but by the secular arm of the state, was typically reserved for those who were unrepentant or had relapsed after converting to Catholicism. You had to be really digging the boots in to get the death penalty. Now, the Inquisition was open to all kinds of accusations, and it even allowed prison guards to denounce and testify against the accused. Based on the denunciations, arrests were made by bailiffs or familiaries of the Inquisition, who were armed and authorized to detain suspects. The trials of the Inquisition were conducted in secrecy, with no opportunity for appealing the verdicts. Defendants were interrogated and coerced into confessing crimes attributed to them. The suspects were kept in the dark completely about the charges and the identities of those witnesses against them, which made it difficult to, let's say if somebody did have a personal vendetta against you, it made it very difficult to identify and defend yourself against it. That being said, many times when there was a trial and there was personal vendettas involved, the accused could quote the person and say, I bet it was so-and-so, because she did so-and-so or believed so-and-so. I bet she said that I do this, and this would be taken into account. It wouldn't get you off the hook, but it would certainly raise a few eyebrows. Now, several methods were employed to extract the confessions. Initially, suspects faced the threat of execution, with the choice often being between confessing or just being burned. You can obviously guess which one people were choosing. Another method involved imprisonment combined with food deprivation, starve them out until they admitted to doing something that they didn't do. The Inquisition also used visits from previously tried individuals to encourage the accused to confess. Let's say you'd have someone come in and say, I was in the same position as you. Don't worry, they'll treat you nicely. All you'll need to do is go through the penance or serve a little time in prison. It's not so bad. Just admit to it. Well, if all of these methods failed, torture, or the threat of torture, which was usually enough, was employed, where the defendants were shown the instruments of torture to intimidate them. For example, the Inquisition would come into their cell with all sorts of wonderful little tools. Say, well, let me introduce you. This is the stabber and the poker. This was usually sufficient. People did not want to go through the ordeal of torture. Now, over these centuries, the Inquisition developed various procedural manuals, basically guides on how to handle different types of heresy. One of the foundational texts was actually the papal bull from Pope Innocent IV, Ad Extirpanda of 1252. Yes, quite early. This essentially laid out 38 different laws detailing the procedures of the Inquisition and explicitly authorizing the use of torture. Of course, this was employed for many years before in the Spanish Inquisition and the earlier medieval Inquisitions, but also used to justify smaller charges of heresy in different parts of Europe, especially places like France and Germany, before an official structure was made. Well, among the notable manuals that followed were that of Nicholas Aymeric's Dictatorium Inquisitorum of 1396, and Bernardo Gué's Practica Inquisitionis Heretis Pravititas. Sorry for the Latin pronunciation. That work was from around 1319, and of course the very famous, with the video currently in production, the Malleus Maleficarum, which basically translates to the Hammer of the Witches. Very metal, I know. It was written in 1486 by Heinrich Kramer, and it was specifically addressing witchcraft, hence the name. In Portugal, several regiments were drafted for the inquisitors, the first in 1552 by Cardinal Inquisitor Henry, and the last in 1774 under the sponsorship of Marquis of Pombal. In 1640, regulations mandated that each tribunal have a copy of the Bible, a summary canon of civil law, Aymeric's Dictatorium Inquisitorum, and Diego de Simancas De Catholicis Institutionibus. Now, the torture was of course the best bit. Well, at least the best bit of the video. It's generally unpleasant if you are the one being tortured, but it seems like most people certainly enjoy hearing about the torture. It's funny how that works. The process of the Inquisition in Portugal was of course as brutal as it was unforgiving, especially during interrogations, which were sometimes followed by gruesome torture sessions. Whichever came first. Sometimes you'll skip right to the dessert and have the torture session first, but usually they would tend to try to get the information out of them before beginning the dirty work. The regiment of 1613 detailed the circumstances under which defendants were subjected to torture, stating that it could be used not only when a confession was deemed incomplete, but also when there was no solid evidence against the accused. This approach meant that both individuals who had not fully confessed and those against whom there was no evidence at all could find themselves enduring torture. Well, before the session began, the accused were rather chillingly informed that any harm they suffered, whether it be death, broken limbs, loss of consciousness, would be simply their own fault for not confessing their offenses promptly. This psychological manipulation aimed to pressure the accused into confessing before the physical torture even began. Following the papal bull Ad Extirpanda, which authorized the use of torture, but prohibited clerics from carrying it out themselves. Pope Alexander IV issued a new bull, Ut Negotium, in 1256. And it was this document that allowed inquisitors to absolve each other of any canonical irregularities incurred during their work. Pretty much, if you had your buddy who was also a priest or a member of the Inquisition, you could absolve him of any wrongdoing, and he could do the same for you. Essentially a get-out-of-jail-free card. By the mid-13th century, torture had become an established part of the Inquisition proceedings. Among the most prevalent torture methods was the strappado, where the victim's arms were tied behind their back, and they were suspended in the air by a pulley, basically jerking them back and forth. Arms would usually dislocate at the shoulders. They would be then abruptly lowered a short distance towards the ground, causing intense pain and, of course, disorientation. But the creativity does not stop there. Another common method I'm sure you're all familiar with, the rack, which involved stretching the victim's body until the joints were dislocated and the muscles were torn and broken, rendering the entire body useless. Just a sack of stretched-out Play-Doh. And we can't forget the water torture, including the infamous technique known as waterboarding, which they would put a little cloth over your face and simply just keep pouring water over you. Sound familiar? Well, it would gain notoriety centuries later for its use by the CIA in the early 21st century. And of course it's still being used now. Unfortunately, it's not gone out of fashion just yet. You'd be very surprised, the people who are still advocating for it. Well, as we've mentioned, before the torture session commenced, they would roll out the red carpet of torture instruments shown to the accused, laid before their fearful and tearful eyes. That was usually enough to make people break. While the sessions of torture were meticulously documented, and many records have actually survived to this day. Although any statements made under torture were supposed to be later confirmed freely and away from the torture chamber in practice, this was seldom the case. Those who recanted their confessions knew they risked being subjected to torture again. So it wasn't that you could just say that one thing and then back in the courtroom you could admit, look, I only said that because they were ripping out my fingernails. Well, that wasn't sufficient. They would simply reply, well, yes, but you still admitted to being a heretic. Well, we better torture you some more so we can just be sure of the absolute truth. And one, of course, must remember that under torture, or simply just severe psychological interrogation, individuals are pretty likely to say anything to stop the pain. And this was, of course, well known to the interrogators. Now, it wasn't a one-size-fits-all, but there was a process, and the Inquisition followed a systematic sequence, beginning with the denunciations, and moving through arrests and interrogations, most often torture, although that is a broad term, and then finally the formal accusation. The individual responsible for making the accusation was an official known as the promoter, essentially the public prosecutor for the Holy Office. The promoter would prepare the libel of accusation, asserting that the defendant, as a baptized Christian, was obliged to adhere to the doctrines of the Holy Mother Church of Rome, but had failed to do so. The promoter's libel would typically conclude with a call for the defendant to be punished as a negative and pertinacious heretic, and handed over to secular authorities for execution. In the Inquisition's unique process, the number of accusations did not necessarily correspond to the number of facts. The same incident reported under different circumstances by various witnesses could indeed lead to multiple accusations. This multiplicity was a characteristic feature of the Inquisition, amplifying the peril for those unfortunate enough to be caught in its web. The defense attorney assigned to the accused was not chosen by the defendant, but was actually appointed by the Inquisition itself. These lawyers were at the service of the Holy Office, and were expected to defend the accused earnestly. However, if at any point they believed the defendant was unjustly defending themselves, they were obliged to simply abandon the defense and report this to the Messe, the Council of the Inquisition. Effectively, the lawyer, that's right, your own lawyer, could also become a denouncer, leaving you in quite a sticky situation. Moreover, this so-called lawyer was very restricted in their role. They had no access to the full case file, only to the libels and judgments that were communicated to the defendant, and they were not permitted to accompany the defendant during interrogations or other proceedings, significantly limiting their effectiveness. The defendant's defense primarily relied on pointing out contradictions, particularly arguing that the prosecution witnesses were biased or had enmities against the defendant. However, the accused faced significant obstacles. They were not informed of the identities of the witnesses against them, and had no opportunities to cross-examine these witnesses, who might themselves be perjurers, criminals, excommunicates, or even accomplices. Thus, there were no means for the accused to learn the details of the charges against them, and appeals to higher courts were simply not permitted. This closed, secretive process has been compared to the Moscow trials of Stalin's era, or the absurdities depicted in Franz Kafka's work The Trial, highlighting the surreal and often hopeless situation of those tried by the Inquisition. The final judgment was of course determined by a majority vote at the desk of the Holy Office. This vote concluded the often lengthy and harrowing process for the accused, sealing their fate with very little regard for modern legal standards of evidence, defense rights, or transparency. The auto de fe, the dramatic culmination of the Inquisition's process, blending religious ceremony with public spectacle. This event included mass prayer and solemn procession, during which the convicted individuals were paraded to be jeered and leered at through the streets, and their sentences were read out in public. These processions could involve hundreds of penitents, and were attended by a wide array of society, including magnates, prelates, and large crowds of onlookers. Sometimes even the king showed up, but no autographs, unfortunately. Now, preparations for these ceremonies began weeks in advance. This time was used to construct the necessary scaffolds and amphitheaters, and to produce the sanbenitos, which were penitential garments that were worn by the condemned. These garments were designed to humiliate and mark the convicted as heretics or apostates. The ceremony itself was a display of the Inquisition's authority, filled with pomp and circumstance, and at the same time it functioned as a popular, though macabre, public spectacle. But in all fairness, what else was there to do back in those days? Spectators often bought snacks as well, if you would believe it or not, and treated the event like a social outing. The reading of the sentences alone could take an entire day, indicating the scale and thoroughness of these events. Well, contrary to the auto-de-fe's religious and public nature, the actual executions were carried away from the public eye and the site of the ceremony. The inquisitors and other officials of the Holy Office did not attend the executions, which were the responsibility of the secular arm of the state. For example, in Lisbon, the condemned were led over a kilometer away from the auto-de-fe to the execution site. But I'm sure if you squint your eyes enough, you could probably make it out from a distance. After the ceremony, the victims were led out to their doom. The sanbenitos were removed, remember that's those garments they used to wear, and hung on the walls of churches to perpetuate the memory of their guilt. Although the Inquisition formally handed the condemned over to secular authorities with a plea for leniency and to avoid bloodshed, this was just talk, largely symbolic. I'm sure that some had acted in a more Christly manner and exhibited a form of sympathy, but, well, everyone is a product of their time, I suppose. The secular authorities, who, by the way, did not have access to trial records, only received the sentence and were expected to carry it out, whether it be a simple torture or a couple whippings or a full-on execution. The job was the job. Even those who had died could be convicted of heresy posthumously. Their remains would be exhumed and burned to eradicate any trace of their existence. And this happened in more cases than not, as a lot of people had died in prison, as I've aforementioned, and more people were burned in effigy posthumously than they were when they were alive. Well, those who were led out to the stake were asked the kind of grim question, "Do you wish to die like a Catholic?" Those who said yes, well, they were the lucky ones. They were executed swiftly by garrote, a method considered a lot more merciful, mainly because it was quicker. Still, not a good way to go. Those who refused were subjected to the more gruesome of the fate. They were tied to a post high above a pyre, out of reach of the most intense flames due to the height and the wind, which often blew the flames away from the victim. This resulted in a slow, agonizing death, where the condemned were essentially grilled alive over the course of 1 or 2 hours. The screams contributed to the macabre entertainment of anybody watching on. But it is to be noted that this sort of observation may not entirely be 100% correct. Of course, it makes for a good story, and a lot of people will say that it's more of a propaganda tool to make the Inquisition look bad, which I may perhaps say they do as good of a job of making themselves look bad. But many people who were put up to this fate would simply die of asphyxiation. Breathing in that amount of smoke, or just having the oxygen burn up around you, it seems that it may not have went on for that long. Then again, it could be the other way. It really depends how high up they put you. I suppose we'll never know, and I'm not willing to try the experiment at home. Well, this stark and horrific spectacle, no matter what it was, the height or being higher or lower, just underscored the Inquisition's role in enforcing the religious orthodoxy through fear and punishment. Albeit it didn't happen as much as people like to tell you. The public spectacle, the auto de fe, was not just a religious procedure, but it was a tool of social control, demonstrating the lethal consequences of dissent in a profoundly visceral manner. The blend of solemnity, spectacle, and cruelty at these events left a lasting imprint on the cultural and historical memory of the Inquisition's era and beyond. And then in 2024, where we find ourselves now, perhaps we all have this, I wouldn't use the word romanticized view, but a somewhat informed, fantasized view. It's very easy to run away with the horror movie style of speculation when it comes to the Inquisition. A lot of people think that tens of thousands of people were executed and burned, but that's simply not the case. In fact, of our number of autos de fe with known sentences, we only have about 1,100 people who were actually executed in person, and then we have about 663 who were executed in effigy. The rest were simply penanced. In fact, I'm looking at the number right now. It's 94% were penanced. It's definitely not as bad as being put up on the stake and burned, that's for sure. The Fourth Crusade, initially aimed at reclaiming the Holy Land from Muslim control, took an unexpected and controversial turn that culminated in the sack of Constantinople, the Christian capital of the Byzantine Empire. This diversion was prompted by a series of financial and logistical challenges, coupled with the influence of Venetian merchants who redirected the crusading forces for their own economic and political gains. The Crusaders' attack on Constantinople not only deepened the rift between the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches, but also weakened the Byzantine Empire, contributing to its eventual fall to the Ottoman Turks. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you. If you're coming back, good to see you again. And if you'd like to support the channel, the links to the Patreon are in the comments and description. Otherwise, those who feel inclined can leave their thoughts in the comments or like and subscribe the video. Now, this is part of a series on the other Crusades. If you want to watch the other videos, then you'll find them on my channel in the Medieval History playlist. Otherwise, let's continue with the history of the Fourth Crusade. Between 1176 and 1187, Saladin's Ayyubid Sultanate overpowered the Crusader states in the Levant, capturing Jerusalem after a siege in 1187. This loss prompted the launch of the Third Crusade. The Ayyubids then reduced the Crusader presence to a few coastal cities, Tyre, Antioch, and Tripoli. The Third Crusade set out with the aim of retaking Jerusalem, and while it didn't capture the city itself, it certainly did regain significant territories, including Acre and Jaffa. The campaign concluded with the Treaty of Jaffa in 1192 that established a truce with Saladin. This period also saw heightened friction between Western European states and the Byzantine Empire. Emperor Frederick I Barbarossa all but nearly attacked Constantinople over disputes with the Byzantine Emperor Isaac II Angelos, who was preoccupied with internal challenges. Now Richard I of England, also known as Richard the Lionheart, managed to capture Cyprus, and instead of returning it to the Byzantine Empire, as was the arrangement, he decided to hand it over to Guy of Lusignan, a former king of the Crusader state of Jerusalem. Following the death of Saladin in 1193, his empire was divided among his sons and brothers. Henry II of Champagne, the ruler of Jerusalem, extended a truce with the Egyptian Sultan Al-Aziz Uthman. However, the German Crusade of 1197 somewhat disrupted this peace, leading to further conflicts but eventually resulting in a truce that left Jaffa under Ayyubid control and Beirut with the Crusaders. Now, to the jewel in the crown. Constantinople, existing for 874 years by the time of the Fourth Crusade, remained a major Christian city, retaining much of ancient Rome's infrastructure. It was a key trade hub, attracting interest and envy from Western powers, especially Venice. Now, in 1195, Byzantine Emperor Isaac II Angelos was overthrown, and his successor, Alexios III Angelos, faced significant challenges, including financial instability and defensive neglect. All of these culminated together to further weaken the empire. In January 1198, Pope Innocent III assumed papal office, with the proclamation of a new crusade as a central ambition of his papacy. His summons went largely unanswered by the monarchs of Europe, due to various political entanglements. For example, Germany was embroiled in conflicts with papal authority, while England and France, they were a little bit too busy fighting each other. Nonetheless, inspired by the sermons of Fulk of Neuilly, a crusading force was eventually assembled at Tournament in Écris-sur-Aisne in 1199, organized by the Count Thurbart of Champagne. Now, Thurbart was initially chosen as the leader, but was succeeded by Boniface of Montferrat upon his death in 1201. Boniface, inheriting the title from his brother, Conrad of Montferrat, took on the leadership role. Now Boniface, alongside with the Crusaders' leadership, reached out to Venice, Genoa, and other maritime powers in 1200. to attempt to secure naval passage to Egypt, which was identified as the new target of the crusade, a shift from the previous focus, which was mainly centered around Palestine. This strategy, recognizing Egypt as the primary Muslim power in the Mediterranean, and a significant trading partner, particularly with Venice. Of course, the choice of Egypt necessitated a maritime campaign, demanding the assembly of a fleet, and a damn good one. A task Genoa declined, but Venice, under Doge Enrico Dandalo, accepted the task. Dandalo saw this as an opportunity for Venice to expand its wealth, prestige, and territorial holdings, and Venetian merchants were known for being particularly savvy. Their entire culture at this point was just about making money and building boats, which kind of goes hand in hand. The agreements with Venice stipulated the transportation of a substantial force that required at least a year of preparations. Of course, this affected Venice's commercial engagements. The crusading force, primarily hailing from various regions of France, including Blois, Champagne, Amiens, and Burgundy, among others, also saw participation from Flanders, Montferrat, and contingents from the Holy Roman Empire. This diverse assembly was to depart Venice in the early October 1202, aiming directly for Cairo, the stronghold of the Ayyubid Caliphate. Pope Innocent III ratified this plan, emphasizing a prohibition against assaults on Christian territories. Not all crusaders agreed to depart from Venice, however, leading many to embark from Flanders, Marseille, and Genoa instead. By May 1202, the main body of the Crusader army had gathered in Venice, but the numbers were somewhat less than anticipated. Only around 12,000 showed up, and they were expecting 33,000 at least. A little disappointing. Well, Venice had fulfilled its part of the agreement, preparing 50 war galleys and 450 transport ships, which was more than enough for the gathered forces. However, the Crusaders fell short of the required 85,000 silver marks, managing to scrape together only 35,000, and later adding another 14,000 through severe financial sacrifices. Of course, this situation put Venice in quite a difficult position, having paused its commercial activities to outfit the expedition. So not only they lost money because they weren't doing business as usual, all of a sudden bills could not be paid because the Crusaders did not meet their obligation. Talk about heartbreaking for Venice. Well, the requirement to crew the fleet also placed a considerable strain on Venice's workforce and economy, so it was not looking good for them. Doge D'Angelo and the Venetian leaders had to then make a choice. The crusade could not afford its fees, yet disbanding the assembled force would damage Venetian prestige and financial stability. Dandolo proposed a solution. The Crusaders could offset their debt by targeting various Adriatic ports and towns. This culminated in the capture of Zara in Dalmatia, a city that had asserted its independence from Venetian control and was under protection of King Emmerich of Hungary and Croatia. I'm sure you can imagine how Hungary and Croatia felt about this development. Well, of course, the decision to attack Zara was controversial, to say the least. King Emmerich was a Catholic who had taken up the cross, and many crusaders objected to assaulting fellow Christians. In fact, they had been told specifically not to do this. It was the only rule that they were given. Well, some, including a group led by Simon de Montfort, opted out and pursued their own journey to the Holy Land independently. Despite opposition from the Pope's threat of excommunication, the Crusaders proceeded to besiege Zara, capturing it in November of 1202, after displaying its Catholic affiliation did not deter the attack. Now, Pope Innocent III, who had told them, "Whatever you do, do not attack other Christians," upon learning of the sack of Zara, excommunicated the Crusaders, urging them to adhere to the original vows and proceed directly to Jerusalem. Fearing the disillusion of their forces, the Crusades' leaders withheld the Pope's decree from their troops. Innocent III later lifted the excommunication for those not directly involved in the attack on Zara, recognizing the coercive influence of the Venetians on the Crusaders. Now, the tension between Venice and the Byzantine Empire was significantly heightened by both commercial rivalry and the historical grievances, which mainly stemmed from the massacre of the Latins. I'm not going to go into detail about that, but I'm sure you can guess what happened via the name. Now, the Chronicle of Novgorod suggests a deeply personal element to this animosity, alleging that Doge Enrico Dandolo had been blinded on the orders of Emperor Manuel I Comnenos during an embassy to Constantinople in 1171. This, of course, fueled quite a lot of resentment towards the Byzantines, especially from Dandolo, who was walking around with his hands in front of him. Now, in the lead up to the fleet's departure from Venice, Boniface of Montferrat made a detour to visit his cousin, Philip of Swabia, sparking a good bit of speculation about his motives. Now, he might have been trying to avoid the threat of excommunication, aware of Venice's contentious plans, or he might have sought an alliance with Alexios IV Angelos, Philip's brother-in-law and the son of their dethroned Emperor Isaac II Angelos. It's uncertain whether Boniface knew of Angelos IV's presence at Philip's court. Now, Alexios IV, who was at this time in exile, proposed a rather lucrative deal to support the crusade financially, offer military assistance, and promise ecclesiastical concessions in exchange for the Crusaders' help in reclaiming his father's throne from Emperor Alexios III Angelos. This proposal, delivered to the Crusades' leadership during their winter stay in Zara, and promising to alleviate their financial strain, was met with quite a lot of enthusiasm, particularly by Doge Dandolo. But, despite Dandolo's intricate knowledge of Byzantine politics, and skepticism about the feasibility of Alexios IV's promises, the allure of resolving their monetary predicament swayed their leaders. After all, they were in way too deep, and they needed a way out, whatever it was. Boniface of Montferrat, having returned from his visit with Alexios IV, joined the fleet in Corfu, ready to advance the plan. While most leaders were persuaded, or possibly influenced by Dandolo's incentives, a faction led by Renaud of Montmirail opted out, proceeding directly to Syria. Now the Crusade, now committed to venture against Constantinople itself, a Christian city, prepared a formidable naval force, including siege engines, and set sail in April 1203. Despite the controversial nature of their new objective, Pope Innocent III's response was ambivalent. He forbade attacks on Christian entities unless they obstructed the crusade, stopping short, just a little bit short, of outright condemnation of the plan to attack Constantinople. Well, upon their arrival at Constantinople on the 23rd of June 1203, those of the Fourth Crusade faced a city of immense scale, home to 500,000 inhabitants, protected by a garrison of 15,000 men, including the renowned 5,000 Varangian guards, and a modest naval fleet of 20 galleys. Despite its imposing population and storied defenses, the city's military might was constrained by political and economic factors, limiting its permanent forces to a core of units, albeit quite elite and experienced. In times of imminent threat, the Byzantine capital had historically been able to call upon reinforcements from its provincial territories. However, this time, the swift approach of the Fourth Crusade left the city's defenders ill-prepared for the siege. The Crusaders' primary aim was to dethrone Emperor Alexios III Angelos and replace him with Alexios IV, the exiled son of the previous emperor, Isaac II. They were driven by the promise of substantial rewards from Alexios IV for their military support. This demand was communicated to Alexios III's representatives via Conan of Bethune, emphasizing the Crusaders' intent to fulfill their bargain with the claimant to the throne. Now, the internal politics of succession within the Byzantine Empire, marked by a history of palace coups and a fluid concept of hereditary right, meant that the citizens of Constantinople viewed the Crusaders' cause with a good bit of detachment, accustomed as they were to frequent shifts in imperial power. After all, it's not like they were voting anybody in. A king is a king, right? Well, initially, the Crusaders attempted to take control of the strategic suburbs of Chalcedon and Chrysopolis, but they were repelled back. However, they demonstrated their military prowess in a smaller engagement, where a contingent of 80 Frankish knights achieved a surprising victory against a larger Byzantine force of 500. Well, this showcases quite a lot of tactical advantages and determination of the Crusaders, despite being outnumbered. To breach Constantinople, the Crusaders first had to get across the Bosphorus. Utilizing around 200 vessels, including horse transports and galleys, they crossed the narrow strait. The Byzantine forces, arranged by Alexios III along the shore north of Galata, were quickly overcome by the Crusader force, who charged from their transports, causing the Byzantine troops to retreat in fear. The Crusaders then targeted the Tower of Galata, key for its control over the chain that blocked the Golden Horn, guarded by a diverse garrison of mercenaries from England, Denmark, and mainland Italy. Well, on July 6th, the Crusaders' flagship, the Aquila, succeeded in breaking this chain, with a segment of it later sent to Acre to strengthen the defenses there. During the siege of the Tower of Galata, although the defenders made several attempts to break the siege, they often faced very heavy casualties. In a notable sally, many defenders were unable to return to the tower, and were either killed by the Crusaders or drowned in the Bosphorus. The capture of the tower allowed the Crusaders to access the Golden Horn, and the Venetian fleet sailed right in. A display intended to rally support for Alexios IV from the city's populace instead was met with taunts and jeers from the citizens, contradicting the Crusaders' expectations of a warm welcome for the pretender. On July 11th, the Crusaders positioned themselves near the Blachernain Palace, at the city's northwest. Initial assaults on the walls were repelled, but a week later, on July 17th, a more coordinated attack on the sea and land walls at the same time led to the Venetians breaching around 25 towers. The Varangian Guard repelled attacks on the land walls until a retreat covered by a Venetian fire screen inadvertently caused significant destruction and displacement within the city. In a decisive move, Alexios III marshaled a large force to confront the Crusaders, but ultimately retreated without engaging, severely impacting morale and leading to his personal flight from the city. Not a good look, Alexios. With Alexios gone, Constantinople's authorities reinstated Isaac II. Faced with achieving their declared goal, but without the promised reward, the Crusaders negotiated for Alexios IV to be made co-emperor alongside his father Isaac II, culminating in Alexios IV's coronation on August 1st. Now Alexios IV, he found himself in a challenging position, unable to fulfill the grand promises he'd made to the Crusaders due to the depleted state of the imperial treasury, exacerbated by Alexios III's escape with a significant portion of the empire's wealth. Things were about to get very, very awkward. In a desperate attempt to gather funds, Alexios ordered the melting down of Roman icons for their precious metals, but he managed to raise only around 100,000 silver marks, a decision that horrified the Byzantine populace and was seen as a grievous act of sacrilege. Now this act was condemned by citizens and historians alike, with many marking it as the pivotal moment, symbolic of the empire's decline. Just imagine what we lost. All those great statues, melted down. It's like taking your mother's wedding ring to a pawn shop to pay your electricity bills. Ugh. Terrible. The forced desecration of religious icons alienated Alexios IV from his people and heightened tensions within Constantinople. In a bid to secure his position, Alexios IV sought to extend his alliance with the Crusaders for another 6 months, until April of 1204, and even led a contingent to confront Alexios III. Now, during his absence, civil unrest escalated, culminating in violent riots and a devastating fire that ravaged the city, leaving approximately 100,000 people without homes, and managing to even further strain relations between the Byzantines and the Latin population, as if they were not strained enough as it was. Now, the death of Isaac II in January of 1204, and the growing dissatisfaction with Alexios IV's rule, led to a brief and unsuccessful attempt by the Byzantine Senate to appoint Nicholas Cannabus as emperor. But Nicholas was not keen on the idea, and he simply declined the position. Well, if he had have taken it up, there was a good chance he would just be simply assassinated some weeks later. Perhaps we should give him a little bit more credit for being ahead of the curve. Alexios Doukas, a notable figure with military experience and respect among the populace, at least the majority of them, capitalized on the widespread discontent to seize power for himself. After deposing and executing Alexios IV, Doukas was crowned Emperor Alexios V. He promptly focused on reinforcing the city's defenses and rallying support against the Crusader threat. Well, infuriated by the assassination of Alexios IV, whom they had supported and put quite a lot of hope and stock into, the Crusaders and Venetians, who were still quite out of money, demanded that Emperor Alexios V honor the commitments previously made. Now, Alexios V's refusal to comply led to yet another assault on Constantinople. On April the 8th, despite the Byzantines' forces' strong resilience and their success in damaging the Crusaders' siege equipment with heavy projectiles, adverse weather conditions and a strong shore wind hampered the Crusaders' efforts, preventing most of their ships from approaching the walls effectively. Therefore, this initial attack was a complete failure, with only one minor engagement at the city's towers, and none of which of them were captured. Back to the drawing board. Well, in the aftermath, Latin clergy within the crusading army sought to rally the demoralized troops, preaching that their cause was just and divinely sanctioned, despite the setback. You've got to be joking. I think everybody knew at this point that they were just fighting to get themselves out of debt. Well, either way, they framed the failed assault not as divine punishment, but as a test of faith, depicting the Byzantines as traitors for the murder of Alexios IV, and comparing them unfavorably. The quote was apparently made by the Latin clergy that they were even more traitorous than the Jews, which, make of that what you will. Well, this attempt to morally justify the campaign against Constantinople was met with mixed reception. But a soldier must follow orders, right? Ignoring Pope Innocent III's commands against attacking, the Crusaders made preparations for another assault, while Alexios V opted to defend from within the city. The Varangian Guard, who were also unpaid and discontented, simply walked off. They left their posts, and Alexios V was forced to flee when nightfall hit. Now, amidst all this, there had to be a new emperor, right? Well, the efforts to appoint one amid all this chaos, of course, proved very futile. So, Constantinople was effectively a city without a ruler. Fortune favored the Crusaders on April 12th, when favorable winds allowed the Venetian fleet to breach the city's defenses. A small group of Crusaders then breached the walls, and despite fierce resistance from Byzantine forces, including negotiations by the Anglo-Saxon defenders for better pay, the Crusaders gained a foothold in the Blackernay Quarter. Their attempt to use fire as a defensive measure inadvertently caused further destruction. Who would have thought? And another 15,000 people had their homes burned down. Well, by the next day, April 13th, the Crusaders had taken complete control of Constantinople, marking a significant and devastating turn in the city's history, and a devastating turn in the broader context of the Crusades. I mean, what had the Crusades become, with Christians fighting Christians? One can only imagine the Muslim rulers watching on from Jerusalem thinking, what on earth are they doing? Well, for 3 days following their breach of Constantinople, the Crusaders engaged in unprecedented pillage, marking one of the darkest episodes in medieval history. The systematic destruction and looting inflicted upon the city saw loss or damage of countless Greco-Roman and medieval works, alongside widespread violence against the civilian population. Churches and monasteries, despite the sacredness afforded to them, were not spared. They were desecrated and stripped of their treasures, contravening even the threat of excommunication. No one cared. They just wanted to loot. Well, eyewitnesses from the period, including Nikitas Koniates and Geoffrey of Villehardouin, documented the ruthless greed and destruction that characterized the sack. Not seen since the fall of Rome back in 410. The looting of Constantinople resulted in the acquisition of approximately 900,000 silver marks worth of treasure. While the Venetians claimed their agreed portion, the distribution of the spoils among the Crusaders was uneven, with a significant amount concealed by some knights. Deep pockets, of course. The brutality of the sack, characterized by murder, looting, and was noted for its sheer scale, drawing comparisons to the sacking by historical barbarian tribes, yet surpassing them in ferocity. The Venetians, partly Byzantine in culture themselves, managed to save some of the priceless art. However, many crusaders from other regions who were perhaps not quite as high class didn't recognize the value of these things and engaged in acts of profound desecration and violence. Which leads us to the Hagia Sophia, the pinnacle of Christian architecture in Constantinople, which was subjected to some of the most egregious violations. Its religious icons, holy books, and silver iconostasis were destroyed, and the sanctity of the patriarchal throne was desecrated in a mocking display of contempt for the Orthodox Christian tradition. This event not only represented the significant loss of culture and religious heritage, but also deepened the schism between the Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic churches, exacerbating the estrangement of East and West. In fact, it's rather arguable that this event of the Fourth Crusade was more damaging to Constantinople in terms of loss of culture and art and literature than the actual fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks in 1453 was. Think about that. The consequences of the Fourth Crusade's diversion to Constantinople extended beyond the immediate horrors and destruction. It signaled a pivotal decline in Byzantine power, which hastened its vulnerability to future conquests, and ultimately facilitating the rise of the Ottoman Empire. This rather ironic outcome starkly contrasted with the Crusade's initial goals, leading to a resurgence of Islam in regions once held by Christian powers. Pope Innocent III was understandably quite angry about this. His reaction to these atrocities committed by the Crusaders was one of profound dismay and complete confusion, as he confronted the moral and spiritual failings of those he had sent forth under the banner of the cross. The sack of Constantinople remains a poignant testament to the complexities and unintended consequences of the crusading movement, leaving a lasting imprint on the historical trajectory of both Eastern and Western Christendom. Of course, imagine being Pope Innocent III. This whole thing was his idea in the first place. It's kind of like finding out your son is a mass murderer. But, of course, not everybody was in on the siege of Constantinople. The journey of the Fourth Crusade was marked by numerous defections, with many crusaders choosing to take a more direct route and fulfill their vows by heading straight to the Holy Land, bypassing the siege of Constantinople entirely. Despite Geoffrey of Villehardouin's portrayal of these individuals as deserters, modern historical analysis suggests that a significant number, though not a majority, of the Crusaders made their way to the Holy Land by any means necessary. A substantial portion of these Crusaders departed from southern Italy, particularly from ports in Apulia, aiming for a landing at Acre. This route was chosen by several knights and their retinues, who for various reasons, including disillusionment with the Crusade's direction, or simply a desire to fulfill their vows more directly, opted for a more linear approach. The financial resources for the Holy Land's defense, including the contributions from the preacher Fulk of Neuilly, were rather significant. These funds were directed towards the fortification of Acre, which was already fortified enough as it was, but this reinforced its defenses against potential attacks. The defections, well, they occurred in waves, with a notable number leaving after the siege of Zara, and others departing directly from Zara for the Holy Land. Some Crusaders, upon reaching the Holy Land, found themselves constrained by existing truces with Muslim powers, and limited in their military options. These constraints had led to rather tragic outcomes for some, like Renard and his contingent, who suffered ambush and captivity while attempting to engage in military actions independently. Additionally, several official and unofficial groups made their way to the Holy Land, either in defiance of or as an alternative to the main crusading force's objectives. These groups included notable figures and contingents that chose to distance themselves from the controversial decisions made by the Crusaders' leadership. Now, in the summer of 1202, Baldwin of Flanders made the strategic decision to divide his forces for the Fourth Crusade, leading one contingent to Venice and dispatching another by sea under the leadership of John II of Nesle, Thierry of Flanders, and Nicholas of Mailly. The Flemish fleet embarked on a Mediterranean journey that included a notable military engagement on the African coast, where they managed to capture a Muslim city, leaving it under the control of the Livonian Brothers of the Sword, before heading to Marseille to overwinter. The Marseille pilots, renowned for their navigational skills and experience in open sea sailing, offered the Flemish and French Crusaders a vital link to the Holy Land. By March 1203, Baldwin's fleet received orders to sail towards Metheny to meet with the Venetian forces. However, due to timing and decision-making processes influenced perhaps by the news of the Crusade's redirection to Constantinople, the Flemish fleet chose to proceed directly to Acre, possibly making a stop in Cyprus, where Thierry of Flanders laid a familial claim to the island. Now, upon reaching Acre, the Flemish contingent faced the same diplomatic constraints as other crusaders, with King Aymery of Jerusalem adhering to his truce with the Ayyubids, and thus limiting their military options. The crusaders dispersed, serving in different capacities across the Levantine states, with some being captured in conflicts that erupted after the truce's initial breakdown. The changing politics and military dynamics in the region, highlighted by the seizure of ships by both Christian and Muslim forces, speaks to the precarious balance of power and the complex network of alliances and hostilities that characterize this period. The embassy of Martin of Paris and Conrad of Schwarzenberg to the main Crusader army, besieging it to join the conflict in the Holy Land following the truce's violations, illustrates the ongoing challenges and fragmented nature of the crusading effort by this time, as well as, of course, the difficulties in undertaking such a diverse and geographically dispersed task. Now back to Pope Innocent. He spoke of the outcomes of the crusade thusly, and, my God, he does not sound happy about it. This is from Pope Innocent III, a quote. "How, indeed, will the Church of the Greeks, no matter how severely she is beset with afflictions and persecutions, return into ecclesiastical union and to a devotion for the Apostolic See, when she has seen in Latins only an example of perdition and the works of darkness, so that she now, with reason, detests the Latins more than dogs. As for those who are supposed to be seeking the ends of our Lord Jesus Christ, and not their own ends, who made their swords, which they were supposed to use against the pagans, drip with Christian blood, they have spared neither religion nor age. They have committed adultery and fornication before the eyes of men. They have exposed both matrons and virgins, even those dedicated to God, to the sordid lusts of men. Not satisfied with breaking open the imperial treasury and plundering the goods of princes and lesser men, They have also laid their hands on the treasures of the churches, and what is more serious, on their very own possessions. They have even ripped silver plates from the altars, and have hacked them to pieces among themselves. They violated the holy places, and have carried off crosses and relics. End of the quote from Pope Innocent III. Doesn't sound happy about it, doesn't he? Well, following the sack of Constantinople in 1204, the Fourth Crusade culminated in the division of the Byzantine Empire through the Partitio Terrarum Imperii Romaniae, a treaty that allocated territories between the Republic of Venice and the leading crusaders. This partitioning led to the establishment of the Latin Empire of Constantinople, marking a profound shift in the region's political and cultural landscape. Boniface of Montferrat, despite being a favored candidate for the emperorship among many, given his royal connections and his visibility among the Crusader forces, was ultimately bypassed in favor of Baldwin of Flanders for the imperial throne. The Venetians harbored certain reservations about Boniface, fearing his ties to the previous Byzantine regime and his potential bias towards Genoa, concerns that stemmed from Montferrat's geographical proximity to Genoa and Boniface's own familial connections through his brother Rainier's marriage to Maria Comnene, a former empress. As a result, Baldwin of Flanders was crowned the first emperor of the newly formed Latin Empire, while Boniface was compensated with the creation of the Kingdom of Thessalonica, effectively a vassal state to the Latin Empire. Now Venice, don't forget about them. They also secured significant gains, notably establishing the Duchy of the Archipelago in the Aegean Sea, further asserting its maritime dominance and expanding its commercial empire. Well, the aftermath of the Fourth Crusade also saw the emergence of Byzantine's successor states as refugees and remnants of the Byzantine aristocracy sought to preserve their heritage and authority as much as they possibly could. The Empire of Nicaea, under Theodore Lascaris, the Emperor of Trebizond, and the Despote of Epirus were among the most significant of these entities, each representing the center of resistance against Latin rule and a beacon of Byzantine continuity in the face of Latin occupation. And the Muslims, sitting comfortably down in Jerusalem, didn't really feel a thing. Wasn't that interesting? Well, if you've enjoyed this full history of the Fourth Crusade, albeit a 1-hour video on the Fourth Crusade perhaps does not do it a justice, but this is the main idea. Well, you best like and subscribe, don't you think? You get more of this in the future. The Knights Templar, officially known as the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, was a prominent military order of the Catholic Church during the Middle Ages. Founded around 1119, the Templars played a significant role in the Crusades, operating from their headquarters on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Initially, the Templars enjoyed widespread support and amassed considerable wealth and power through donations, bequests, and land acquisitions across Europe. However, As the Crusades faltered, and the Templars faced challenges in maintaining control over their holdings in the Holy Land, their popularity began to wane. Rumors and accusations against the Templars began to circulate, particularly concerning their alleged secret initiation ceremonies, and several discrepancies with their growing wealth. Hello everyone and welcome. You've arrived at the history channel that you've been looking for. I'm the ASMR historian, and if you'd like to support the channel, I have opened a Patreon, where all videos are ad-free. If you'd like to help out in a more practical way, leave a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel, so I can continue to grow in the algorithm. You know what it's like. Without further ado, let's begin our story for today. All you need to know about the Knights Templar. Firstly, I'm going to provide you with a brief explanation of who the Knights were before we go into real specifics of a chronological history. So let's begin from there. The Knights Templar were indeed an elite fighting force of their time, characterized by their rigorous training, superior equipment, and of course, unwavering dedication to their cause. Their religious convictions shaped their military ethos, emphasizing bravery, discipline, and self-sacrifice. Within the Templar ranks, there were three distinct classes, each serving a specific role in fulfilling the Order's mission. At the highest echelon of this were the Knights, the warrior monks who formed the core combat force. Sworn to poverty and obedience, they wore white robes symbolizing purity, and served as the vanguard in battle. The Knights adhered to strict rules, including celibacy, financial austerity, and of course, absolute loyalty to the Order. The Templar priests, clad in green robes, performed essential religious duties, such as conducting ceremonies, leading prayers, and maintaining records. They also provided spiritual guidance to members of the Order, and often served as moral pillars during times of conflict. And there were plenty of those times. The mounted men-at-arms, known as brothers, constituted the largest segment of the Templar Order. These individuals, attired in black or brown robes, performed diverse roles, ranging from guarding and stewardship to squire duties. They were responsible for logistical support, ensuring that the knights were adequately equipped and supported on the battlefield. The Templars' military prowess was further augmented by their well-trained war horses, which were outfitted with armor and trained specifically for combat. This combination of skilled warriors, disciplined monks, and formidable steeds made the Knights Templar a formidable force wherever they went. Moreover, the Templars' belief in martyrdom as a noble death instilled them with unparalleled courage and determination in the face of crippling adversity. The famous Battle of Montecasard in 1177 stands as a testament to the tactical acumen and courage of the knights, who, despite being vastly outnumbered, managed to achieve a remarkable victory against the formidable forces of Saladin. Or, if there are any Arabic-speaking viewers watching, I may do my best from memory and say that it is pronounced Salahuddin or Salahaddin. Correct me in the comments if you will. Now, Saladin, the renowned Muslim military leader, sought to advance towards Jerusalem with a formidable army comprising 26,000 soldiers. King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem, along with around 500 knights and their supporters, found themselves pinned near the coastal town of Ascalon, facing overwhelming odds. Well, amidst this dire situation, a small contingent of 80 Templar knights, accompanied by their entourage, attempted to reinforce the besieged forces. As Saladin's army approached, the Templars, aware of their numerical disadvantage, opted for a strategic approach. They met Saladin's troops at Gaza, but were deemed too insignificant to engage in battle, prompting Saladin to disregard them and continue his march towards Jerusalem. Quite an oversight. A very rare oversight for Saladin, by the way, who was an extremely intelligent military commander, and reportedly quite a gentleman. Taking advantage of Saladin's decision to disperse his forces for pillaging, the Templars seized the opportunity to strike. They swiftly joined forces with King Baldwin's army and embarked on a daring march northward along the coast. Meanwhile, Saladin's troops, scattered and unprepared, fell victim to a surprise ambush orchestrated by the Templars near Montecasard, close to Ramla. The Templars' audacious assault caught Saladin's forces off guard, disrupting their cohesion and rendering them vulnerable to attack. Despite their numerical superiority, Saladin and his troops found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the Templars and their allies. The Battle of Montecasard proved to be a decisive turning point, as Saladin's army suffered heavy losses and was compelled to retreat in disarray. Although it was not the final confrontation with Saladin, the victory brought a crucial respite for the Kingdom of Jerusalem, providing them with a year of much-needed peace. The valiant stand of the Templars at Montecasard became immortalized as a legendary feat of heroism and military prowess. Despite their relatively limited numbers, the Templars frequently played pivotal roles in major battles, where they would either lead the charge at the onset of the engagement or provide crucial support to the main army from the rear. Their participation extended beyond the Holy Land, by the way, as they fought alongside renowned leaders such as King Louis VII of France, and of course King Richard I of England. That's Richard the Lionheart, by the way. In addition to these exploits in Palestine, members of the Order were also actively involved in the campaigns of the Spanish and Portuguese Reconquista. One notable engagement was the Siege of Tomar in 1190, where Templar knights demonstrated their combat prowess and contributed to the Christian efforts to reclaim territories from Islamic rule in the Iberian Peninsula. Following the official papal sanction, the Knights Templar transformed from an order of humble monks into a revered charity across Europe. This newfound status brought them significant resources and financial backing from various sources all over Europe. One notable source of revenue was the contributions made by new members joining the order. As part of their initiation, these individuals took vows of poverty and often donated substantial sums of money or property to the order, further bolstering its wealth. Not a bad business plan. Additionally, the Templars engaged in lucrative business dealings that contributed to their financial prosperity. Leveraging their trusted international network, nobles would entrust the Templars with their wealth and assets while they embarked on journeys such as joining the Crusades. This arrangement served as a form of financial security, allowing nobles to safeguard their fortunes until their return. Right, so the brief history over, you kind of get an idea of what the Knights Templar were doing, right? Well, you see, originally, the Knights Templar were just there to guard pilgrims who were facing attacks while going to the Holy Land. This became a rather large problem. But by the year 1150, the Templars had expanded their mission beyond merely guarding pilgrims to pioneering an innovative system of issuing letters of credit. Pilgrims would deposit their valuables and deeds at a Templar house in their home country and receive a letter detailing their holdings in return. This letter, often encrypted with a cipher alphabet, served as a form of currency that pilgrims could use to withdraw funds from their accounts at other Templar establishments along their journey. Pretty clever, huh? Not only did this system ensure the safety of pilgrims by sparing them from carrying valuable possessions, but it also enhanced the Templars' influence and economic power. As the Knights Templars' involvement in banking activities expanded, they became increasingly influential in the realm of finance, ultimately shaping the foundations of modern banking practices. Despite the Church's prohibition against usury, that's charging interest, the Templars found ways to engage in lending practices by implementing clever loopholes. Instead of charging interest directly, they devised agreements where they retained rights to the production of mortgaged property, effectively charging rent in lieu of interest. This is quite often how Sharia-compliant banks work in the Islamic world. They still charge the interest, but they simply do not call it interest. It's more of a fee to service the loan. The Templars' vast holdings were essential to sustaining their military campaigns, as the cost of maintaining a knight grew substantially over time. requiring extensive land and resources. The order accumulated significant estates to support these operations. For example, by 1180, a Burgundian noble required 3 square kilometers of land to sustain himself as a knight, a figure that rose to 15.6 square kilometers of land by 1260. Now that's inflation. Additionally, the Templars were responsible for supporting thousands of horses and pack animals, with high maintenance costs exacerbated by the challenging conditions of the Crusader states in the eastern Mediterranean. And despite these challenges, the Templars' astute political connections and understanding of the commercial dynamics of the Outremer communities propelled them to positions of immense power. For a group that took vows of poverty, they certainly seemed to be very good at making themselves rich. They acquired large tracts of land across Europe and the Middle East, constructed churches and castles, purchased agricultural properties, engaged in manufacturing, and controlled significant import and export operations. Their influence even extended to the maritime domain, with the Templars maintaining their own fleet of ships. At one point, they held dominion over the entire island of Cyprus, demonstrating the extent of their authority and wealth, but also attracting unwanted attention. We'll get to that later. The remarkable success and growing influence of the Knights inevitably raised concerns among rival orders, and of course various nobles across Europe and the Middle East. Among their most powerful competitors were the Knights Hospitaller and the Teutonic Knights, both of whom vied for prestige, resources, and of course territory in the region. The Knights Hospitaller, also known as the Order of Hospitallers, shared a similar mission to the Templars in providing medical care and protection to pilgrims in the Holy Land. While they initially cooperated with the Templars, competition for resources and influence inevitably led to tensions between the two orders. Similarly, the Teutonic Knights, originally established to provide medical assistance during the Crusades, evolved into a formidable military order, focused on expanding Christian territory in the Baltic region. Their ambitions often clashed with those of the Templars, particularly in areas where spheres of influence overlapped, and there were a few of those. In addition to rivalry from other orders, the Templars faced scrutiny and apprehension from various nobles and, even more dangerously, monarchs. Some nobles had expressed concern over the Templars' considerable wealth and financial power, fearing that their economic influence could undermine the traditional power structures. Furthermore, the Templars' status as an independent military force, accountable only to the Pope and God, of course, raised suspicions among rulers who sought to maintain control over their territories. The Battle of the Horns of Hattin in 1187, well, That marked a significant setback for the Templars and the Crusader states. Led by Grand Master Gerard de Ridefort, the Templars suffered a devastating defeat against Saladin's forces. That's right, Saladin came back swinging, and this time it was personal. Gerard de Ridfort's lack of strategic acumen, combined with poor decisions such as venturing into the arid hill country without adequate supplies, led to the Templars being overcome by the heat and eventually surrounded and massacred by Saladin's army. This defeat paved the way for Saladin's capture of Jerusalem, dealing a severe blow to the cause of the Crusaders. However, don't write them off too quickly. In the early 1190s, Richard the Lionheart, the King of England and leader to the Third Crusade, embarked on a remarkable campaign alongside his Templar allies. Through a series of decisive military actions, Richard and the Templars managed to recapture significant portions of Christian territory from Saladin. Despite the diminished size and influence of the Crusader states, particularly with the relocation of the Kingdom of Jerusalem's capital to Acre, the Third Crusade succeeded in preserving Christian control in the region, albeit barely. The military orders, including the Templars, played a crucial role in the defense of Crusader states during this period. Their formidable castles served as strongholds against the Muslim advances, while their expertise in warfare bolstered the Frankish forces on the battlefield. As a result, the power and influence of the Templars reached new heights in the aftermath of the Third Crusade, solidifying their position as key players in the defense of Christian interests in the Holy Land. Following the siege of Acre in 1291, the Templars faced the necessity of relocating their headquarters from the Holy Land to the island of Cyprus. Jacques de Molay, who assumed the role of the order's Grand Master around 1292, undertook a significant effort to rally support for the Templars and organize yet another crusade. He embarked on a tour across Europe with the aim of garnering backing for his order. During his travels, he met with Pope Boniface XIII, or the 8th rather, who agreed to grant the Templars similar privileges in Cyprus as they had already enjoyed in the Holy Land. Additionally, Charles II of Naples and Edward I offered various forms of support to the Templars. This support ranged from exemptions from taxes to pledges for future assistance in building a new army. These pledges of support were, of course, crucial for the Templars, as they sought to regroup and maintain their influence in the face of their loss of territory in the Holy Land. However, their efforts to organize another crusade to get that land back would ultimately face significant challenges amidst the changing dynamics of European politics and the waning enthusiasm for further military expeditions to the east. In 1298, the military orders, including the Knights Templar led by Jacques de Molay, along with the Hospitaller and other forces, undertook a campaign in Armenia to repel an invasion by the Mamluks. Despite their efforts, they were unable to achieve success, and the fortress of Rosh Gulmaim in the Belen Pass, which was the last Templar stronghold in Antioch, fell to the Muslims. Following this setback, in 1300, the Templars, in conjunction with the Knights Hospitaller and forces from Cyprus, launched an attempt to recapture the coastal city of Tortosa. Although they managed to seize the island of Arwad near Tortosa, their control of it was short-lived, and they soon lost it again. This loss of Arwad marked the end of the Crusaders' presence in the Holy Land, as it was their last foothold in the region. Despite still retaining a base of operations in Cyprus and possessing significant financial resources, the order found themselves without a clear purpose and without widespread support. Things had changed. This precarious situation ultimately contributed to their downfall, as they became increasingly vulnerable to external pressure, but also internal strife. Now, this is where another main character comes into the story. A bit of a villain. If you thought Saladin was the villain, well, you are yet to meet King Philip IV. King Philip IV of France harbored deep suspicions towards the Templars, fearing that they might be plotting to establish a sovereign monastic state, similar to the Teutonic Knights in Prussia. His concerns were compounded by the Templars' support for a coup on the island of Cyprus in 1306, which resulted in the abdication of King Henry II in favor of his brother, Amalric of Tyre. Additionally, Philip inherited land in Champagne, France, where the Templars had their headquarters. The order was already perceived as a state within a state, enjoying considerable wealth, exemption from taxes, and maintaining a large standing army, capable of freely traversing European borders, despite having lost much of his presence in the Holy Land. This, of course, was rather threatening to the monarchies of many countries. Think about how the East India Company grew so much that it became a government unto itself. This is kind of what happened with the Templars. And the actual governments, those who were put in place because they had a real claim, quote-unquote, to power, well, they were not going to tolerate this for too long, especially now that the Templars had no one left to fight. The Holy Land was gone, and there was simply a group of highly trained warriors with very sharp blades and nothing to do. On the ominous date of Friday, October 13th, 1307, scores of French Templars were simultaneously arrested by the agents of King Philip. They were subsequently subjected to torture, particularly at locations like the tower at Chinon, to coerce confessions of heresy and sacrilege within the order. These confessions, obtained under duress, led to their execution. Of course, in our modern day, we know that confessions extracted through torture are not reliable, but this was not our modern day, and King Philip was just looking for an excuse. The charges against the Templars were escalated on August 12, 1308, with increasingly outrageous allegations. At this point, they were just making things up. A lot of the reason for this was to turn public opinion against the Templars. Well, one of the things that they accused them of was worshipping idols. One of the idols was a cat, and another was this kind of head with 3 faces on it. Very avant-garde stuff. The list of charges continued to grow, encompassing accusations of denying Christ, desecrating the cross, and all-out engaging in devil worship. These accusations came as quite as a shock to many of the Templars, who had dedicated their entire life to doing the exact opposite. During the trials in Paris, a significant number of Templars confessed, quote-unquote, to these allegations, including denying Christ and what was described as obscene kissing rituals, whatever that means. They were also accused of spitting on the cross. However, these confessions were extracted through torture, and there was no physical evidence or even independent witnesses to substantiate the claims. They were simply pulled out of thin air. Now, despite the Templars reaching out to Pope Clement for assistance, the pontiff's response was limited to questioning the arrests, as he was largely under the influence of King Philip. The Templars' pleas for help from the papacy ultimately proved futile in the face of political and religious motivations driving the French monarchy's actions. Now, the Templars' confessions, all obtained under duress, ignited quite a scandal in Paris, leading to public outrage and demands for action against the alleged blasphemous conduct of the order. This was, of course, music to the ears of the monarchy. Succumbing to both public pressure and King Philip's concern, Pope Clement issued the bull Pastoralis Preeminentariae, instructing all Christian monarchs in Europe to arrest the Templars and seize their assets. The writing was certainly on the wall for the Templars at this point. Now, while most monarchs were skeptical of the charges against the Templars, legal proceedings were initiated across various regions, including the British Isles, Iberia, the Kingdom of Germany, the Italian peninsula, and even back on the Kingdom of Cyprus. The actual likelihood of obtaining a proper confession, well, that all depended largely on whether torture was employed during the interrogation. The prevailing belief is that King Philip, motivated by jealousy of the Templars' wealth and power, as well as his substantial indebtedness to them, that's right, he owed them quite a lot of money, fabricated false charges against the order at the Tours Assembly in 1308. It is widely doubted that Philip genuinely believed these accusations, which closely mirrored those made against Pope Boniface VIII. Many historians argue that Philip orchestrated these charges to seize the Templars' financial resources for his own benefit, with very little regard for their veracity. Notably, Philip had even invited Jacques de Molay, remember him, the Grand Master of the Templars, to serve as a pallbearer at a funeral just before the arrests, suggesting a premeditated betrayal. The Templars' arrests had ripple effects on the entire European economy, prompting a shift away from the Templars' monastic banking system and a return towards a traditional European monetary practice. Witnessing the fate of the Templars, the Hospitallers of St. John of Jerusalem and Rhodes were also persuaded to relinquish their banking activities during this period. In 1312, the Council of Vienne, and under the intense pressure of King Philip IV, following this council, Clement V issued an edict officially dissolving the Order of the Knights Templar. Many monarchs and nobles who had previously supported the Knights complied with papal command and dissolved their orders within their territories, while some rulers, such as those in England, arrested and tried Templars, and they were generally found not guilty. Well done to England. I guess it's a case of cancel culture in the medieval times. Now, outside of France, much of the Templar property was transferred by the Pope to the Knights Hospitaller. Surviving Templars were often accepted with open arms into the ranks of the Hospitallers. In regions where rulers were resistant to transferring Templar assets to the Hospitallers, such as the Iberian Peninsula, alternate arrangements were made. In Aragon, for instance, the assets were given to the Order of Montesa. In Portugal, the Templar Order continued under a new name. They rebranded to the Order of Christ. This group played a significant role in the early maritime explorations of Portugal, with Prince Henry the Navigator leading the order for 2 decades until his death. Despite the absorption of many Templars into other orders, questions remained about the fate of the tens of thousands of Templars across Europe. The hundreds of Templars arrested in France represented only a small fraction of the estimated 3,000 Templars in the country. Furthermore, the extensive archive of the Templars, containing detailed records of their business holdings and financial transactions, was never recovered. According to papal decree, these records were supposed to be transferred to the Knights Hospitaller, but their whereabouts remain unknown. The theory suggesting that the Knights Templars used a fleet of 18 ships at La Rochelle to escape arrest in France is primarily based on a single piece of testimony from a serving brother named Jean de Chalon, According to this testimony, Jean de Chalon heard rumors that Gerard de Villiers had set sail with 18 galleys, along with the treasury of another Templar named Hughes de Peyraud, just before the arrest warrant was issued for the order in October 1307. However, it's essential to note that this testimony is considered hearsay and is the sole source for this claim. Moreover, Jean de Chalon has been noted for making sensational and potentially unreliable statements about the order, casting doubt on his credibility. He was certainly known to run his mouth off a little bit, so take whatever he says with a grain of salt. So, those charges that were brought against the Knights Templar included a broad range of accusations, many of which were typical of the accusations made during the medieval Inquisition. These accusations included acts such as trampling on, spitting and urinating on the cross, engaging in obscene rituals while naked, worshipping idols, and even practicing sodomy. Some Templars admitted to these acts under torture, including the worship of an idol known as Baphomet. However, I think we all pretty much know that they are not very reliable confessions. We don't need to be scholars and historians to see through this. The specific charge of head worship, unique to the Templars, has drawn particular attention. The descriptions of the head allegedly venerated varied widely, leading to some scholars to suggest it may have been linked to medieval folklore about magical heads or rituals involving relics. Most of the accusations are about that three-sided head. So you got 3 faces on the one head. I know, very avant-garde. Overall, the charges brought against the Templars remain a subject of debate, and there are very few scholars who take any credence for them. But you see, within our living memory there exists a twist to the story. A lady named Barbara Frail discovered a thing called the Chinon parchment in September 2001. This parchment, dated the 17th of August 1308, was found in the Vatican's secret archives and indicated that Pope Clement V had absolved the leaders of the order in 1308. Frail's findings were published in the Journal of Medieval History in 2004, drawing significant attention from historians and scholars. In 2007, the Vatican published the Chinon parchment as a part of a limited edition of 799 copies of Processus contra Templarios. This publication provided broader access to the document, allowing researchers to further analyze its contents and its implications. Another Chinon parchment, also dated 20th of August 1308, addressed to Philip IV of France, confirmed the absolution granted to all Templars who had confessed to heresy. This document stated that they were restored to the sacraments and to the unity of the Church. Of course, these discoveries have prompted reassessments of the Templar trials and raised questions about the validity of the accusations. Not like there was already enough questions about that. It provides evidence of the papal absolution of the Templar leaders, suggesting that the trials may have just been political. But you don't need a chin on parchment to tell you that. Of course, if the discovery in 2001 shows us anything, it's that the story can always have a twist and turn, some 700 years later. Perhaps right now in the Vatican's secret archives there lies a document, an artifact, a relic, that will change this story once again. Who will find that? Will it be you? Maybe. But either way, it seems that the story of the Templars is not over yet. The Goa Inquisition, established in 1560 by the Portuguese colonial administration in their newly acquired Indian territory, a notorious extension of the Portuguese Inquisition aimed at enforcing Catholic orthodoxy among the newly converted Christian population. It targeted Hindus, Muslims, Jews, and even those Christians who were accused of relapsing into their previous religious practices, or those who were simply accused and suspected of heresy. The tribunal was of course notorious for its severity, employing torture and public executions as methods to enforce conformity. Thus the Inquisition's oppressive measures included the banning of local customs that were incompatible with their Catholic practices, leading to significant cultural and religious disruptions, a deep scar on the region. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. If you are coming back, great to see you again. Well, looks like we got past 10,000 subscribers. Isn't that great? Thank you very much. Let's try and go for 20 now. As always, if you like what I do, there's a Patreon link in the description, or just like and leave your comments down below. That helps me out. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic at hand. A full history of the Goa Inquisition. Please, get relaxed, deep breath, and we may begin. Let's go back to the roots. How did this all come about? Well, we have to go back to Spain to figure that out. Ferdinand and Isabella, the rulers of Aragon and Castile respectively, united their kingdoms through marriage in the year 1479, effectively forming what would become what we now know as the country of Spain. Their reign saw the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, many of whom sought refuge in the neighboring Portugal. However, within a few years, similar anti-Jewish sentiments and the practices of the Inquisition were adopted by the Portuguese. By 1497, the King of Portugal mandated the forced conversion of Jews to Christianity, creating a group known as New Christians, or Crypto-Jews. The government initially promised not to scrutinize the sincerity of these conversions, at least for 20 years. However, in 1506, a horrific event unfolded in Lisbon, where several hundred of the New Christians met their fate, a tragedy incited by the sermons of two Spanish Dominicans, whipping the public up into a frenzy. This led some of the persecuted Jews to flee to the Americas, while others relocated to Asia, and this included India. These new Christians, along with Portuguese missionaries and colonial officials, spread the Inquisition to various Portuguese colonies, such as the Estado da India. One prominent new Christian, Garcia de Orta, who moved to Goa in 1534, was posthumously condemned for practicing Judaism. Thus, the Goa Inquisition was founded, and it was notorious for its severe enforcement, similar to the tribunals in Lima and Brazil, other colonial locations, which also operated under the Lisbon Tribunal. These tribunals were responsible for arresting, interrogating, and punishing individuals who secretly practiced religions other than Christianity. Well, Goa was there long before the Portuguese found it. In fact, before the Portuguese conquest, Goa's history included being a significant Hindu capital under the Kadamba dynasty, and later experiencing a Muslim invasion in the late 13th century by Malik Kafur on behalf of Alauddin Khaliji. By the 14th century, it was under the control of the Vijayanagara Empire, and in the 15th century, it became part of the Bahmani Sultanate. Just before the arrival of the Portuguese, Goa was ruled by the Sultan Adil Shah of Bijapur. The Portuguese, led by Admiral Alfonso de Albuquerque, arrived with the intent to conquer and establish a colony. With the help of the Hindu Vijayanagara Empire's regent, Timaya, they captured Goa from the Muslims in 1510, making it a central hub for Portuguese colonial activities in India, and a critical trading post between the Portuguese Vijayanagara Empire and the Bijapur Sultanate. Conflicts between these regional powers and the Portuguese continued for many decades. Following Vasco da Gama's return from India, Pope Nicholas V issued the papal bull Romanus Pontifex in 1455, and this granted Portugal the exclusive rights to the propagation of the Catholic faith in the newly discovered territories, and of course, trade in Asia under a Padraudo. This arrangement extended Portugal's influence and facilitated its monopoly over the Christian mission and trade in parts of Asia, and later, under similar mandates, South America. The Jesuits, among other religious orders, were pivotal in these missions from the 16th century onwards. Starting in 1515, Goa became the focal point of Portugal's efforts to spread Catholicism across Asia. The region was attractive to the persecuted new Christians of Portugal, who moved in significant numbers to Goa. This migration was driven by the opportunity to reconnect with Judaism openly, without fear of the Inquisition, and of course to engage in trade, which had been restricted in Portugal following the onset of the Portuguese Inquisition, which of course we will get to in another video. Well, in Goa, the situation was a lot better than it was in Portugal. The new Christians, or the crypto-Jews as we can call them, established a substantial community, and they became economically influential, controlling trade between Portugal and its eastern colonies. Despite their contribution, their presence was contentious, leading to complaints from both secular and ecclesiastical authorities in Goa about their trade practices, and of course, religious disloyalty. The Archbishop of Goa, Dom Gaspar de Leão Pereira, was particularly hostile towards the new Christians, and advocated for the establishment of the Inquisition to curb their influence. The Inquisition in Goa established was then to enforce Catholic orthodoxy, notorious for its severity, paralleling the infamy of its counterpart in Portugal. The Jews, or new Christians, who had came so far to get away from the Inquisition, found that the shop next door was putting up the signs. They were trying to get away from the Inquisition, but unfortunately, the Inquisition came to them. The missionary efforts in Goa were not just limited to converting new Christians, however, but it also included the forced baptism of Hindus and Muslims. The establishment of the diocese in Goa in 1534, followed by the arrival of Francis Xavier in 1542, marked significant milestones in these efforts. By 1548, the Portuguese had constructed 14 churches in the colony, reflecting their dedication to converting the local population, by any means necessary, of course. However, the missionary records from the 16th and 17th centuries often stereotyped and criticized the local Hindu population, who were referred to as Gentiles. Missionaries reported that conversions were frequently motivated by material benefits, rather than any genuine spiritual conviction, and that many of the new converts secretly continued in their old religious practices. This phenomenon, likened to the crypto-Jews of Portugal, was a concern for the Jesuits, who pressed for an inquisition to address these heretical practices. Thus the Goa Inquisition, guided by the decrees of the Council of Trent, was rigorously implemented to attack the local Hindu customs, root out synchronism seen as heretical, and purify the Catholic faith in the colony. It was noted that while the Portuguese accepted and utilized the local caste system to integrate into society and attract elite converts, they targeted other local customs and festivals as points of religious backsliding that required correction. St. Francis Xavier, one of the founding figures of the Jesuit order, played a critical role in the Christian missionary efforts within the Portuguese Empire in Asia, and especially in India. His evangelistic zeal is evidenced in his extensive writings and correspondences with the Portuguese monarchy, advocating for stringent measures to reinforce Christian teachings and practices among the new converts. In 1546, Xavier, concerned about the religious and moral laxity in Goa, wrote to King John III of Portugal, emphasizing the urgent need for the establishment of a Goan Inquisition. He highlighted the widespread adherence to Judaism and Islam, and the lack of fear of God or shame among the people. That's right, feel bad, everybody. While Xavier's push for the Inquisition was rooted in his belief that only through such a rigorous institution could the Christians in India be properly disciplined and guided. Well, Xavier also expressed frustrations with the Portuguese governance in Goa. In a letter dated January 20th, 1545, he criticized the Portuguese officials for their greed and negligence, particularly in their failure to uphold Christian morality and discipline among these sailors and settlers, who led scandalous lives far from the European eyes, which is very out of character for sailors. Of course, this letter not only pleaded for the ecclesiastical support, but also scolded the king for focusing excessively on revenue from the East Indies rather than on the spiritual welfare of its inhabitants. Xavier's appeals illustrate his profound commitment to the spiritual health, as he saw it at least, of the newly converted Christians, and his desire to reform the Portuguese colonial administration to support this cause. His letters urged the king to consider the eternal implications of these governance failures, and to appoint officials who would prioritize Christian values and missionary efforts. Now, many of the Portuguese arriving in Asia were not the most upstanding citizens, if we can put it that way. There were a few that were quite rightly called riff-raff of the Portuguese society. You're talking about criminals, social outcasts, that sort of thing. Of course, when you have a little bit of trouble or some debts or perhaps a reputation you want to leave behind, it's probably a good idea to get on a boat, go halfway around the world and just leave it all behind you. And because of this, well, the job of the missionary was even more daunting, as these individuals frequently engaged in behaviors that, let's just say, starkly contradicted the missionaries' teachings. The Catholic Church, we've made a few changes. While Xavier's legacy in Asia is complex, and it really does require its own video, but it was certainly marked by a level of zeal for conversion, and of course the establishment of these Christian institutions that were juxtaposed with his critical stance towards the colonial authorities' misconduct, which he did call out. So credit where it is due. Yes, he was criticizing heretics as he saw it, but also holding the people in his own camp to the same standard. Well, either way, his work laid a foundation for the future of Christian institutions in the region, albeit intertwined with these coercive elements of colonial rule that followed, and we will get to them very shortly. Well, before the formal establishment of the Inquisition in 1560, the Portuguese authority in Goa were already suppressing the Hindu practices. Many had accounted that this was seen as somewhat of a barbarian religion. You'd be surprised what people, even in modern times, had said about it comparatively. Look at Winston Churchill's comments on the Hindus. Rather an unfair assessment. Well, but back to the Portuguese. An order from King John III of Portugal, issued on the 8th of March 1546, mandated the complete destruction of Hindu temples, the prohibition of public Hindu rituals, and even the expulsion of Hindu priests from Portuguese territories. Effectively, this criminalized Hinduism. A special tax was also imposed on Muslim mosques before 1550, and there are records of executions for heresy, including a new Christian, one of those crypto-Jews, in 1539, and of course a Jewish converso in 1543. Converso is another word, a Spanish term for a converted Jew, same as a crypto-Jew. Now, this indicates a climate of religious intolerance that had taken root even before the formal institution of the Inquisition had been set up. Well, the Inquisition itself began when Cardinal Henrique of Portugal sent Alessio Fias Falso, and that's my pronunciation of his name, don't take that as gospel, as the first inquisitor to Goa. The Inquisition tribunal operated out of the former palace of Sultan Adil Shah, signifying a shift from Islamic to Christian dominance in the region, and of course one must remind themselves that Islam did its own suppressions of Hindus at the time, especially up in Delhi with their sultanate established there. Once again, a video of its own. A series of stringent measures were put into place to enforce Christian orthodoxy and suppress other faiths. And here are just a few of them, the main points, in no particular order. Well, first of all, non-Christians were completely barred from public office. No exceptions. And even some public roles were restricted to Christians only. So if you wanted to get ahead, make a good bit of money, well, you had to play by the rules. Hindu children whose fathers had died were required to be turned over to Jesuits for immediate baptisms and conversion to Christianity. Hindus were also forbidden from creating religious symbols, and only Christians were allowed to handle such tasks. So, of course, you weren't allowed to make Hindu religious symbols either, but even making a little altar to pray at or any other kind of religious symbol, no, you are not qualified to do such a thing. Must go to the Inquisition's Arts and Crafts class at 9:30 on a Sunday morning for that. Now also, inheritance laws were altered in favor of Hindu women who had converted to Christianity, and it allowed them to take all of their parents' property, 100% inheritance. Administrative changes in village councils ensured Christian dominance also, and legal proceedings discounted Hindu testimonies unless corroborated by Christian witnesses, someone to vouch for you. Also, the systematic destruction of Hindu temples was particularly brutal, with Jesuits forming demolition squads to tear down existing temples and prevent the repair or construction of new ones. Hindu priests were also barred from entering Portuguese-controlled regions to perform marriage ceremonies, which further eroded the Hindu cultural practices. The treatment of the Sephardic Jewish community in Goa, many of whom had fled the Spanish Inquisition, was equally harsh, with many being persecuted under suspicion of fraudulent conversion to Christianity. Well, from 1560 to 1774, the Goa Inquisition had processed over 16,000 cases, involving individuals of various backgrounds, but predominantly local Catholics and non-Christians. The autos de fe, public penance ceremonies that often culminated in the execution or punishment of the accused, were a spectacle in public, broad daylight for everyone to see, designed to instill fear and obedience. If you don't do what we tell you, you're going to be the star of the next show. Well, over the centuries, the Inquisition was responsible for the execution of 57 people at the stake, and the burning in effigy of 64 others, which means burning in effigy, it wasn't the actual person they were burning, just, as I said, an effigy. Now, you may be surprised to hear that that number is so low. Often a lot of modern observers will blow numbers out of proportion because they have a dislike towards the Catholic Church and its institutions, and, well, they don't really have too many fans worldwide, but those who are somewhat vehemently against the Church will indeed blow up these numbers. Now, 57 is what we have confirmed for the Goa Inquisition between those years of 1560 and 1774. That's in terms of actual executions and burning at the stake. But thousands more were subjected to various forms of punishment. Now, don't think I'm coming in to bat for the Inquisition here, or the Catholic Church. It's just we have to be a little bit more intellectually honest when we're looking at numbers. We can't just make things up for a good story. Well, the request to initiate the Inquisition in Portugal's Indian colonies came from Vicar General Miguel Vaz and targeted various groups, including the Muslims, Jews, the New Christians, Hindus, and those who engaged in spreading gentility and heresy. This, of course, made Goa a focal point for persecution driven by the Portuguese. The colonial administration under the influence of Jesuits and the Church Provincial Council in Goa in 1567 implemented the aforementioned strict anti-Hindu laws aimed at eradicating practices that were deemed as heretical by the Catholic authorities and promoting conversions to Christianity once again by any means necessary. Now, these laws included the prohibitions on Christians employing Hindus as well, and also the public worship of Hinduism. Basically, go be Hindu elsewhere. And I will remind you that this is inside India that this is happening. The Indian religion made illegal in India. Quite an injustice, isn't it? Hindus were compelled to attend periodic assemblies in churches, where they were subjected to Christian doctrines and criticisms of their own religion. Real finger pointed in the face sort of stuff, one can imagine. Furthermore, and this is the sad part, Hindu scriptures in Sanskrit and Marathi were systematically searched out and burned. The Hindu priests were also banned from reading any of these, along with performing the marriage ceremonies. We have lost quite a lot of documentation because of these sort of medieval book burnings. Not good. Not good at all. Completely unacceptable. Of course, the enforcement of all of these laws was very severe, with penalties ranging from fines and public floggings. And if they really didn't like you, they could take extreme measures. For example, they would banish you to Mozambique of all places. Or they would just throw you in prison, or if they couldn't be bothered putting you in the prison, I suppose they would just execute you, but that was admittedly rare. Well, of course, the most severe was the burning at the stake, which was under the supervision of the Portuguese Christian authorities. Of course, the Hindus weren't all going to stick around and just put up with this. This harsh persecution prompted many of them to flee Goa. And the migration wasn't just Hindus, it extended to Christians and Muslims as well, who moved to surrounding regions outside the control of the Jesuits in Portuguese India. In response to the destruction of their temples, the Hindus salvaged deities from the ruins and constructed new temples just beyond the Portuguese jurisdiction. In some instances where churches were built on the sites of demolished temples, Hindus began annual processions that symbolically reconnected their new temples with the old sites, continuing these traditions even after the end of Portuguese colonial rule. Hindus could be apprehended for trying to talk others out of converting to Christianity, keep them in the old ways, also for helping Goan Christians escape, or concealing abandoned or orphaned children not reported to the authorities. The Catholic descendants of Hindus were often more likely to face persecution, and prosecution rather, potentially due to their larger proportion within the population. About 74% of those prosecuted were accused of crypto-Hinduism, 74%, secretly practicing Hinduism despite officially, on paper, being Christian. Crypto-Muslims made up about 1.5% of those prosecuted, and a similar percentage were tried for hindering the Inquisition's operations. Most of the Inquisition's trial records from its nearly 250 years of operation were destroyed, however, by the Portuguese after its abolition. However, the surviving records that we do have indicate ongoing trials and punishments even between 1782 and 1800. Some say that a significant portion of those targeted by the Inquisition had to have come from the lowest social strata, and not just Hindus, but people of other religions, and even some Europeans fell victim. Friar Diogo de Burba and his advisor, Vicar General Miguel Vaz, attempted to convert the Hindus and collaborated with Jesuit and Franciscan missionaries. They, along with the Portuguese administration and the military in Goa, systematically destroyed the cultural and religious foundations of Hindu and other Indian religions. Notably, Viceroy and Captain General Antonio de Noronha, followed by Captain General Constantino Desa Noronha, led efforts to destroy Hindu and Buddhist temples during their conquests of this Indian subcontinent. Records of the exact number and nature of the temples destroyed are unfortunately and perhaps conveniently unavailable. But by 1566, we do know that approximately 160 temples had been demolished on Goa Island. Over the next year, Franciscan missionaries destroyed about 300 temples in Bardez, and similarly around 300 more were destroyed in Salket, by the Inquisition's officials. Many other temples were destroyed in Asorna and Cuncolim by Portuguese authorities. A royal letter from 1569 confirms that all Hindu temples in Portuguese Indian colonies had been completely dismantled. Laws enacted between 1566 and 1576 banned Hindus from repairing any damaged temples or constructing the new ones. Also, all Hindu religious ceremonies, including traditional festivals, were prohibited. Among this, many idols were seized. Of course, in Hinduism, it's quite often that people have many religious relics. If you've ever been to an Indian person's house, you will see the statues of Ganesh, that sort of thing, provided that they are Hindus, but quite a few religious icons and different iconography. Well, those who in Goa in these times were found with such idols had not just the idols confiscated, but also their entire property confiscated, half of which was given to the informers, and the rest was given to the church. So you can see, if you were a Christian and your neighbor had a little bit of money, but it was still Hindu, well, if you wanted to make a quick little coin, I suppose you could throw your old friend to the mercy of the Inquisition. That's one way of getting rich quick. Well, Filippo Sassetti, who was in India between 1578 and 1588, observed that the church had forbidden Hindus from using their sacred texts to practice religion, leading to a widespread abandonment of the city by Hindus to avoid persecution. In 1620, the law regarding the marriage rituals was put into place. In 1684, there was another, a law that enacted the suppression of the Konkani language, that's the local language of the area, the dialect, and it required the use of Portuguese, and it also led to the destruction of non-Catholic cultural symbols and books in local languages, regardless if they were religiously based. They just had to be Portuguese, and they had to be Catholic. Charles Dellon, a French physician, documented the brutality and discrimination he witnessed against the Hindus during his imprisonment in Goa, later publishing his experiences in a work titled The Relations of the Inquisition in Goa, after being released with the intervention of the French government. In 1560, an attack led by Viceroy Constantino de Braganza targeted Tamils in northeastern Sri Lanka, during which the Portuguese seized a significant Buddhist relic, the Buddha's tooth, revered since the 4th century and referred to locally as Dalada. Diogo do Couto, a Portuguese chronicler in the late 16th century, dismissively called the relic, rather insultingly, the monkey's tooth, a derogatory term reflecting the racial prejudices against the South Asians at the time. European Christian accounts from that period typically refer to it earlier as the monkey's or the ape's tooth, or perhaps the tooth of the demon in some texts. Very less commonly, but with some references, was the tooth of the holy man. But to call the Buddha a holy man from a Catholic Portuguese perspective represented a few conflicts of interest, so this was generally not seen very often in Portuguese and Catholic writings. Well, some, like the chronicler Faria e Sousa, even described it as a malignantly influential object that necessitated its own destruction. The capture of the tooth, of course, was a big loss to the religious community. It became well known across South Asia, prompting the King of Pegu to offer a substantial ransom for its return. However, the Inquisition's religious authorities opted to reject this offer. They organized a grand public ceremony to destroy the tooth, aiming to demean and perform a form of religious cleansing. Well, it's been suggested that the pejorative term monkey used by the Portuguese may have actually originated from a syncretic mix of Hinduism and Buddhism, noting that the Tamil Hindus in Jaffna who venerated the tooth also worshipped Hanuman. This reflects how Portuguese officials and their European allies projected their biases and stereotypes onto the cultures and peoples who they subdued, underscoring their disdain for Indian religious practices. And really, if you were Indian and you did convert, if you did play the game, you would always still be not one of them. No matter what you did, no matter how much you acted Portuguese, no matter how much you acted Catholic, you would always be that same monkey that they looked down on. Terrible times indeed. Well, Goa had become a refuge for Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity back home in the Iberian Peninsula. Little did they know what they were walking into. Well, by 1519, this population of the new Christians had grown significantly, and it prompted King Manuel I to restrict their appointment to official positions such as judges or town councillors. Although those who were already in office, they didn't get thrown out. They were simply allowed to serve out their terms and contracts. But after that, they had to go find new jobs. This indicates a substantial influx of forcibly baptized Jews from Spain and Portugal within the first 9 years of Portuguese rule in Goa. However, the situation worsened with the onset of the Goa Inquisition. Of course, by December 1565, Viceroy Dom Antão de Noronha issued this directive which prohibited Jews from entering Portuguese territories within India. And if you did, you would get arrested. You could perhaps have your property seized, and you'd most likely be thrown in prison. The city's fortifications itself, constructed between 1564 and 68, marginalized Jew Street by positioning it outside the fort walls. Well, the Goa Inquisition initially targeted these new Christians, focusing on Jews who had migrated from Portugal to India between 1505 and 1560. But it later expanded its scope to include the Moors, which is referring to Muslims from Morocco who had previously invaded the Iberian Peninsula, and eventually it predominantly targeted Hindus. A notable incident preceding the formal start of the Goan Inquisition involved a Goan woman named Caldera, arrested in 1557 along with 19 other new Christians. They were being accused of Judaizing, attending synagogues, and consuming unleavened bread. What a crime! Caldera was additionally charged with celebrating the Purim festival concurrently with the Hindu festival of Holi, allegedly burning dolls symbolizing the son of Haman. Ultimately, they were sent all the way to Lisbon to face trial by Portuguese Inquisition, and Caldera got away with it and lived a very happy life. No, I'm just kidding. Unfortunately, she was sentenced to death. Had you for a moment, didn't I? The Inquisition branded Hindus who adopted Catholicism, but still adhered to their Hindu traditions and practices, even the cultural ones, as heretics. Catholic missionaries sought to completely eliminate these local traditions, cultures, language, ceremonies. They even didn't want people doing the fasting anymore. It was a bridge too far, apparently. Also, the cultivating of tulsi plants and the ceremonial use of flowers and leaves all presented quite a problem to the new Portuguese sensitivities. Thus, significant changes were imposed. They even banned traditional musical instruments and the local celebratory songs, replacing them with Western music. Those who did convert were forced to abandon their own names and adopt new ones. The introduction of alcohol and a shift in dietary norms led to the inclusion of previously forbidden foods, like pork and beef, which were culturally avoided by Muslims and Hindus respectively, and still are to this day. Well, despite these changes, many Goan Catholics maintained some traditional Hindu customs. As the crackdown on Hindu practices intensified, missionaries noticed that Brahmins persisted in conducting Hindu rites, and that Hindus openly increased their religious ceremonies. This resurgence, as claimed by missionaries, led newly converted Goan Catholics to revert participating in Hindu rituals. Now, according to Delio de Mendonça, there was a notable hypocrisy in the conduct of the Portuguese in Goa compared to their preaching, as many of them indulged in gambling, lavish spending, public concubinage, extortion, and acts of adultery. Well, these negative behaviors, of course, contrasted with the few positive examples of Portuguese Catholics who provided medical care to the ill Goan Catholics. That's right, Catholics only. However, the positive instances were overshadowed by the negative ones, pretty much always, everywhere, and all the time. And that's not me being biased. It's just the way it is. It reinforces the Portuguese assumed cultural superiority and their prejudiced views that Hindus and Muslims and pretty much anybody who wasn't a Portuguese Catholic somehow lacked moral virtues and therefore was universally worthy of disdain. There was also certain racial slurs from the time. One that cannot be said, I'm sure you can imagine which one that is, and also cachorro, which was the word for dog, frequently directed at the locals by the Portuguese, not only verbally but also in writing. It underscores the racial discrimination at the time, which was just one of those things, just a part of life, I'm afraid. Well, in the later years of the Inquisition in Goa, which had lasted all up around 250 years, there was significant discrimination by the Portuguese Catholic clergy against the Indian Catholic clergy, who were descendants of earlier Catholic converts. These Goan Catholics were derogatively called black priests, and were broadly categorized as inherently ill-natured and unruly. Such stereotypes formed the basis for claims that they were unfit to lead their churches, influenced by a belief that they harbored resentment against the Europeans due to some kind of national pride and a deep-seated Hindu-ness that the Portuguese just could not help but look down upon. Well, this prejudice was strategically used to justify the exclusion of native Goan Catholics from higher ecclesiastical positions, maintaining Portuguese control over religious institutions in Goa. Well, contrary to the earlier Portuguese efforts that promoted the use of the Konkani language as a tool for evangelization and assimilation, kind of like the prophets in the earlier days, what are they called? The followers of Jesus? The apostles, that's right. Going to different areas, speaking in the local tongue and converting the local populace. The same was, of course, true when they were using the Konkani language. But this changed as the Inquisition era saw a shift towards suppression of the language as part of this broader xenophobic policy aimed at isolating Catholic converts from non-Catholic communities. It was during this period, and particularly under the threat of the Maratha invasions in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, which jeopardized Portuguese control over trade interests, authorities intensified efforts to eliminate Konkani language. The use of Portuguese was therefore mandated legally, relegating Konkani to the margins of society. Of course, people would just speak it at home, but, you wouldn't be caught speaking it on the street by the Portuguese officials. They would not like that at all. Well, prompted by the Franciscans, the Portuguese viceroy issued a decree on the 27th of June 1684, enforcing the use of Portuguese within 3 years across all societal interactions and legal contracts within Portuguese territories, with non-compliance punishable by imprisonment. So effectively, everybody there in the Goan territory had to, 1, become Catholic, which they had very little understanding of, and 2, learn and speak Portuguese in all of their professional and personal life under threat of imprisonment. You had 3 years to do this. Well, despite these harsh measures, reports by the Inquisitor Antonio Amaral Coutinho to King João V in 1731 suggest that these efforts were largely unsuccessful. And of course, they were unsuccessful because they were completely unrealistic. Well, they weren't there forever, It all had to come crashing down, or rather, fade away. After losing the province of the north to the Marathas in 1739, the Portuguese authorities doubled down on their anti-Konkani stance. On November the 21st, 1745, Archbishop Lourenço de Santa Maria, the most Catholic name ever, required that priesthood applicants, as well as their close relatives, demonstrate a proficiency in Portuguese, verified through a very stringent examination. Additionally, the local Bamons and Chardos communities were given a 6-month ultimatum to learn Portuguese or face restrictions on marriage rights. By 1812, speaking Konkani in all schools was banned, a prohibition extended to seminaries in 1847. And by 1869, the language was entirely banned in all educational settings. This suppression resulted in a lack of a unified Konkani literature and prevented the language from becoming a unifying force among the Goans, as it was written in multiple scripts, including Roman, Devanagari, and Kannada. I do believe Devanagari is the script that Hindi is written in these days, although do not quote me on that. Well, Konkani was relegated to being, as they called it, the language of the servants, while Hindu and the Catholic elites primarily used Marathi and Portuguese respectively. Well, after Goa's integration into India in 1961, Konkani experienced a resurgence, symbolically uniting Goans of all castes, religions, and classes. It was effectively dubbed Konkani Mai, or Mother Konkani, and was officially recognized by the Indian government as the state language of Goa in 1987. So, not all bad news. And with that, for the moment, we're done with our video on the Goa Inquisition. Wasn't that a depressing video? But at least Konkani language made a comeback, and that is something that we should be happy for. Even through the Inquisition, that language, whispered in the rooms of houses away from the prying eyes of the invaders, in little communities, very hushed voices, airing the ashes of a dying language, which is now, once again, very much alive. The 100 Years Croatian-Ottoman War, a prolonged period of conflict between the Kingdom of Croatia and the Ottoman Empire, which spanned between the late 15th century to the late 17th century. This series of battles and skirmishes was part of a larger struggle between Christian Europe and the expanding Muslim Ottoman Empire, a conflict that began as the Ottomans advanced into Croatian territory, aiming to push further into Central Europe. Over the course of the years, the Croatian defense, supported intermittently by their Habsburg allies, featured notable engagements and sieges, such as the Siege of Zigetvar in 1566. The war demonstrated the resilience and bravery of the Croatian forces, and left a lasting impact, deeply influencing Croatian national identity and heritage. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, welcome. And if you're coming back, good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and want to support the channel, Patreon link is in the description. Otherwise, help me reach my goal of 10,000 subscribers, which I've hopefully met by the time you're viewing this video, but in case I haven't, subscribe to the channel, like, comment, all that good stuff. Now, without further ado, I'd like you to get yourself relaxed, take a very deep breath, and we may begin. The duration of the war, as it is called a 100 Years' War, is a little bit tricky, still a subject of debate among many historians, with differing opinions on a precise timeline. One faction believes that the conflict commenced with the Battle of Gibraltar Field in 1493 and concluded with the Battle of Cisac in 1593. Another set of scholars posits that the war spanned the latter half of the 15th century through the entirety of the 16th. There is a third group, however, that asserts that the war ended with the Peace of Zitvatarok in 1606. Well, either way, by the conclusion of this conflict, Croatia had been severely diminished, with its territory reduced to a mere 16,800 square kilometers, a state described as remnants of the remnants. So you can see how destructive this conflict certainly was. Now, the significant human and territorial losses during this period led to its depiction as 2 centuries of Croatia in mourning, a lyric poem penned by Pavel Ritter Vitozovic in 1703. Well, it shows that this era certainly left a huge mark on the Croatian people, deeply felt and vividly recounted through poignant literary expressions. Well, let's look at how everything developed. From the very beginning, establishing a stronghold in Gallipoli around the mid-14th century, the Ottoman Empire began its expansive journey into Europe, subsequently encircling the Byzantine capital of Constantinople and extending itself into the Bulgarian Empire. The Ottomans marked a significant milestone in 1361 by seizing Adrianople, declaring it as their new capital. The latter part of the 14th century saw the Ottomans overpower Moravian Serbia after the pivotal Battle of Kosovo in 1389, and by 1396 they had completely subdued Bulgaria. This expansion continued as the Serbian Despot became a vassal to the Ottomans, setting the stage for further incursions into the western territories, including the Kingdom of Bosnia and the kingdoms of Croatia and Hungary, which had been united under a personal union since the year 1102. Croatia, during this period, was administered by a royal dignitary known as a ban, while the medieval kingdom of Slavonia was governed independently and did not share the royal title. Regardless, the era was of course fraught with conflict and a good amount of dynastic struggle, particularly under the reign of Sigismund, who led a crusade against the Ottomans at Nicopolis in 1396, but he was defeated. Sigismund's rule also saw the weakening of regional control, as Venice capitalized on these conflicts to seize control over Dalmatia between 1409 and 1420. Things were not looking good in the Balkans, and they certainly were not about to improve. The subsequent fall of Constantinople in 1453 further emboldened the Ottomans, allowing them to concentrate more forces in the area. Sultan Mehmed II swiftly conquered Bosnia in 1463, including the execution of its last king, Stefan Tomasevic, and expanded the Ottoman raids into neighboring Croatia and Venetian Dalmatia. Despite these incursions, the Croatian ban Pavel Spirancic successfully defended the Sana and Una river valleys during the summer of 1463. However, the Ottomans continued their campaigns, leading to Spirancic's capture and death later that year. A death that is even worse than my pronunciation of the Serbian and Croatian names, so please forgive me for that. Well, in response, King Matthias Corvinus bided his time until the bulk of Ottoman forces had departed the area. Launching an attack in the fall of 1463, Corvinus regained control over parts of northern Bosnia and several strategic towns, culminating in the recapture of the fortress of Jace after a prolonged siege. During this campaign, Croatian Ban Stefan III Frankopan played a significant role. Sultan Mehmed established the Sanjak of Bosnia on these conquered lands, but the region remained a hotbed of conflict. In 1464, Mehmed II mobilized an army to reclaim these territories, initiating a month-long siege of Jace, which ultimately failed. This setback prompted Corvinus to press further into northeastern Bosnia, capturing Srebrenik and other locations along the Drina River. The Ottoman military frequently employed a strategy known as Little War, or Kleinkrieg, which involved persistent looting and scorched earth tactics by their light cavalry, known as the Akingis in their tongue. These raids, reminiscent of the chevauchés of the 100 Years' War between France and England, aimed to intimidate local civilians, disrupt economic activity, and weaken enemy defenses along the frontier. Initially, the regions of Grbava and Lika were primary targets, with attacks often orchestrated by local Sanjak beys. The terrain of medieval Croatia, characterized by dense forests and mountains, provided natural cover for these raiding parties, allowing them prolonged operations within Croatian borders. As the conflicts continued, the scope of raids expanded to include the duchies of Carniola, Styria, Carinthia, the county of Gorizia, and territories that were controlled by Venice. In response, Croatian and allied Christian forces actively engaged in counterattacks, particularly effective in the early stages of the conflict, when they could still execute fairly well on offensive tactics. Though the Akinji raiders generally aimed to avoid direct military engagements, confrontations were of course inevitable, sometimes leading to significant clashes like the Battle of Una in 1483. During their retreats, laden with captives and loot intended for the Ottoman slave markets, the Akingis became more vulnerable to attacks by local forces who had grown a little bit tired of being raided all the time. Croatian historian Ivan Jurkovic characterized the impact zones of Akinji raids into three distinct levels. The first zone, being directly within the Kingdom of Croatia, experienced frequent military and paramilitary operations from both sides, leading to significant destruction and economic disruption. This zone extended up to 50 kilometers into Croatian territory, encompassing border areas and what would later become known as the military frontier. High rates of emigration were common from this devastated zone to safer areas. The second zone, while occasionally subjected to raids, remained under Croatian control, with a somewhat functional economic system. This zone maintained a fairly stable population, bolstered by refugees from the first zone, and served as a support base for Croatian nobility, who used it for defensive purposes, and as a launch point for attempts to reclaim lost territories. The third zone was largely insulated from Ottoman raids, providing a safe haven for the majority of its inhabitants. However, they weren't completely safe. You never really were. Sporadic attacks did occur in border areas, but for the most part, you would want to be in the third zone. Following the Ottoman conquest of the medieval kingdom of Bosnia in 1463, Hungarian King Matthias Corvinus took steps to strengthen regional defenses by establishing the Banates of Jace and Srebrenik. These Banates became the core of a new defense system designed to protect northern Croatia, Slavonia, and southern Hungary. Despite facing challenges in coordination and financing, this system effectively shielded these areas from Ottoman raids, though vulnerabilities remained along the Adriatic coast and in southern Croatia. Major defensive fortresses, such as Knin, Klis, Sradin, Krupa, Bihak, and Senj, were integral to the main and rear defensive lines. In 1469, further organizational measures were implemented with the formation of the Captaincy of Senj, which served both military and administrative functions within the defense strategy. This period also saw repeated Ottoman raids. Notably, the areas surrounding Zadar and Sibenik were plundered in 1467, with subsequent raids occurring in 1468 and 69. These incursions extended to Senj and across the Kupa River in the Duchy of Carniola. In June 1469, a particularly devastating raid on southern Croatia resulted in the capture of several thousand people. The estates of prominent Frankopan and Kurjakovic families suffered extensively during these reigns, many of them ending up straight to the Ottoman slave markets. Additionally, the centralization efforts by Corvinus impacted the Frankopans by stripping them of Senj and other holdings. Simultaneously, the Ottomans continued to expand their reach, capturing Mostar by 1466 and establishing the Sanjak of Herzegovina on 1470. Within Croatia, the military relied on a banderial system, which included both soldiers paid directly by the ban and those supported by magnates and nobles. The challenging mountainous terrain of Croatia meant that the infantry of course outnumbered cavalry, with the bulk of the forces comprising middle and lower nobility. This system, however, lacked the mobility needed to effectively counter the swift Ottoman Akinji cavalry, often resulting in successful enemy incursions and ambushes. Despite these challenges, there were moments of defensive success. For instance, in 1475 and 78, Croatian forces under the Zrinski family successfully ambushed Ottoman troops returning from raids in the Una Valley, inflicting significant losses. In an effort to enhance military organization and response, the officers of the Ban of Croatia and the Ban of Slavonia were merged in 1476, fostering political integration and streamlining command structures. Nevertheless, internal conflicts among Croatian and Slavonian nobility persisted on, complicating efforts to mount an efficient defense against the ongoing Ottoman threat. Under the rule of Sultan Bayezid II, Ottoman incursions into Croatian territories persisted, albeit with less intensities compared to the 1470s. In 1482, the Ottomans completed their conquest of the realm previously ruled by Stefan Vucic-Kozaka by capturing Herceg Novi. The following year, Croatian forces led by Ban Matthias Gereb achieved a significant victory against an Ottoman raiding party in the Battle of Una near Novigrad. This military success paved the way for a 7-year peace treaty, signed later in 1483, between Bayezid and the Hungarian king Matthias Corvinus. The relentless conflicts by this time had left many villages completely deserted, and severely disrupted major trade routes between Zenj and Zagreb, extending all the way into Hungary. Upon the death of Corvinus in 1490, Vladislaus II ascended to the throne. The expiration of the peace treaty soon after led to the immediate renewal of hostilities. Thus, in 1491, the Croatian forces once again demonstrated their prowess by defeating an Ottoman raiding group returning from Carniola in the Battle of Virpile Gorge in Lika, forcing the Ottomans to suspend their attacks for an entire year. At the same time, the Frankopans, in July of 1493, sought to regain control over Senj, which had been appropriated by King Matthias Corvinus as part of his defensive strategy to establish the Senj captaincy. Their efforts sparked a conflict when Croatian Ban Emeric Derensin, culminating in the siege of Sokolac. However, this siege was interrupted, and it ended in August when the news of another Ottoman raiding party prompted a quick truce so that forces could be redirected to address this new threat. Ban Emeric Derensin, rallying a number of Croatian nobles and their troops, attempted to intercept the Ottomans on their return to Bosnia. Despite recommendations from Croatian nobles to stage an ambush in the mountains, Derensin opted for an open battle on the field. This decision led to a catastrophic defeat for the Croatian forces at the Battle of Krbava Field on the 9th of September. The Ottoman tactical and strategic superiority in this battle was evident, marking a significant turning point and certainly quite a morale boost to the Ottomans. Although the immediate impact of this defeat was not fully realized at the time, it significantly hastened the decline of the power of the Croatian nobility, particularly affecting the lower and middle ranks. This battle underscored the ongoing challenges faced by the Croatian forces in stemming the Ottoman advances, significantly altering the political and military situation of the region. In 1503, a 7-year peace treaty was brokered between the Hungarian king Vladislaus II and Sultan Bayezid of the Ottoman Empire. As part of the treaty, the Ottomans retained control over the strategically vital towns of Kamengrad and Cluj, effectively isolating the Bayonet of Jace from the rest of Croatia. This peace was briefly renewed in 1511, but the ascent of Sultan Selim I to the Ottoman throne in 1512 led to the annulment of all existing treaties. The Banate of Srebrenik fell to the Ottomans later that same year. Amidst all this chaos, Croatian Ban Peter Berislavic valiantly defended Croatian territories. He achieved a significant victory in 1513 at the Battle of Dubica along the Una River, and participated in the 1518 defense of Jace. However, his efforts were cut short when he was killed in an Ottoman ambush at the Battle of Plesevica in 1520. Following his death, King Louis II of Hungary displayed a concerning indifference towards Croatia, even reportedly stating that Croatia means nothing to me. His words, not mine. Well, this apathy prompted the Croatian nobility to begin negotiations with the Ottomans about potentially simply becoming their vassal and paying tribute. It wasn't like the Hungarians were going to be coming to their help anytime soon. At least, that's what it seemed like. The situation grew more dire when the Ottoman captured Belgrade in 1521. That's the capital of modern-day Serbia, by the way. In response, King Louis appointed Ivan Karlovic as the new Ban of Croatia. Karlovic, who had previously served as a Venetian condottiero, utilized Venetian funds to defend Croatian territories, which indirectly protected Venetian interests as well. I mean, they were merchants, right? Well, despite his reliance on external support, Karlovic also sought aid from Ferdinand Habsburg, who provided limited military assistance due to resistance from the inner Austrian duchies against deploying their troops permanently outside the Holy Roman Empire. Nevertheless, Ferdinand managed to extend his influence in Croatia. In the May of 1522, the old Croatian capital of Knin, along with Skradin, fell to the Ottomans under the command of Bosnian Sanjak Bey Gazi Huzrev Beg. This significant loss marked a further advance of Ottoman forces into Croatian territory, with the defense efforts then primarily focused on Bihać. The Habsburg military leader, Nicholas, Count of Salm, later arrived in Croatia to strategize further defenses with Karlovic. However, by 1524, the continuous state of warfare had devastated Karlovic's estates and left him quite empty in the pockets. Faced with minimal support from the weak Hungarian monarchy, Karlovic decided to resign from his position as a Ban of Croatia. In 1526, the Hungarian army, led by King Louis II, faced a devastating defeat by Ottoman forces under Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent at the Battle of Mohacs. This battle marked the collapse of the Kingdom of Hungary, with King Louis II dying on the battlefield without leaving an heir. Well, the death of Louis and the resulting power vacuum led to a contentious period where Croatia and Hungary both became disputed territories. The contenders for control were Ferdinand I of the House of Habsburg and John Zapolya, the Voivode of Transylvania. Amidst this turmoil, most Croatian nobles threw their support behind Ferdinand. On January 1st, 1527, the Croatian parliament convened in Cetingrad, with a unanimously elected Ferdinand as the King of Croatia, in a pivotal decision known as the election of Cetin. While Ferdinand pledged to provide financial and military support to the Croatian nobility who elected him, he soon found himself somewhat unable to fulfill these commitments adequately. A little bit overstretched in the budget, it seems. Well, the Croatian nobility were quite persistent, and urged him to invest in the reconstruction of fortifications along the borders facing the Ottoman Empire, and also to deploy troops to defend these areas. They argued that by securing Croatia, Ferdinand would also be safeguarding the Holy Roman Empire from further Ottoman incursions. Makes sense, doesn't it? Well, however, the Croatian nobles also hinted at the possibility of shifting alliances, suggesting that they might allow Ottoman forces to simply pass through Croatia to attack the Holy Roman Empire if their needs were not met. Well, despite these pressing demands, Ferdinand was initially preoccupied with his civil conflict against Zapolia, which constrained his ability to assist Croatia. Only limited help could be offered to the Croatian frontier until his dispute with Zapolia was resolved. During the interregnum and civil war between Ferdinand Habsburg and John Zapolia over the Hungarian crown, the Ottomans decided to capitalize on this instability to expand their control within Croatia. They successfully captured key forts such as Obravac, Udbina, Komik, and effectively dominated the entire Grbava county. This strategic foothold enabled further advances into the neighboring regions of Lika. By April of 1529, Ivan Karlovic, the Ban of Croatia, reported in his correspondences that the Ottoman cavalry had overrun both Grbava and Lika, using these areas as bases for future incursions into both Croatia and Carniola. Thus, the following years saw a series of significant losses for Croatia, as key towns fell to the Ottomans. Jace in 1528, Požega in 1536, Klis in 1537, and both Nadin and Vrana in 1538. These conquests pushed the Croatian-Ottoman border to a new line, stretching roughly from Požega to Bihać, over Velebit, down to Zermanja and the Cetina rivers. In 1537, after overcoming Zapolia in a civil war, and under continuous pressure from Croatian nobility, Ferdinand Habsburg appointed Johann Kacianer as the supreme royal captain for the Slavonian kingdom during a joint Croatian-Slavonian parliament session held in Krizevki in the spring. The parliament declared a general insurrection and tasked the bishop of Zagreb, Simon Erdődy, with managing the logistics for the upcoming campaign. However, the parliament did not confirm Kacianer as the supreme commander, leaving a crucial leadership role unsettled as they launched their offensive. An army of 24,000 men was assembled near Koprivnica and set off for Slavonia with the primary goal of recapturing the town of Osijek. As the Habsburg forces reached Virovitica, internal conflicts among commanders began to flare up, and the troops faced a dire shortage of food. As we all know, you're not yourself when you're hungry. Additionally, autumn rains brought disease, significantly weakening the army. With the Osijek garrison reinforced by Mehmed, and thus too strong to besiege, Kacianer ordered a full retreat. However, his forces were intercepted by the Ottomans near Gorjani, In a catastrophic turn of events and terrible luck, the top commanders, Katzianer and Bishop Erdodi, fled the night before a decisive battle. The remainder of Katzianer's army was then annihilated by the Ottomans in the Battle of Gorjani on October the 9th, 1537, marking yet another grievous setback for the Croatian defense forces. The disastrous outcome of Katzianer's campaign marked another pivotal moment for the Habsburg monarchy and Croatian Slavonian nobility, leading to a strategic shift towards the creation of a defensive buffer zone. This zone was based on a system of fortifications along the borderlands, which required significant upgrades to meet contemporary Renaissance standards. Additionally, the desperate military forces confronting the Ottomans needed to be unified under a single command structure to prevent discord among commanders, and a systematic, permanent financing mechanism had to be established. This strategic realignment resulted in the creation of the military frontier, a series of smaller capitancies that collectively formed a defensive line. In the area adjacent to Ottoman Slavonia, the Slavonian frontier was established, which connected the Croatian frontier centered around the newly founded town of Karlovac from 1579. The Carinthian, Carniolan, and Styrian nobilities contributed to financing the military frontier to prevent the Ottomans from advancing into their territories. But due to financial strains, Croatian nobility often transferred control of their forts to Styrian and Carniolan counterparts. One particular section of this frontier, financed by the Ban of Croatia, and stretching between Bovic and Brixevina, was known as Ban's frontier, later referred to as Banovina or Banija. Unlike other parts of the military frontier, the defense of Ban's frontier was the responsibility of Croatia itself. While the defense strategy also included the deployment of regular garrisons in fort along the military frontier, complemented by smaller, square-shaped wooden palisades with defensive towers at each corner. These structures were designed to protect local villagers during the Ottoman incursions. High observation posts equipped with guards were placed between these smaller forts, allowing for the rapid mobilization of forces in response to enemy attacks through visual signals or gunfire. In response to Katzianer's downfall, King Ferdinand deployed 3,000 to 4,000 Spanish mercenaries to Slavonia in January of 1539 to man the fortifications, with Nicola Jurisic appointed as the supreme royal captain. The Croatian Slavonian parliament was urged to ensure the troops were adequately supplied with food and salaries. Don't want any repeats of last time. Well, to counteract the frequent Ottoman raids, the Croatian Slavonian parliament decided to recruit a 300-strong Haramija force. The presence of the Spanish army temporarily halted the Ottoman advances in Slovenia, resulting in no major territorial losses between 1539 and 1540. However, by the end of 1540, the Ottomans had occupied the Croatian territories between Skradin and Karin, diminishing their role as a buffer zone. The situation worsened in 1573, as the Dalmatian hinterland, largely under Venetian control, continued to shrink due to further Ottoman conquests. In 1580, the formation of the Bosnia Eyalet consolidated various sanjaks, including Bosnian, Herzegovina, Lika, Pakrak, Zvonik, along with Prizren and Vukotin, creating a large administrative province under the control of the Bosnian Pasha that incorporated the conquered Croatian lands. In 1590, the Ottoman Empire signed a peace treaty with the Safavid Persian Empire, setting a stage for a period of relative calm. However, the internal divisions within the Ottoman leadership affected their foreign policy decisions. While Sultan Murad III preferred peace, maintaining an 8-year truce with the Habsburgs signed in 1591, his Grand Vizier, Kocha Sinan Pasha, advocated for continued aggression along the empire's western borders. To this end, Kocha Sinan Pasha encouraged Telil Hasan Pasha, the newly appointed governor of the Bosnian Eyalet, to instigate provocations along the Croatian border to trigger a response that would justify a war in Europe. In the spring of the same year, the Ottomans began military preparations by constructing pontoon bridges over the Sava River near Gradiska and amassing troops in Banja Luka. Intelligence reports to the Croatian Sabor in Zagreb indicated that Hasan Pasha was mobilizing forces from all the sanjaks under his command for an impending attack on a Croatian border fort. In response to this, the Croatian Sabor declared a general insurrection across the country. By the August of 1591, Hasan Pasha's forces, estimated to be between 16,000 and 35,000 strong, crossed the Sava River and advanced towards the fort of Sisak, initiating the First Battle of Sisak. Unable to capture the fort, however, the Ottoman forces retreated to Gradiska on August 11th. Subsequently, the armies of the Slavonian frontier and the Croatian Ban besieged and captured the Moslavina fort, forcing its Ottoman garrison to surrender. In the autumn of that same year, 1591, Hasan Pasha retaliated by dispatching a raiding party of approximately 5,000 horsemen to plunder the Slavonian military frontier. But this group was intercepted and largely destroyed by local Christian captains. On November the 6th, the Ottomans managed to capture the fort of Repak. In 1592, the following year, the Ottomans renewed their offensive efforts against Croatia, successively besieging and capturing the town of Bihać in June. 1 month later, the Battle of Brest occurred, resulting in another decisive Ottoman victory. However, the Christian defeat at Brest alarmed the broader Habsburg monarchy, prompting Christian armies from across Europe to converge on Croatia. The turning point came in June of 1593, when Hasan Pasha again attempted to capture Sisak fort, leading to his death and a decisive Christian victory, in what would be his third and, obviously, final attempt. The news of the Ottoman defeat at Sisak reached Constantinople and infuriated Sultan Murad III. In response to these developments and the persistent provocations, Murad declared war on the Habsburgs, thus initiating the Long Turkish War, marking a significant escalation in the conflict that drew the forces from across Europe. Following their defeat and the death of Talil Hasan Pasha near Sisak in June, the Ottomans quickly regrouped, raising a new army in Rumelia. By August of 1593, this formidable force, estimated to be around 60,000 strong, laid siege to Sisak fort for the fourth time. The garrison at Sisak, commanded by Zagreb cannons Andrika Kovacic and Kaspar Granda, was significantly outnumbered, consisting of only 100 men. With no relief forces arriving to aid the defenders, the vastly superior Ottoman soldiers easily overwhelmed the garrison. But of course, the Croatians bravely fought to the death. During the final fray, Granda was killed, and Kovacic, along with 20 of his men, were captured. The fall of Sisak sent shockwaves through Croatia, as it represented the last line of defense before Zagreb. However, the Rumelian Ottoman army, having depleted its food supplies, withdrew back to Bosnia, and eventually moved towards Hungary. Well, I must say that if they had depleted their food supplies, they were well and truly hungry already, if you know what I mean. The Long Turkish War, triggered by the Ottoman defeat at Sisak in June, eventually concluded with a relatively favorable peace treaty for the Habsburgs in 1606. According to Croatian historian and Turkologist Nenad Moakanin, the failure of Hasan Pasha's offensive and his death was the real turning point, and it ushered a period of relative stability along the Croatian-Ottoman border during the 17th century. The Ottoman Empire, grappling with internal challenges such as mutinies, inflation, and a crisis in the Timar system, saw a reduction in its offensive capabilities. As a result, the empire shifted its focus from offensive operations to strengthening its defenses along the border with Croatian lands, adopting a more defensive posture. Well, despite suffering major defeats, the Croatian kingdom persisted under the Habsburg monarchy, maintaining its identity, religion, and its culture. In the territories lost to the Ottomans, some Croats remained, and over the following centuries, many converted to Islam under Ottoman rule, contributing to the ethnic and religious diversity embraced by the Porte. Notably, regions like Bihać and Velika Kladuša saw significant levels of Islamization. The devastating defeat of the Croatian forces at the Krbava field in 1493 had profound implications that rippled across Europe. A Czech traveler who was in Zadar at the time, whose name is extremely difficult to say, but I'm going to abbreviate it to Jan Lobkovic, documented the palpable sorrow and misery among the Croats following the battle. This poignant record reflects the deep impact and defeat on the Croatian populace. The repercussions of the battle extended far beyond the immediate region. News of the defeat reached the ears of the English king Henry VII at Windsor, relayed by Pope Alexander VI through a letter. Henry described the news as very distressing, illustrating the concern that the battle's outcome elicited even among distant European monarchs. Additionally, the defeat was significant enough to be discussed at the German Imperial Diet, and in the same year a pamphlet detailing the events on the battle was printed in Vienna, underscoring the widespread interest and concern regarding the Ottoman advances into Europe. Pope Leo, recognizing the strategic and symbolic importance of Croatia in the defense of Christian Europe, dubbed Croatia the Bulwark of Christianity in 1519, a title that was a testament to the valiant efforts and the brave sacrifices made by Croatians in stemming the tide of Ottoman expansion. Further emphasizing the European dimension of Croatia's defense against the Ottomans, Croatian nobleman Bernardin Frankopan delivered a series of Latin speeches titled Oratio pro Croatia at the German Imperial Diet of Nuremberg in 1522. In his passionate pleas, Frankopan sought assistance against the Ottomans, whom he referred to as the common enemy of our holy faith, and begged for more support for Western powers. It was just unfortunate that they didn't really get it. Centuries later, the valor displayed during the Third Battle of Sisak in 1593 was recognized and lauded by Pope Clement VIII, who commended both Andreas von Eresburg and Croatian Ban Erdodi for their roles in the battle. In a further gesture of recognition, the Spanish king Philip II honored Erdodi by naming him a Knight of the Order of San Salvador and sending him a golden pearled chain adorned with the coat of arms of the order. John Hunyadi, a prominent 15th century Hungarian military leader and statesman, who played a critical role in defending Central Europe against the Ottoman Empire. He's best known for his victories over the Ottomans, most notably at the Siege of Belgrade in 1456, where his forces repelled a major Ottoman attack, a triumph that halted the Ottoman advance into Europe for several decades. His leadership and military strategies significantly influenced the defense tactics of the European states during this period, and he is remembered as a national hero in Hungary and Romania for his defense of the Christian faith and the territories of Central Europe. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and you feel inclined to support the channel, a link to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, help me meet my subscriber goal of 10,000 with a like, comment and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Now, without further ado, get yourself relaxed, take a deep breath, and we can begin. John Hunyadi, a key figure in 15th century Hungary, emerges as a significant player in various historical documents and accounts, though details about his early life and family background still remain somewhat of a mystery. The first concrete historical mention of Hunyadi is in a royal charter of grant, dated October the 18th, 1409, where King Sigismund of Hungary awarded Hunyad Castle and its associated lands to John's father, Wojciech, and John himself, among others. The charter suggests that John's family was held in considerable esteem within the royal court, and Voic even served as a court knight. The origin of Hunyadi's family is also a mystery. Chroniclers like Johannes de Thurox and Antonio Bonfini documented that Voic moved from Wallachia to Hungary at King Sigismund's behest, a narrative supported by some modern historians. However, some still argue that Voic was native to the region around Hunyad Castle, complicating the narrative of Hunyadi's foreign origin even more. Adding to the intrigue of these origins, there is an alternate tale, initially described as a tasteless one, fabricated by Hunyadi's opponent, Ulrich II, the Count of Kelj. The rumor suggested that John was not actually Voic's son, but rather an illegitimate offspring of King Sigismund. This rumor, of course, gained popularity, especially during the reign of John Hunyadi's son, Matthias Corvinus, who notably erected a statue of King Sigismund in Buda. That's Budapest, by the way. While the tale was embellished by later chroniclers, such as Gaspar Heltai, modern historians dismiss it as unverifiable gossip, although it did contribute to Hunyadi's legendary status in the Balkans. The identity of John's mother is even more mysterious, while some accounts, like those of Bonfini and Heltai, suggest she was the daughter of a wealthy boyar from Morzina. Others, including Pop, propose her name as Elizabeth and associate her with the Musina family of Demsus. There is also speculation, referenced by Kubinyi, about her Greek origins or Orthodox faith, and while these could indeed be true, to this point in time, at least at the time of this video, they're yet to be thoroughly substantiated. Now it gets even more complicated. Matthias Corvinus, in a letter from 1489, claimed that his grandmother's sister was captured by Ottomans and actually became part of a sultan's harem, suggesting a familial link between John Hunyadi and the Ottoman royal family, a claim which is once again dismissed by some later historians as fictitious. Well, his exact year of birth is also a little uncertain, and we have estimates ranging from 1405 to 1407, based mainly on the timing of his younger brother's birth and other familial details. His place of birth is also a little unclear, though 16th century scholar Anton Vrankic described Hunyadi as a native of the Hatzeg region. Hunyadi's formative years were shaped by service under various influential figures, which helped him prepare for his future military and political successes. These details of these early times are somewhat muddled by contradictory accounts from 15th century authors, making it challenging to compile a definitive list of his employers during his youth. Now, according to Poggio Bracciolini, the biographer of Filippo Scolari, Hunyadi was educated from his youth by Scolari, who was responsible for the defense of the southern frontier as the head, or the Ispan, of Temez County around 1420. Hunyadi likely served as Scolari's page, gaining initial military training and exposure. Contrarily, John of Capistrano, writing in 1456, suggested that Hunyadi began his military career under Nicholas of Iloc. However, modern historian Pal Engel proposed that Capistrano might have confused Nicholas with his brother, Stephen of Iloch, since Nicholas was actually younger than Hunyadi. Antonio Boffini provided yet another perspective, suggesting early in Hunyadi's career he worked for either Demeter Supor, the Bishop of Zagreb, or for the Sakis. This variety in reported early associations shows the breadth of Hunyadi's connections and experiences, and while we don't know for sure, it certainly shows that he spanned significant political and military influence, learning a little bit from everybody perhaps. Now, adding a little bit of a further enrichment to Hunyadi's early experience, the Byzantine historian Launikos Chalkokindiles, difficult name that one, recorded that Hunyadi spent time at the court of Stefan Lazarevic, the despot of Serbia, who died in 1427. This connection is substantiated by Hunyadi's marriage to Elizabeth Zilagi around 1429, whose father was a familiar of the despot, suggesting that these years were crucial for building his network and military skill. During the early 1430s, Hunyadi's career continued to ascend as he joined the retinue of King Sigismund, traveling with him to Italy and then serving in the army of Filippo Maria Visconti, the Duke of Milan. This period was instrumental for Hunyadi, who learned contemporary military art and tactics, in particular the use and employment of mercenaries. Upon returning to Sigismund's service, now Holy Roman Emperor, Hunyadi was enriched with land and responsibilities, reflecting his growing influence and the trust placed in him by the Roman Emperor Sigismund. He was involved in financial transactions with Sigismund, including loaning money in exchange for territorial pledges. He then went on to serve in the retinue of Franco Talovac, a Croatian nobleman, and Ban of Severin around 1434. A ban is kind of the word for ruler in Croatian, by the way. This service further expanded his military and administrative skills, essential for his later campaigns against the Ottomans. Hunyadi's ability to navigate these complexities of politics is evidenced by his involvement across various regional courts. It showcases his diplomatic skills, not just all about the brawn. He could use his head as well, and by this time he was a very keen study. He was learning everything there could be known to being a proper medieval ruler. By the time of Sigismund's death in 1437, Hunyadi had established himself quite firmly as a formidable military leader and strategist. His involvement in Bohemia under King Albert and his ongoing commitment to defending Hungary's southern frontiers against Ottoman incursions marked him as a key figure in Eastern European politics and warfare. His understanding of Hussite tactics, that is, the followers of Jan Hus, the alleged heretic, by the way, which he observed during his time in Bohemia, would later influence his own strategies on the battlefield. By the end of 1438, the Ottoman Empire had effectively occupied a large portion of Serbia, consolidating their control with the capture of Smederevo in the August of 1439, despite the resistance efforts led by figures like John Hunyadi. During this chaotic period, Durad Brankovic, despot of Serbia, fled, and he arrived in Hungary seeking assistance. King Albert of Hungary, recognizing the Ottoman threat for exactly what it was, called for a general insurrection of the nobility against the Ottomans, though only a few armed noblemen gathered, with Hunyadi being a notable exception. Hunyadi's proactive skirmishes against the besieging Ottoman forces enhanced his reputation and contributed significantly to his rising fame. His efforts, however, could not prevent the fall of Smederevo, marking a significant advance in the Ottoman control over the region. Well, following King Albert's death from a bout of dysentery in 1439, a period of political uncertainty ensued, which culminated in a dual kingship scenario in Hungary. Albert's widow, Elizabeth, ensured that her infant son, Ladislaus, was crowned king in the May of 1440. However, the estates of the realm had already offered the crown to Vladislaus, the King of Poland, who was crowned in July of the same year. And guess what? This, of course, led to a civil war, during which Hunyadi threw his support behind King Vladislaus. It was during this period Hunyadi also continued his military campaigns against the Ottomans in Wallachia, that's modern-day Romania. In recognition of his services, King Vladislaus granted him additional estates near his family lands in the August of 1440. Hunyadi's military prowess was further demonstrated in the early days of 1441, when he, alongside Nicholas of Elok, decisively ended the civil war by defeating the troops of Vladislaus's opponents in Batazek. The resolution of civil war allowed King Vladislaus to reward Hunyadi and Nicholas of Elok quite nicely, with significant titles, but also responsibilities, including the voivodeship of Transylvania. Voivod is a ruler as well, just like the Hungarian Ban, same sort of thing, and the Count of the Szekelys, as well as the command of a strategic location, such as Belgrade, which is of course the modern-day capital of Serbia. Hunyadi's effective administration in these regions, particularly in pacifying Transylvania, showcased his adeptness not only in military matters, but also in day-to-day governance, and this earned him the respect and loyalty of the local landowners, who were pretty glad to have a semblance of stability. Hunyadi's proactive defense strategies included fortifying Belgrade and launching retaliatory raids against the Ottoman territories. Well, a lot of the territories used to be European territories, so let's say the new Ottoman territories. His successful defense against Ottoman invasions into Transylvania in 1441, particularly at the battles near Marazontim and Gyulaferheva, marked significant victories that halted further Ottoman advances into the region, if only temporarily. Well, it was these military successes that not only solidified Hunyadi's position as a key defender of Christendom against the Ottomans, but it also played this role in enhancing his stature across Europe. People were starting to talk, and they were talking about John Hunyadi. Pope Eugenius IV recognized Hunyadi's contributions. He sent his legate, Cardinal Giuliano Cesarini, to Hungary to mediate peace and support further crusading efforts against the Ottomans. Hunyadi's subsequent victories, including the significant defeat of a much larger Ottoman force at Zakani in 1444, further established this formidable military legacy. Now, Hunyadi's use of mercenaries in particular, including disbanded Czech Hussite troops, and his willingness to employ local irregular forces, showcased his innovative approach to warfare, and enabled him to effectively counter the Ottomans, who were, more often than not, numerically superior. There was just so many of them. Well, in April 1443, with the drive to repel Ottoman influence growing ever stronger and stronger, King Vladislaus of Hungary, influenced by Cardinal Cesarini's mediation, forged an armistice with Frederick III of Germany. This peace ensured that Hungary could focus on the Ottoman threat without concern of German interference for at least a period of 12 months. With this security in mind, Hunyadi, leveraging his own resources, financed a substantial mercenary force, demonstrating his commitment once again to fighting against the Ottomans. That very autumn, Vladislaus and Hunyadi set out with a sizable army, including reinforcements from Poland and the neighboring Moldavia, into a campaign that marked one of the most significant military endeavors of the period. While Vladislaus held nominal command, the true strategic leadership lay directly on Hunyadi's shoulders, and he bore it quite well. The campaign saw Hunyadi right at the forefront, achieving tactical victories that included the capture of key cities like Kruševac, Nice, and Sofia. Despite all these successes, the harsh winter and logistical challenges halted their advances at the Zlatitsa Pass, leading to a strategic withdrawal back to Hungarian territory by early 1444. The campaign, though not achieving a decisive defeat of major Ottoman forces, ignited a wave of newly renewed enthusiasm across Christian Europe, leading to renewed calls for a crusade against the Ottomans from figures like Pope Eugenius IV and Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy. This period also solidified Hunyadi's leadership among the Hungarian nobility, dedicated to defending the realm against further Ottoman encroachments. Sultan Murad II, recognizing the shifting dynamic and the internal threats within his own borders from groups such as the Karamanids, proposed a peace that would have restored semi-autonomous states of Serbia under Durad Brankovic, and offered a 10-year truce. Although initially accepted by Hungarian envoys in June of 1444, things in Hungary began to shift dramatically again following the death of their beloved King Albert later that year, propelling Vladislaus to pursue further military action against the Ottomans, despite the peace agreement. The subsequent crusade, later in that year of 1444, endorsed by Cardinal Cesarini and others, was a catastrophic failure, especially at the Battle of Varna in November. The Battle of Varna being famous for all the wrong reasons. King Vladislaus was killed, leading to a devastating defeat for the Christian forces. Hunyadi? Well, he managed to narrowly escape capture and returned to Hungary, where he continued to consolidate his power internally, particularly in the eastern regions along the Tisza River, enhancing his status as one of Hungary's most influential barons. Following these tumultuous events, Hunyadi's focus remained steadfast on the Ottoman threat. His continuous efforts to organize new crusading efforts, coupled with his diplomatic engagements with Western monarchs and regional leaders like Vlad Dracul of Wallachia, that is, Dracula's father, by the way. Vlad Tepes Dracula is the one you are thinking of. Vlad Dracul of Wallachia is the father. Of course, the suffix "a" on the end of it means son, so Dracul meaning dragon, Dracula meaning son of the dragon. Very cool name, I know. Well, as we were saying, his diplomatic engagements with figures such as these showed once again his enduring commitment to the defense and expansion of Christendom. And yes, before you ask, I've already done a video on Dracula. Go and watch it. Now, Hunyadi's appointment as the regent and governor of Hungary on June the 6th, 1446, marked another milestone in his political and military career. His elevation was strongly supported by the lesser nobility, who recognized his extensive contributions and sacrifices in the ongoing conflicts against the Ottomans. By this time, Hunyadi had amassed considerable wealth and land, covering an area exceeding 800,000 hectares, which is about 2 million acres, making him one of the richest and most powerful barons in the entire kingdom. His financial commitment to the war efforts was completely unparalleled, and he invested a significant portion of his own resources in defending the realm. As governor, Hunyadi was granted extensive royal prerogatives during the minority of King Ladislaus V. Although his authority to make land grants was capped at 32 peasant holdings. His early tenure was thus challenged by internal conflicts and power struggles, notably with Ulrich II, the Count of Kelje, who refused to cede control of Slavonia and challenged Hunyadi's authority. Despite several military campaigns, Hunyadi was ultimately unable to decisively subdue this rebellious count. Hunyadi's diplomatic skills were tested as he negotiated an armistice with John Žižka of Brandis, who controlled northern regions, now our modern-day Slovakia, although the truce failed to hold. His foreign policy challenges continued with Frederick III of Germany, who had detained King Ladislaus V and refused to release him, prompting Hunyadi to launch punitive raids into Austrian territories, which resulted in a truce that somewhat favored Frederick. The politics within Hungary grew ever more complicated after the Diet elected Ladislaus Garai, a leader of Hunyadi's opponents, as Palatine. Reflecting the shifting allegiances, that were now entrenched among the Hungarian nobility. Amidst these internal and external pressures, Hunyadi sought to bolster his position by negotiating with Alfonso the Magnanimous. What a name! The King of Aragon and Naples, even offering him the Hungarian crown in exchange for support against the Ottomans, a proposal that ultimately just went nowhere. Well, Hunyadi's aggressive foreign policy extended to Wallachia, where in December 1447 he deposed Vlad Dracul, signaling his intention to assert greater control over the region. This move was controversial and seen by some, like the Polish chronicler Jan Długosz, as an act of betrayal and ambition. Thus, Hunyadi's influence in the neighboring Moldavia was also notable, as he supported a pretender to the Moldavian throne, further expanding his political and military influence. Despite his extensive military campaigns and diplomatic efforts, Hunyadi faced persistent challenges in Slavonia from Count Ulrich of Celje. A compromise was eventually reached, solidifying Ulrich's position, but reflecting the complex and often fraught nature of Hunyadi's regency. Throughout these trials, Hunyadi remained committed to the defense of Christendom, as evidenced by his communications with Pope Eugenius and his unyielding stance against the Ottomans. His strategic philosophy favored offensive tactics, which he believed would more effectively counter the Ottoman threat and secure European territories from further incursions. His campaign against the Ottomans in 1448 reflects a pivotal moment in his career, and of course one in the broader sphere of conflicts between the Christian kingdoms of Europe and the emerging Ottoman Empire. His army, comprising of 16,000 soldiers and supplemented by 8,000 from Wallachia, aimed to deliver a decisive blow against the Ottoman forces. However, Hunyadi faced significant challenges from the onset. Durad Brankovic, the despot of Serbia, refused to support the Crusaders, viewing his participation as potentially antagonistic towards the Ottomans, with whom he sought a more conciliatory relationship. As a result, Hunyadi regarded Brankovic as an ally of the Ottomans, kind of like saying, if you aren't with us, you're against us. Thus, his forces marched through Serbia, engaging in punitive plundering of the Serbian countryside as they moved through it. The critical battle took place at Kosovo Polje on October 17, 1448, where Sultan Murad II himself commanded the Ottoman forces into battle. The confrontation lasted 3 grueling and miserable days, and concluded with a catastrophic defeat for Hunyadi's coalition. Approximately 17,000 Hungarian and Wallachian soldiers were either killed or captured, and the ones that were killed were more likely than not impaled. Not a good way to go. The magnitude of this defeat significantly affected Hunyadi's standing and his ability to project military power in the region. His reputation had taken somewhat of a hit. As he retreated, he was captured by none other than Durad Brankovic and held in the fort of Smederevo under threat of being handed over to the Ottomans, and he did not want to be handed over to the Ottomans. While the political ramifications of Hunyadi's capture were of course extensive, Hungarian nobles and clerics, recognizing Hunyadi's importance in the ongoing defense against the Ottomans, convened and pressured Brankovic to negotiate. Hunyadi was released under a treaty that demanded a heavy ransom of 100,000 gold florins, and the return of all domains previously taken from Brankovic. The treaty substantially weakened Hunyadi's influence and financial standing, of course. Well, back in Hungary, Hunyadi's strategic position continued to be complex and fraught with internal and external pressures alike. He resigned from his influential position as Voivode of Transylvania and faced continuous challenges from rivals, including John Jiskra, who controlled significant territories with his Czech mercenaries. However, Hunyadi did manage to secure alliances with Stefan Thomas of Bosnia and Bogdan II of Moldavia, which were crucial for maintaining a regional coalition against both internal dissidents and external threats. The treaty with Frederick III of Germany in 1450 and subsequent peace with Brankovic in 1451 were part of Hunyadi's broader strategy to stabilize his position and prepare for future confrontations with the Ottomans. These treaties allowed Hunyadi some breathing room to reorganize and plan his next steps. Despite the setbacks, Hunyadi's reputation as a commander and leader capable of defending Christendom against the Ottomans remained influential. He continued to play a central role in the politics of Hungary and the broader region, leveraging his military experience and networks to navigate the complexities of mid-15th century Eastern Europe. This role was further solidified when, despite stepping down from the Regency, he was appointed Captain General of the Kingdom by King Ladislaus V in 1453, who entrusted him with substantial military and administrative authority to continue his efforts to secure and defend Hungarian interests against the Ottoman threat. Hunyadi's later years were marked by complex politics, military engagements, and strained alliances that just sunk in more of the volatile nature of the medieval times. As Ioannis Silvius Piccolomini, the future Pope Pius II, noted in 1453, Hunyadi, George of Podbrady, and Ulrich of Celje were pivotal in governing the realms of Hungary, Bohemia, and Austria respectively. However, Hunyadi's actions and ambitions, although initially supported, eventually began to arouse suspicion and resistance among his former allies and constituents. By mid-1453, he found his position increasingly precarious, and he had begun to quite frequently look over his shoulder. The citizens of Bestos, for example, forced him to reaffirm their traditional liberties, reflecting a growing local resistance to his authority. And the period also saw Hunyadi's longtime friend, Nicholas Ulaki, aligning with the Palatine Ladislaus Garai and Judge Royal Ladislaus Paloki in a formal alliance aimed at restoring loyal authority, a clear signal of dissent against Hunyadi's governance. And that's bad luck when you lose your mates like that. No good. It's not right. Well, despite all these challenges, Hunyadi kept his chin up, and he continued to play a significant role in international affairs. Toward the end of 1453, he travelled to Prague and brokered a treaty with Ulrich Eisinger and George of Podebrady, after expelling Ulrich of Celje from Austria. Upon returning to Hungary, Hunyadi convened a diet to prepare for a new military campaign against the Ottomans, following their capture of Constantinople in the May of 1453. This initiative, however, was met with limited practical support, as the Diet's ambitious military mobilization orders were largely ignored. King Ladislaus V's subsequent Diet in the early days of 1454 proposed significant changes to administration of royal revenues and governance, which would, of course, once again reduce Hunyadi's influence. Although the Diet rejected most of the king's proposals, it accepted the establishment of a royal council, signaling a shift towards a more structured royal governance. Amidst all of these internal political issues, Hunyadi remained on active duty on the military front. In May 1454, he intervened in Serbia when Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II laid siege to Smederevo, violating the 1451 truce. And yes, that Mehmed II was also the commander of the forces that broke through in Constantinople in the year before. Well, Hunyadi's timely military response forced Mehmed to lift the siege, and later that year, Hunyadi conducted a successful raid against Vidin and other Ottoman territories, demonstrating his continued prowess as a military commander and showing them all that he's still got it. However, Emperor Frederick III's imperial diet at Wiener Neustadt aimed at discussing a new crusade against the Ottomans did not result in decisive actions, primarily due to Frederick's hesitation and Hunyadi's exclusion from the meeting by political maneuvers. By early 1456, the politics in Hungary had become even more fraught. King Ladislaus V's visit to Buda, accompanied by Ulrich of Celje and other barons, led to direct confrontations with Hunyadi, who was accused of abusing his authority. Rather a broad brush. Well, this internal strife, of course, coincided with yet another Ottoman invasion, prompting a temporary reconciliation among the Hungarian leaders, including Hunyadi. In a significant political compromise, Hunyadi resigned control of some royal revenues and fortresses, indicating a reduction in his direct control over Hungarian military and fiscal resources. Well, it was around this time where Hunyadi was reaching the end of his tenure. His final months were characterized by a series of intense military efforts to desperately defend Hungary against the Ottoman forces under a very angry Sultan Mehmed II. The situation was dire. Envoys from Ragusa had alerted Hungarian leadership about the Ottoman preparations for the invasion, and foreign assistance was at this point very unlikely, as communication by the papal legate, Cardinal Juan Carvajal. Despite the grim outlook, Hunyadi's reputation as a formidable military leader remained completely intact, underscored by Carvajal's reference to him as the Maccabeus of our time. Vladislav II of Wallachia, supported by the Ottomans, was conducting raids into southern Transylvania, exacerbating the threat to Hungarian territories. Additionally, local conflicts within Hungary, such as the rebellion by the Vlachs in Fogaras County and ongoing conflicts with the Hussites in Upper Hungary, diverted resources and attention from the primary threat of the Ottoman advance. In the early days of 1456, Hunyadi focused on reinforcing Hungary's southern defences, particularly the key fortress of Belgrade, which was critical in guarding against the Ottoman incursions. He managed to hire a sizable force of Hungarian, Czech, and Polish mercenaries, and directed them to defend Belgrade. At the same time, the fervent preaching of John of Capistrano mobilized a crusader army, largely composed of peasants, who gathered at the fortress in anticipation of the siege. The Ottoman attack began in July with a heavy bombardment. Hunyadi assembled a fleet of 200 ships to challenge the Ottoman naval forces on the Danube. His successful destruction of the Ottoman fleet on July 14th was a crucial victory, preventing the Ottomans from completing their encirclement of Belgrade. The climax of the siege occurred between the 21st of July and the 22nd, when the Ottomans launched a general assault. Hunyadi, alongside the makeshift rabble of a crusader army, managed to repel the Ottoman attacks and even broke into their camp. The decisive counterattack caused significant disarray within the Ottoman ranks, forcing Sultan Mehmed to retreat despite his initial resistance to abandon the siege. The victory at Belgrade was celebrated all across Europe, sparking processions and public jubilation in cities like Venice and Oxford, reflecting the widespread relief and admiration for Hunyadi's leadership. However, despite the military success, internal tensions had to surface in the Crusader camp, with the peasant soldiers denying the nobility's role in the victory. This brewing discontent prompted Hunyadi and Capistrano to abandon the army to prevent further unrest. Tragically, shortly after the siege, a plague outbreak claimed many lives in the Crusader camp, including John Hunyadi himself. He died on August the 11th, 1456, near Zemun in modern-day Serbia. His death marked the end of an era for the Hungarian military and political life. Hunyadi was thus later buried in the Roman Catholic St. Michael's Cathedral in Alba Iulia. The tradition of ringing church bells at noon has a historical significance that traces back to the pivotal victory at the Siege of Belgrade in 1456. Pope Calixtus III, in an effort to galvanize support and prayer for the defenders fighting against the Ottoman siege led by Sultan Mehmed, decreed that the bells of every church across Europe should ring out at noon. This was intended as a daily reminder for Christians to pray for the success of the forces defending Belgrade, which was under the command of John Hunyadi. This practice, deeply rooted in this historical event, continues to resonate across various Christian denominations, including Protestant and Orthodox communities, illustrating its widespread adoption and the lasting impact of the victory at Belgrade. So, the next time you hear the church bells ring out at noon, perhaps if you feel inclined, you can say a little prayer for John Hunyadi and those who made their brave defense. Or if you're not inclined to pray, perhaps just remember about the sacrifices people had made to protect Europe. I'm sure there'll be plenty more sacrifices in the future. We are not out of the woods yet. Plenty more wars to come, don't worry about that. Well, we've reached the end of our biography of John Hunyadi, and we may now ring the bells on this video. How about you hit that bell next to the subscriber button, You can do that, can't you? Let me thank my top-tier patrons, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, and Susan, for complete chads supporting the channel. If you'd like to do so, the best way is to simply watch the videos. But if you really want to make a difference, well, you can check out the Patreon, or just like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comments. Either way, I just hope you learned something. Good night, everyone. See you in the next video.